Good morning and welcome to the third round of the Hunts Kart Racing Club Championships here at Kimbolton. I'm Chris Sora, joined once again, of course, by Charlie Ellis, who'll be giving us the expert insight as well. As you can see for yourself on the screen here, the big talking point today is the weather. For the first time this year, we have a wet race meeting. All the karts running their wet weather tyres. Here we see the TKM Extreme guys just out on their practice, getting used to what's a rather slippery track. The weather not expected to abate throughout the day. Temperature about 8 degrees, so it's quite cool out there trackside as well. And all in all, Charlie, these could potentially be quite difficult conditions.
Well, I don't think the intro really does justice of what typical British weather is. And I think we've definitely got that sort of weather this weekend, where we've had dry all the way through Saturday, and come to Sunday, it's pouring down like this. So it's definitely a testament to the driver's skill. And the driver's going to have to learn and adapt very quickly to their racing lines, their braking points. Just that this is proper racing.
And if anything, the rain has been coming down more as the morning's gone on. The track was starting to dry out a little bit earlier in the practice sessions, but I think once racing gets underway, we are very much on a full wet track. There's no question that you'll be going out on slicks and being competitive in this weather. We have 28 races in total throughout the day, starting with the Junior Rotax in just a few moments. The checker flag has gone out and will be underway very shortly. So the checkered flag now going out, and we'll be underway very shortly with our first race today, starting with the Junior Rotax Heat 1, followed by Senior Rotax heats throughout the day, and we'll be getting underway very shortly with this, the third round of the championship. Still plenty of points on order as we wait now for the first race to get underway. Junior Rotax in the holding area right now. And getting underway are marshals, as you can see, the Hunts Kart Racing Club here having the very good setup with the marshalling towers there, and keeping dry there, aren't they? I think that's probably one of the best places to be so far, Charlie.
Well, it's definitely a sort of weather that you want to be keeping dry in. The drivers will definitely be holding out in their wetsuits and getting all the wet gear on, and getting their karts sorted as well, because the setup really changes when it comes to the wet weather conditions. As you can see, there's our dummy grid. There are your karts getting put down on the grid, getting ready to start racing here. I think our first race is going to be the Junior Rotaxes. You can just see some of the drivers walking now and getting ready to what's going to be quite a different sort of environment they're not used to after yesterday and basically the rest of the start of this year.
So this is pretty much the first wet meeting we've had all year. I think in the February there was a little bit of damp conditions in the morning, but certainly not to the level of this. Very much a wet weather race today. Junior Rotax brought to you in association with Amesbury Plant Hire, and they'll be getting underway in just a few moments for their first race of the day, and we'll have a look at how they line up in just a few moments' time. Karts now getting ready and onto the grid very shortly indeed. As we say, these guys will have 2 heats throughout the day, and later on this afternoon the Junior Rotax is split into a B final, and then the A final being the penultimate race of the day. Races for both the junior and the senior classes, and they'll be getting underway very shortly indeed in the first of our 28 race program here, the third round of the championship in 2023. Always worth giving a shout out to all the people that make this event happen, of course, the marshals, the medics, everyone here at Hunts Kart Racing Club for all their hard work in bringing us this championship for 2024. And like I say, the time counting down, of course, the UKC event here, of course, in May. So for a lot of drivers here, important to get some all-important practice ahead of the event. Thanks, of course, like we say, to Amesbury Plant Hire, to Stu Stretton Photography, iZone Driver Performance, Talk Racewear, again, supplying the driver of the day. Myself and Charlie will be determining that as the day goes on, and that'll be announced after the event on the Hunts Kart Racing Club socials. Clazen Motorsport and Easy and Elegant Weddings and Events. Thanks to all of the sponsors for all of their support in 2024. So as you can see, the Junior Rotax on the dummy grid now getting ready. I think one or two have got some umbrellas out there keeping it all dry. We'll have a look at how they line up in just a moment. So this is the first race of the day, Heat 1 for the Junior Rotax. Everyone out there with the umbrellas and the wet weather suits will be getting out on course in just a few moments. And as you can see, if you look in the foreground of the shot here, you can see the raindrops in the puddles. It really is starting to rain a bit more heavy than it was earlier on. And, well, of course, they do have the wet weather tyres here, Charlie, but it's still going to be quite treacherous once the racing gets underway.
Well, it's definitely not what they're going to be used to from yesterday, as the track was fully dry. They were definitely pushing it a lot more. Now they're going to be a bit more wary of where they place the kart. But I think that all these drivers are definitely going to have a fun time out on circuit, because wet weather racing is some of the best racing you can possibly do, and it really is a testament to the driver's skill. But I think as we've actually got the YouTube up right now, if you are watching a live stream, drop us a message and we'll have a read of who you're shouting for today. So I mean, just looking now, Dom Wilshaw says, "Come on, SPR." So that's Sam Pollitt Racing. Good luck to all their drivers out there today. Tommy Luce says, "Go get them, Bo." So hopefully your driver is doing well this weekend. But you're just saying about the iZone driver performance. If you're here this weekend as well, they're actually hosting a raffle where you can win a 2-hour session with iZone Performance. They're really, really great facilities. You know, it's not just winners that use their facilities, also champions. So you can actually head to the race control. I think that they're about $5 for a ticket. So I mean, it's a brilliant prize, and definitely something you should definitely have a look at if you're here at the circuit. But if you're sat at home, I think that's probably the best option. Sat with your coffee and maybe getting your breakfast ready.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a lot drier at the comfort of your own home than it is trackside. It's certainly looking ready to go. The green flag out, and we're back underway with our first race very, very shortly indeed. So, as you can see, the track, it'll still be a little bit slower, of course, with the wet weather, but they still carry quite a lot of speed on here, and we are set to be underway very shortly. It looks set to be a great day of racing.
Chris Burnett on the stream says, "Good luck, Josh Burnett." So, good luck to him. And Gemma Jameson says, "Come on, Fletcher Jameson." Lee Starbuck says, "Good luck to all the Zip drivers from the Starbucks." A lot of love for SPR, so very much good luck to their drivers, as we can now see the karts are going out on circuit, and soon we can have a look at how the drivers will form up.
Yeah, you may see on the shot one or two drivers actually, one or two of the drivers sliding out of position there even on the sighting lap, headed round by the number 26 of Mikey Walker, Finley Jones up there with him, as well as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner and heading down TKM straight for the first time, where we will get into position and get our first race of the day underway in just a few moments. It's the Junior Rotax Heat 1. They are just starting to line up in position. Let's hope for a good clean start here, as the drivers now just start to assemble on the rolling grid through the final corner. Through Kimbolton they go now, and heading towards the Hines Straight, where round number 3 of the 2024 Hunts Kart Racing Club calendar here at Kimbolton is about to get underway. Over the line they go, charging down into the first corner. Looks like they've given it a clean start, and they pile through gingerly on the brakes.
Oh no, that's one of Thule karts. That was Finley Jones, I think.
Miles Roby spinning out there, just the back end stepping out, and as you can see, as they make their way through the willows for the first time, a little bit gingerly as they look just to stay out of trouble. So Miles Roby, just the back end stepping out. He's charging at the back of the field, looking to get through, but a good start there. It looks like the 26 of Miley Walker, as you can see behind, quite a few karts spinning out, but good clean start to the race for Walker there.
Brilliant start there by Mikey Walker, who on that MS kart managed to get into the lead early on, followed by that Thule kart's mistake. There's Toby and Alvarez, who's had a brilliant start, made up a couple places into P2. There's one of the Coles drivers on the inside. Brilliant move there. I couldn't see how that was, but Toby Alvarez on the switchback. And there's looks to me a bit of a collision there at the final corner. I mean, so many karts going into one pace of tarmac, especially in the wet. Doesn't always go well, as all these drivers are going to try and find different lines, as you will see on your screens. But so far, Mikey Walker being the fastest on track, and very much showing showing some different lines here. You can see him climbing the curbs, trying to get that car rotated. You can see that's Toby Alvarez just behind. Very much Mikey Walker being very aggressive on that kart, and obviously it's working out well for him.
You can see the lines a lot more square than you'd expect in dry weather. Very deep into the corner again. You can see him using the curbs there to rotate the kart, and a very wide approach into the Kim Bolton corner. Look at Toby Alvarez in second place, keeping up with the leader. We'll wait till they cross the line here and have a look at the gap. It's round about a second so far, so Walker leads. Alvarez in second. And there you can see the back end of the kart dancing away straight onto the curb to get it turned in. And Walker with a clear track in front. Let's have a look back at the start. So you see down the inside goes the number 24.
And he kind of just gets hit from behind. I think that was by Mikey Walker. So Mikey Walker that might be looked at by the stewards. We'll have to see. But looking back our race, there's Charlie Cox, who I believe has made a move on Toby and Alvarez. So brilliant move there by Charlie Cox, who's managed to get himself into P2.
Yeah, Alvarez, I think, is having to fight here as Walker makes his way down towards the Kim Bolton corner. Through he goes once again, and looking good at the front of the field. Here they come over the line, so Walker leading the race. We'll have a look at the splits when they go over the line. So Walker leads, and yes indeed, Charlie Cox and Charlie Ellis, of course, calling that one well. He's gone up to second place, but that fight for second is allowing Walker to pull away slightly. So it's Charlie Cox second, Alvarez third, Oliver Fabricius up to fourth position, Hugh Moulton, Joel Dixon-Cohen in sixth, Finley Jones up to seventh, from Ben Horner, Armian Banzel in ninth, Emily Cotty into the top 10 from Dejuan Bennett, Jason Duchess in 12th, Owen Drawbridge in there as well, and Zach Mackay currently on the edge of the top 10 as well. Callum Foster, Harrison Crowe, the Toby Bedford, and Alistair Campbell a bit further down as the midfield fight away. And of course there's one more heat race to go later on for these junior Rotax drivers, but they'll all be looking to get into the A final a bit later on. And the drivers so far here, Charlie, settling down. You can see for yourself just how treacherous the conditions are. The visibility very poor out there for the drivers. Walker with the benefit of a clear track in front of him, but the drivers on the whole here, as you can see, Charlie Cox really aggressive on the brakes there. They're starting to get the feel of the track here and coping quite well.
You can just see there, that was a move. Hugh Moulton made it on the inside. I think that was off Oliver Fabricus. So you can kind of see Oliver kind of went a bit wide there. And Hugh Moulton finding that inside line, finding his way through, because you actually see they're all going offline, trying to find where that grip is, trying to find the rubber where all the grip is being held for the wet car. That's Hugh Moulton on the inside of Tobin Alvarez. Didn't manage to get it quite done, but he's going to have another look into the second to last corner. Brilliant move there. Gets his nose in and find his way through. But now we're going to wait and see. Oh, that's Harrison Crowther on the inside. I couldn't really see what that was, but getting really elbows out and trying to shove him off the circuit.
Look out for the number 51 now. Just saw him going through the kart of Hugh Moulton, who set the fastest lap of the race, 52.4. Gets up to third place now, and Moulton finding some neat lines out there as they make their way through the wheelos. You can see the spray from the karts being thrown up by these wet weather tyres. Difficult conditions. Oh, as 23 goes down the inside there, Finley Jones having a look. Some bar banging there, so to speak, as they make their way through Derek's corner, heading towards the Dan Weldon corner at the top of the circuit. And those wet weather lines, it's a little bit different, you would say, your classic racing line where you go wide into the corner, clip the apex. The wet weather, it's more about looking for the grip out there, really.
Well, you see that where the actual racing line is on the dry, that's where no grip's going to be. So you need to try and get off the racing line. So you'll see Mikey Walker here. Actually, let's watch Charlie Cox. So he brakes in the middle of the circuit, and then he'll go straight to the inside and use the curb a bit just to help that rotation. Hugh Moulton right on the back of his teammate, Charlie Cox. Hugh Moulton looking like one of the quickest. He actually is the quickest out on circuit. So by quite a margin as well, a couple tenths. So he's definitely got the kart tuning. And he's going to be all over the back of Charlie Cox here. I can see him making a move soon. He's just going to sit behind him because, you know, number one rule is don't take out your teammate.
And that would be very easy to do today. And even if you were pushing it, it'd be so easy to skid off and hit your rival, I suppose. So he's going to have to bide his time here, I think.
Well, you can see you lose grip so easily. You know, the second you lock the rears up on the braking, you know, you're a passenger from then on. So a driver's skill is very important in these conditions. Charlie Cox just about holding on here. You can just see perfect braking into the first corner. He's just on the limit of the rear not locking up, but obviously putting on as much brake pressure as he can just to get the car stopped before the corner. Because these drivers, they take the time more. Hugh Moulton looking for a move on the inside. So Hugh Moulton makes a move on the inside of Charlie Cox. That's for second place. Charlie Cox will try and fight back, but thinks better off it. And Hugh Moulton, who's driving brilliantly so far in this heat, has definitely got adapted to the track conditions quicker than anyone else in this session so far, and has definitely got the car dialed in as well. But Mikey Walker, he might have to watch his back in a moment, because Hugh Moulton is very much closing in.
Let's have a look at the clock here. We've got just under 1 minute remaining, so they should squeeze through. 55 on the clock when he went through, so they should squeeze through just before the last lap flag. So this allows Moulton a couple of laps here to try and close up on Mikey Walker. There's the 51. And another fastest lap of the race, 51.86. He's taken half a second out of the race leader, Mikey Walker. There he is, the blue car, 26. Leading quite comfortably. You can see one or two drivers already starting to set their own fastest lap of the race there further down. Zach Mackay in there, and the 14th place Jacko in Drawbridge, all setting their own personal bests this time. So Mikey Walker has pretty much led the entire race as he makes his way down the TKM straight, heading towards Kestrel Corner at the end of another lap. But Hugh Moulton is really closing the gap here. We've got 10 seconds left, so it's going to be tight here. How long's left in this race? I'm sure that Moulton would like another lap here to try and close the gap. They squeeze through with 2 seconds on the clock, so 2 more laps to go in this one. And Hugh Moulton has brought the gap down to under 1 second.
Will Hugh Moulton be able to catch Mikey Walker in time? This is the big question. And we're just about to see, this is the penultimate lap of the race. So Mikey Walker is getting the head down now. He needs to get a move on if he wants to hold his first place. But brilliant drives here. Joel Dixon Cohen in fourth has made up 10 positions. So brilliant driving by the 67. Oliver Fabricus has drove brilliantly. If we look further down the field, Owen Wallace made up 15 places. He's got into P17. Dejan Bennett is made up 10 places. He's into 13th. Jason Dukis made up 14 into 12th. But brilliant driving so far by all these junior Rotax drivers who are having to learn to the new track conditions.
Here we go with 1 lap to go and a fight for the lead here. Let's see what Moulton can do under braking as they make their way. There's 1 or 2 going through the Willows, 53 a bit further behind there. That's Toby Farthing, George Phillips battling at the best of the field as the change at the front. Hugh Moulton takes the lead going through the Willows.
You just see on your screens now, Hugh Moulton takes the lead on the final lap. So Mikey Walker, will he settle for a second place? Well, I don't think of it. He is a racing driver after all, and they all want to win. But Mikey Walker is just losing the pace ever so slightly, and Hugh Moulton, he's just on a different world right now.
I think Moulton's really got the middle speed corners, you might say, the Willows, Derrick's Corner, those sort of complexes there. He's really got those nailed so far. There's some slower drivers behind there, but they'll stay on the lead lap as we await our first race winner of the day. There's the 22 a bit further down there, Jensen Hartshorn. As we wait for our first race winner of the day, checkered flag goes out, and Hugh Moulton on the last lap of the race takes the win. Mikey Walker looks a bit disappointed in second. Who can blame him, because he led pretty much the entire race. Cox in third, Dixon Cohen fourth, Fabricus Alvarez, Horner in seventh, Mansell eighth, Finley Jones ninth, and looks like Zach Mackay running at the top 10. So Walker there looking a bit disappointed, as he would be if you lost the lead on the final lap, but Hugh Moulton, as the race went on, really seemed to get some nice lines out there.
Well, he seemed to mix his emotions, because he, kind of was a bit annoyed, but then shrugged his shoulders, saying, it is what it is. It's just a heat race at the end of the day. So, brilliant driving there by all our junior Rotax drivers. Some brilliant drives through the field, and a lot of drivers to watch out for when it comes to the final stages, where maybe the track conditions might change. You never know what will happen in the next few hours, but what a brilliant way to start the day.
Yeah, some fantastic racing there. Most drivers staying out of trouble as well, which is good to see. It'd be so easy for there to be carnage out there, but there was some good close racing. As you can see, the rain continuing to pull down. We're expecting it might ease off during the day, but it is going to be on and off throughout the day, so I don't think the track's going to change all that much as the day goes on in terms of drying out, but there might be different levels of grip out there depending on the races, depending on the rainfall as the afternoon goes on. Our second race of the day is about to get underway. It's the senior Rotax. Those drivers are in the assembly area right now, and they'll be taking to the course in just a few moments. Drift Limits presenting the London Motor Circuit, bringing us the Senior Rotax, which will be getting underway in just a few moments. The drivers being led out by Ethan Martin, Luke Osmond-Price, Jack Lilly, Peter Jurovic and Gemma Hayruns, Charlie Webb, Tom Pryor, George Donald, James Tester and Joe Fox leading up the group of drivers in just a few moments. So these are, of course, our slightly older drivers. And this race also brought to you in association with Easy and Elegant Weddings and Events. And like we say, the rain's still continuing to fall down. So some slightly more experienced drivers out here today. They'll have seen this all before, of course. And we're looking forward to another great heat race here.
Yeah, the Senior Rotax drivers, well, they are known, they do have a lot more experience than the junior drivers. I've just seen a brilliant message in the YouTube chat from Deck Miles, and he says, "Can you please wish Dave Ives a big happy 71st birthday?" So, happy birthday. But he said he's celebrating today by doing absolutely nothing. So no different to what he does in the week. Well, well, if that's what he likes to do, then that's what he likes to do. Anyway, Senior Rotax out on circuit. The drivers just making their way around on their formation lap, getting used to the circuit. The couple spinners, as the drivers are learning, these are a lot different level. We have a lot of different levels of experiences of the drivers. We have some very experienced drivers and some drivers with less little grip, well, the experience. So the drivers are definitely going to have some work to do if they're going to want to hold on.
And of course the first lap, always the most treacherous, visibility poor, and every chance of a mistake out there. So they just got to really try and stay out of trouble, get those first couple of laps, get the race dialed in as we go on. But Senior Rotax is about to get underway as they make their way around the Kimbolton corner, heading towards the Hines Straight to start. Race number 2 today. Let's have a look how this start goes. Over the line they go. Looks like a clean start. Everyone piling down the inside. Will the first corner be clean? The leaders get through okay.
Oh, there's a couple of spinners. I couldn't see how that was. That was Tom Pryor and Charlie Webb coming to tow and thankfully holding on. But Ethan Martin, a brilliant start there, has made his way into the first spot. I think that's Jack Lilly who's made his way into second place as well. We'll have to see who is where when they come through the first lap. But Ethan Martin just about holding on. You can really see he's been really smooth on that steering wheel. There's Tom Pryor in 5th. There's a couple of drivers. There's Charlie Webb and Ryan Ward together, 7th and 8th. So Charlie Webb, who had that incident at the start of the race, trying to capitalise on other drivers' mistakes and trying to make his way back up to front. But there's a move there. Jack Lilly gets on the inside of Ethan Martin. So the problem with that last corner is obviously the outside line is quicker, but Ethan Martin is looking on the back, is looking back through, but doesn't quite do it. But on the last corner, going wide, although it's quicker, you do make that gap open, and Jack Lilly capitalised on that line and managed to make his way through, found the grip, got the speed down and starting to pull away now. So brilliant driving by Jack Lilly, who's made massive improvements in the last few months of his karting career. Ethan Martin, who's won the championship here last year, so definitely knows how the track will feel like.
Yeah, he's settling into this quite nicely as Lilly starts to pull away down the TKM straight. One driver we have lost in this race on that first corner was Luca Osmond-Price. The kart coming to a halt as they went out of Stowe corner, that first bend. So some kind of mechanical trouble it would seem, but the race goes on with Lilly leading, Martin second, and Jack Lilly just starting to pull away. The lap time there, 51.43. There you can see the back end dancing away. Can't afford to lock the back end up, of course. He'll go straight off the course, but just getting that fine point between braking as hard as possible for the corner. 57 there, third, in Jurovic in third. Tom Pryor fourth, Brian Ward in fifth as they make their way through Derek's corner. As you can see, the gap around about 1 second, but Lilly starting to get some nice lines out there, starting to pull away as we look at Jurovic there in third. Number 57 through the Dan Weldon corner, floating to the outside, getting the power down nice and smooth. Tom Pryor, Ryan Ward, Jonathan Railton charging away there just a bit further behind. Lucas Ellingham coming through the field as well. And George Donald, Reg Hayward on the edge of the top 10 fighting away as the leaders make their way through Kimbolton corner and heading back towards the Hines Straight once again. And it's pretty much as you were as we look at the well, Jack Lilly's gone missing somewhere. Down to 5th there. We must have saw I think he went off just through on the approach to the Kimbolton corner there. So a new race leader, Ethan Martin. Martin looking good at the front. So Jurevich up to 2nd now. And, well, Martin just about controlling this race. And yes, I think Jack Lilly's recovered in 5th position.
Well, it's very easy to lose the car in these sort of conditions, even when you're at the best. And there's Jack Lilly right there. Ryan Ward just made a move on the inside into the Dan Weldon complex. Ryan Ward speculates to Jack Lilly, saying we need to work together. We want to catch up to the final podium spot. Brilliant move there by Ryan Ward.
Actually, look out for Ryan Ward here. 51.28 last time round, fastest lap of the race. So he's just trying to drag along here, Jack Lilly, I believe. Here they come down towards the first corner. There's the 21 of Tom Pryor, who currently sits in 3rd position. And there we see down the inside goes Ryan Ward, looking neat as they make their way through. And at the moment, it looks like Jack Lilly just tagging on to the back of the number 17 of Ryan Ward here as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon complex. It's still Ethan Martin that leads the way. We're watching here the number 17 of Ryan Ward. Martin setting the fastest lap of the race, 51.23. These leading senior Rotax drivers bringing a good pace out there as we see number 17 Ward gets the power down, chasing the number 21 of Tom Pryor. So Ethan Martin currently the fastest driver on the track so far, 51.23. Jurevich 2nd, Pryor 3rd, Ward, Lilly, and Lucas Ellingham meanwhile has moved up to 6th position. Jonathan Railton as the leaders make their way through Stowe Corner. Rest of the pack coming through here. 16, George Donald up to 6th place now from Jonathan Railton. As we look at the number 16, there is Donald actually, who's put together some neat laps here. He's 51.5 and starting to pick his way through the top 10 as we look at the race leader now, number 55, Ethan Martin's put some good laps in here. Seems to be quite neat and smooth going through the Derrick's corner and into Dan Weldon at the top of the circuit now, heading back towards the finish. Jurevich still there in 2nd, hanging on in there, looking for lines, and there you can see the back end of the cart there, Ethan Martin tipping it into the corner. These drivers really on the edge here, you would say. You can't be too cautious, of course, but they really are pushing the limits right now.
Well, you really have to be on the limit if you want to be at the top, but obviously, speak about Jack Lilly, kind of went over the limit, which never really helps when you're leading a race. But yeah, no, you're saying about George Donald, very much showing that consistency is key. And it's all good being quick on a 1-lap pace, but if you can't be quick over a number of laps, then you can't win a race. But there's a brilliant battle going on. That's Jack Lilly and Ryan Ward still going at each other, and Tom Pryor just sitting in front. Managed to get the two of them. But so far, this senior Rotax race really been good so far. Ryan Ward just trying to find any way through he can, using that that rear bumper to try and nudge Jack Lilly over his braking point and trying to find a way through. Ryan Ward really aggressive all over him. He goes for the move into the final corner, Kimbolton corner, uses the curb to rotate the cart, and Ryan Ward goes through on the inside of Jack Lilly. Brilliant move there, but will Jack Lilly try and fight back? They see Thomas Pryor there really hard on the brakes, trying to get the cart stopped. But these senior Rotax drivers are really showing what they can do in these wet weather conditions.
And you can see they're bouncing over the curbs as they make their way through the willows. Neat little move there actually from Ryan Ward down the inside, going into Kimbolton to take that position. Can't afford to make any kind of a mistake there, or so break off the track. The blue flag's going up there for the number 61, the driver who was cut away a little bit at the start of the race, Isaac Reynolds, currently in 30th place. Michael Morgan also out of the race as well with technical trouble as well earlier on in this race. Black has also dropped back here as we look at the number 21 of Tom Pryor, starting to come under a little bit of pressure here as the race draws to a close. A couple more laps to go here with Ryan Ward and Jack Lilly keeping that pressure on. They are starting to close up on some of the tail enders here. The race leader Ethan Martin clear by 1.6 seconds as the 33 there of Lilly goes down the inside of the 31st place Isaac Reynolds, 61, and the leaders now making their way through the willows. And still number 55, Ethan Martin, who we've not really focused on too much, talked around too much this race. He's having a nice steady race at the front so far.
Well, the leading driver always thinks he can get the most coverage if he's leading, but when he's pulled that far of a gap, then there's no real point to watch him. He's just, doing his thing, driving in circles. But so far, brilliant driving here by all our senior Rotax drivers. Tom Pryor, Ryan Ward, Jack Lilly is a brilliant battle to watch out for in the closing stages. And we've just got under 20 seconds left off this race, plus that additional lap. Ethan Martin just catching up to one of the back markers, so he's going to have to buy this time, not do anything silly, and hopefully this driver will look at the blue flags that the marshals will stipulate, and hopefully if Martin can get through safely and the driver can carry on with his race. Here he's just catching up right behind, so
that's Jonathan Burnett currently in 30th now, who's not the easiest place to the track to encounter a slower driver, but gets through quite cleanly. I think Ethan Martin just the back marker just holding his line, letting the faster driver find a way through, which Martin does successfully. You can see the difference there between the faster and slower drivers in the pack, just how aggressive Martin is into the corner there.
Well, I mean, it's all down to experience at the end of the day, you know. These novices are, you know, they've just started out karting, so they're still learning those basic techniques, and those techniques like, you know, you see Ethan Martin going really hard on the brakes. That's just learning how the car will feel, and you get that over time, and, you know, having track time, and track time is so important, which is what Kim Bolton does really well here, because the track is only open this weekend every month, so there's no time to go testing here or anything. And it makes the playing field very fair. But you'll see that, yeah, the novice drivers are obviously going to use the drivers that overtake them and use them as, you know, as markers, and learn what they're doing and try and, you know, copy and paste.
So let's see what Martin can do as he makes his way around towards Kim Bolton corner for the final time. It's been a perfect race for him, one would say. And over the line they go. So race win for 55 Ethan Martin. Going to be dashed to the line for second place, and Ryan Ward snatching second place, pretty much on the line for
up 20 positions. My word, P22 to P2, brilliant driving by Ryan Ward. Sorry to interrupt you.
So, he did very well there to come through the field and into third place. So Jack Lilly fifth, George Donald, Lucas Ellingham, Charlie Webb, Jack Collins, and Pearson Bullock Carter. But Ethan Martin taking the win. And as you say there, of course, Charlie, some great driving there from Ryan Ward to fight through to second place.
Well, he's definitely been here for a few years, so definitely knows how the track is going to react and how the car's going to react as well. Although he's new to his new OTK chassis, drivers here is very well at learning and adapting to new conditions and new, you know, how the car's going to perform. But he's definitely become a master of that, and brilliant driving there. You can just see how much aquaplaning there was, so the track is definitely getting worse, but hopefully soon the track can start drying up a bit, and we can have some, you know, maybe damp racing, because that's when the best racing comes out, because half the track can be dry and half the track can be wet. But we'll have to see what happens. I haven't seen the weather today, so you have to tell me about that.
It is quite consistent, one would say. I think it is supposed to abate as the day goes on, but I think it is continual rain throughout the day, so whether it may possibly dry out slightly. There is going to be a brief pause here, because I think we've still got the 155 of Luca Osman Price's cart down in the willows it's safely behind the tyre barriers. We'll just need to retrieve that cart and get it back to the paddock. So just a few moments here for our Honda 200s who are on the dummy grid right now, and they'll be making their way out onto the track very shortly. Senior Rotax, who opportunity to progress as well. It tends to be quite a fast and fearsome race, but in the meantime we're going to turn our attention, in association with iZone Driver Performance, to the Honda 200s, and they are in the line. They're in the assembly zone at the moment. They just got a few more moments to wait, because we are paused on the track at the moment. There is a stricken cart out there, Luca Osman Price's cart, expiring sadly on the very first lap. So they're just going to bring that cart back to the paddock, and we should be underway very shortly with our third race of the day. "28 races in total, and this is the first time we'll see today the Honda 200s, and these some of our younger drivers in the field, and it may be the case this will be something perhaps new to them as well. Like you say, a big thing here, Charlie, with this Kim Bolton circuit, we compare it to some of the other tracks on the karting calendar. I mean, one, for example, not too far away from here is Wilton Mill, two very different types of track. This is purely a racetrack. It's not like they can come here in the week and go testing. There's very limited chance to get used to this track. We already see a lot of drivers guesting in the club championships ahead of the likes of the UKC and the British Kart Championships, because there's not much opportunity for them to really get to know and get experienced on this track.
And I think that's what's so good about the circuit, and it provides that level playing field, because you have to learn the track so quickly, and you know, it's, as you can see, it's always changing conditions. So having to learn how the track's going to react all the time. As the gate is now being opened, we're going to get ready for our Honda 200s as they just leave the dummy grid. Chris, do you want to take it away?
Yeah, we'll have a look as they go through. It's going to be Riley Blakemore that leads them round from Ralphie Branscombe third, Harry Grant, Kevin Ivanoff, who looked so good in the previous round. He will be starting fourth. Jackson Heath fifth from Theo Hamilton, Elliot Bourke and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. Noah Clare and Bo Winslade running up the top 10, and the rest of the field made up of Jerry Dufficy, George Johnston, Reggie Dufficy, Ollie Knox and Sawyer Henderson, all out onto the track. So like we say, limited opportunity to really get to know this track. It's all down to the racing. So for some of these younger drivers, this may be the first time they've driven this Kimbolton circuit in wet conditions. They have had the 3-lap practice this morning just to have a look at the circuit, get used to some of the lines, but this will be the first time that many of them will be out in wet conditions under racing. And here they come down towards the Kestrel corner. Everyone seems to be in position quite neatly now as they make their way through. So Riley Blakemore, 68, looks like it's going to lead them away from Ralphie Branscombe on the first low row of the grid. Here they come out to the final corner, heading towards the line. And Honda 200s, it's going to be a full start there, so the drivers will hold position and we'll go around again. So another few moments here for the karts just to have a look at the circuit, have a look at the wet lines here. We've called that start off, so we're going to go around once again, headed by Riley Blakemore and Ralphie Branscombe. Harry Grant in third, Kevin Ivanoff not too far behind in fourth. So some of the big names in this class starting well at the front here. And like we say here, Charlie, of course, these karts use, similar to other forms of motorsport, Formula 1 for example, wet weather tyres, just the same here in karting. Different types of tyres for different conditions, and on a full wet day like this, they've got some pretty decent tyres on them.
Well, exactly. Well, you need that grip, especially for the sort of speeds these drivers will be carrying. And we were talking earlier about you know, the age of these drivers, you know, 8 to 16, and we were talking about how these are, you know, the start of their careers more like. And we were talking, you know, if you may have seen the Formula 1, or we got Oliver Behrman, who's just completed his first F1 weekend. And I was walking around a paddock yesterday. I remember hearing someone say that 7 years ago, Oliver Behrman was racing Honda Cadets.
He was down in this sort of class, wasn't he? Yeah, it's not all that long ago. So here we go. They're going to try again. Over the line they go. And Honda 200s this time gets underway. And the 68 of Riley Blakemore guards that inside line. Let's see if they can all get through cleanly. Nice and smooth as they make their way through Stoke Corner. You can see the drivers utilising those curbs, getting the grip out there. They all appear to have got through the first few corners okay. So it's
watch
quite a
out for
clean
Kevin
start.
Ivanoff. He's very much closed down Riley Blakemore a lot through that straight, and through the corners he's going to use that cutback manoeuvre all over the back of Riley Blakemore. When he look for a move into the Weldon complex, he jacks the rear wheel, tries to get as much grip as possible, but Riley Blakemore, brilliant start, has held on after, well, near the end of the first lap. He had Kevin Ivanoff right behind him and managed to find a bit of time through the Dan Weldon complex. But Riley Blakemore is going to lead as we come round to finish lap 1.
Yeah, so Blakemore in the lead, looking good so far. Ivanoff having a go for the lead there halfway around that lap, but just seems to have dropped back momentarily here. So he's going to be looking for lines. Ralphie Branscombe drops to third position, but still looking strong with Bo Winslade, Theo Hamilton, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Harry Grant and George Johnston a bit further behind. Noah Clare running up the top 10. And the rest of the field made up of Bourke, Heath, Dufficy, Henderson, Ollie Knox and the 24 of Reggie Dufficy rounding out the field as we look at the race leader, 68 Riley Blakemore. Ivanoff just seems to have dropped back momentarily. I think at the moment he just seems to be hunting out lines here. Another different line he took from the first lap there. There's the 28 in third. Bo Winslade up to third. Very smooth through the Dan Weldon corner. Back end just stepping out on the edge there, but keeping the traction down as well. And it looks like have a look at the lap times here when they come through, but it looks like Winslade, number 28 here, is on the move.
You just saw Riley Branscombe on your screens, and he is definitely trying to capitalise on what last month was not a very good weekend. He was leading going into turn 1 in the final, and sadly lost the rear, but made a massive comeback drive into, I think it was P6. So it was definitely something I noted down at least. But he's definitely going to try and work on not making those, mistakes. Although these drivers are young, they do tend to make a lot more mistakes. Kevin Ivanoff might have to watch out, because on the inside, that's Bew Winslade, who's made his way into second place. So a brilliant driving there by a driver on the novice plates, the number 28. So the novice plate is kind of stipulating that he's quite new to karting, and is showing up against Kevin Ivanoff, who's, I think, won the championship here last year. Has definitely been on it the last couple of rounds. So Kevin Ivanoff's going to have to watch out here. Yeah,
let's see what Ivanoff can do. Perhaps he'll be looking for lines here, because Winslade really on the move over the last 2 laps. Fastest lap of the race last time around, 57.84. There's the leader, Blakemore, over the line. Let's have a look at Winslade's time here, 57.17. So he's about half a second quicker than the race leader, 28, really charging right now, looking very smooth, and we'll watch him going through the willows here, carrying an awful lot of speed there. You can see Ivanoff having to use the curbs there, a bit more aggressive through the corner there for Ivanoff, but Winslade extremely smooth here. Just look at the inputs on the steering wheel, not much going on there, just keeping it nice and smooth, letting the cart drift through the corner, but not too much to impede the progress. And here he comes again, very quick through the Dan Weldon corner. Blakemore still turning a good pace here, though, 57.2, so he is being closed on here, but Blakemore looking good. So let's watch the 28 here of Winslade, and we'll have a look at the lap time here when they come through, see what the gap is between first and second place. So Riley Blakemore charging over the line, 57.7 last time round, and Winslade 57.08, so really closing. The gap goes down to 1.7 seconds. Still even off in third place, Branscombe, Fulbrook, Harmer, Hamilton, Noah Clare in 7th, George Johnson 8th, Elliot Bork 9th, and Sawyer Henderson rounding out the top 10. A bit further down, Elliot Bork still there in 9th place, as Henderson gets past Harry Grant, who's lost a couple of places there, but still in 11th place. Jerry Duffy 12th, Jackson Heath, Ollie Knox and Reggie Duffy rounding out the field. But at the moment here, it looks like Blakemore coming under a little bit of pressure here from Winslade as they make their way down the TKM straight, heading towards Kestrel Corner, and Winslade closing up all the time here. Let's have a look at the clock. We've got just over 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. So Winslade here, I think, could be weighing up the opportunity, going for the win here, really closing up on the leader, Blakemore, who's had a fantastic race so far, controlling the race at the front as they charge into the first corner. And you can see the Honda 200s there, Charlie, using a more of a classic line into that first corner.
Well, you see they are, taking less speed compared to the junior senior classes, because obviously, because of the age group and stuff, they do have to have lower speed engines, and but obviously they're still putting out a lot of torque, a lot of power. But Winslade is right on the back of Ronnie Blakemore, and this would be brilliant if a novice driver can actually win a race here. He's right on the back of him as we go down into the cholesterol corner. Will we have a look? I'm just having a look, and Winslade is all over the back of Blakemore right now, and he's one of the quickest out on circuit by over 6/10 compared to the driver in first. Down the start finish straight, another lap completed, 2 minutes and 12 seconds off the clock. Yellow flags are out as a driver has lost the rear, just coming out of turn 3.
I think that's the 24, Reggie Duffy, lost the back end, but appears to be okay. Here's the battle for the lead, though. Riley Blakemore coming under pressure, as they always say in racing. Catching up is one thing, getting past can be another. So let's see what Winslade can do. He has a peek down the inside, going into the into Derek's corner, and just loses out slightly there as Blakemore again gets the advantage out of the corner. They make their way up to the top of the circuit now, so Blakemore still leading. Winslade in second. Winslade is quick out of the Dan Weldon corner, though. Let's see what he can do. Can he make the advantage pass? No. Looks like Blakemore holds on. They got Duffy just a little bit further ahead, who's got back on the track after spinning off, so that could be another contender for the drivers. We've got just over 1 minute left on the clock, so they'll have 2 more laps after this one, would say, as they make their way out to the final corner. And I think Blakemore certainly knows that Winslade's there, and is making a good fight. He looks to hold on to his lead.
Well, he's definitely took him trying to get that slipstream down the straight, and I can really see he was closing in on that braking zone into the final corner. Riley Blakemore all over the curbs, has made a couple mistakes, so Winslade has got the run, and will he go for the inside into the bus stop? He has a look, and he's going to hook the cart there, and through goes Bew Winslade, the number 28, who has somehow found a lot of time compared to the other drivers. I mean, all these drivers learn at different rates, but has managed his way through. Blakemore manages to find the gap and gets back through, but Winslade all over the back of Blake. Oh wow, Blakemore! That was more of a like a Schumacher overtake from you know, Spa-Francorchamps, and somehow Blakemore managed to try and find his way through in the second to last corner, overtaking that back marker. He's back on the inside again into turn one. He has a look but has to hold back. But Bew Winslade, what a brilliant drive this is from, I think it was P3 or P4 on the grid. Actually, no, he's made up 9 positions. So from P10 on the grid, takes the lead without... with just under... Well, no, the time is out, actually.
Yeah,
so
next time round will be the last lap, won't it? I think, looking at this, it's so Winslade leading from Blakemore Ivanov third, who's still running quite well, just a little bit further behind these leaders. Branscombe, one of the early pace setters, still there in fourth place. Jack Paul Bracama, Noah Clark, Theo Hamilton, seventh, Elliot Bourke, and Sawyer Henderson from George Johnston. So the race just starting to settle down a bit now, with Harry Grant, Jerry Duffsey, Jackson Heath, Ollie Knox, and Reggie Duffsey, who span out on the previous lap, still going at the back of the field in 15th place, just behind these drivers as they make their way through onto the last lap. And leading the way is the 28 of Bew Winslade, who sets another fastest lap of the race. Blakemore just started to tag onto the back of Winslade here, looking at the lines. Well, we'll watch Winslade going through the willows once again, keeping it very smooth indeed. And I think Blakemore just started to copy some of those lines there. You can see really starting to pick up the pace. And Blakemore setting his own fastest lap of the race last time round, just starting to keep up with the every opportunity to try and snatch that win back. Ivanov watching in third place, a bit further behind now. The gap goes up to over 5 seconds. As Blakemore again just looking at the lines, but Winslade, I think this is about his quickest corner. Very quick again. You see him pulling the gap through Dan Weldon corner. And that should be enough if he can just nail these last 2 corners. He's just pulled enough of a gap there to stop being passed. And through Kimbolton corner goes Bew Winslade, and capping off what has been a super race for him there. Checker flag goes out and Winslade takes the checker flag.
Oh, he's definitely happy about that one. Both hands in the air. And I mean, he definitely should be. From P10 on the grid, making up 9 positions. He's still going. He's very, very happy about that one. And he has every right to do so. Brilliant driving there by Bew Winslade, who was very much one of the quickest out there on circuit. My word, what a brilliant race. And Riley Blakemore just holding on to second place there. He definitely had to try and find different tactics to try and get past. You know, he tried and use that back marker to make a move, but just wasn't enough. And Bew Winslade manages to hold on. There's a lot of drivers who are definitely happy about their results, and so they should be. All drivers have done very well here, especially in these wet weather conditions. You see some drivers, the number 21 there of Ollie Knox, who finished P12, made up 2 places. So it's always better to go front, to go forwards and backwards. So all drivers can give themselves a pat on the back, and a job well done.
So coming up next, we have the Micromax Waterswift restricted class for their first race of the day. They'll be out on course very moment. This, of course, is the first block of racing our heats. And they'll be getting underway just a few moments in association, of course, with Torque Racewear, who will have the Driver of the Day award later on today. And they'll be out on the course very moment. So this is the Micromax UK, and this is the Waterswift restricted. So just to explain perhaps to some of our new people, of course, this is the Waterswift restricted. What exactly does that mean?
Well, it's water-cooled engine. So to be honest, I couldn't really tell you how the water-cooled works. I'm supposed to be the technical guy, and I seem to not know, because I mean, these are really new. I think they've just come in the past year or so. So definitely a new engine to get used to, and these new chassis as well, because they used to be 900 millimeters, and now the 950 millimeters. So the cars have the drivers have a lot more work to do with the carts to kind of get them pointing in the right directions. But
So,
I want to talk about this race actually, because last month Lucian Smith, I think it was Lucian Smith and Sebastian Behrman, these two drivers were on form and showed some really brilliant battles all through the races last month and the month before. So if we can try and get the same guys, it'll be really perfect for us. And coming down, we're about to get started here. I think not so. It's a false start. So some of the drivers just behind need to try and close up the gap and you know, have a fair advantage when it comes to the start of the race here. But yeah, very much Lucian Smith, who showed brilliant signs in the heats last month, and threw all at it in the final with a brilliant battle with Sebastian Behrman and Austin Oman, if I can remember. So if Austin's here this weekend, that's definitely someone to watch out for as well. I don't think so. I'm just having a look through the grid, but watch out for Sebastian Behrman, who was very, very quick.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes on in just a few moments as the drivers again get themselves back into position. 60cc water-cooled engines, these ones, so that's something we see one of the youth classes in motocross, 65s to be precise nowadays, but that's the same kind of thing, very small single-stroke, single-cylinder, I should say, two-stroke machinery as they make their way through the Kimbolton corner. 44, Lucian Smith on the inside there. There's the number 12 getting into position there, Harris Barber. I think there was a little bit of a confusion there, just making sure everyone's in the right position. Here we go again, so Micromax UK.
Oh my word! Just off your screen
12.
there, you can just see a massive crash there. I couldn't really see who that was, but as these drivers were having to go slow, I think that was number 12.
Yeah.
So that was Harris Barber. So all these drivers kind of have to go slow when they do this warming up lap. And that can cause sort of collisions where you hit someone really hard up from behind, and especially in these wet weather conditions, it's so easy to lose control. So I can just see when the marshal's walking over now, I was going to have a look at getting that barrier fixed. But I hope that driver is okay, because he took a nasty hit to the wall there.
Yeah, he did well to get back underway there. He was at the back of the field there. Harris Barber got spun, just caught the back end of another cart there and got punted off into the tyre barriers quite heavily, but he still, I think the cart's okay as well. Driver and the machinery okay. We might see him on the screen getting back into position here. The marshal's very quickly making sure those tyre barriers are in position. You'll see the marshal there just at the back of the screen there, who's, don't think there's anything too serious. Looks like the barrier is relatively undamaged. And there is the number 12 of Harris Barber, who's unfazed by that rather nasty shunt into the barriers there. We're going to try and go again. Our third attempt at the start here of Micromax. They come out of the final corner and over the line they go, but
it looks a bit scruffy, but we're underway.
Let it go.
And Lucian Smith is going to hold that inside line into turn one. Oh no, there's a couple of spinners there.
James Devereux went out there and taking a couple of other drivers with him. As you can see, the back markers there all filtering into position. That's not going to bother the number 46 of Lucian Smith, Austin Oman, on his tail. Those casualties on the first corner seem to have got themselves going again, so everyone back out on track. And right at the back there, James Devereux starting to pick off a couple of places at the back of the field. But a very neat start there for Lucian Smith. Harris Barber, who's had a very interesting race so far. It's all going to come to an end for him, sadly, because he's got a technical flag. And just to explain there, of course, Charlie, that is the stewards have found something on the cart that's making it unsafe to continue.
Yeah, and obviously safety is key with these drivers, and you don't want parts flying off. Oh, there's a problem there for the 89. I think that is, let me just have a look at my screen, that's George Weldon. So I think he's lost the rear there coming out of the Dan Weldon complex. But yeah, no, the technical flag, meaning that, you know, something is about to fall off or has fallen off your car, has made your car unsafe to be on circuit, so you're going to have to come in. And the drivers do get 3 attempts to come into the pits, because obviously in that race and adrenaline, you don't want to come into the pits. You don't care if your cart's all mashed up. You don't want to come in. You want to carry on racing. But obviously safety is always key.
Looked like the again, it's just a very brief visual from the commentary tower. Looked like the rear bumper was hanging loose on that number 12 possibly. So may have been a result of that impact with the tyre barriers. As we look at the number 11 there of Austin Oman, trying to keep up with Lucian Smith, who's looking very neat at the front of the field. The 37 there, keeping the pressure on there. Sebastian Behrman Drifting on the outside is number 16. Hits trouble there a bit further down the field. That is Jensen Darlow. I think that was up at the Dan Weldon corner.
Watch out for Behrman on the inside of Austin Oman going into the turn one. Will he hold it? He gives Oman the space, and Oman on the dummy manages to get back through. So I was speaking earlier about how good these drivers are with their racecraft skills are pretty much on point for the age of these drivers. And they're definitely showing a fight already. Sebastian Behrman just holding back a bit. And we're talking about the Behrman family as well. I don't think he's anything related, but the Behrman's really showing that in a few years you can go from cadet karting straight up to the top. So this is obviously the start of careers for some of these drivers who are wishing to, you know, make a name for themselves in the racing industry. But so far, Sebastian Behrman has made a brilliant start to this race, who has made up 6 positions, and it's all over the back of Austin Oman. Tried to find a way through, but Austin Oman threw him the dummy and held his place.
You look a bit further down there in some of the midfield battles there. We just saw the number 47, and that's the one of the Waterswift machines there are Reggie Chandler, Louis William Mabs in 15th position, with William Crombie and Mason Hibbert a bit further up the field as we again focus on this battle for second place between Behrman, who's now made his stick, and Austin Oman in third. And they are just starting to draw in here. Dayan Singh Pahal, the number 23. Look at the back of the screen. You should see him coming into the shot. There he is with the white helmet. Pahal up to 4th. Alessandro Salas not too far behind in 5th position. And they're just trying to get involved in this fight for second place as the leaders now make their way towards the Castrol corner through Kimbolton. Still looking at the 37 of Sebastian Behrman. In second place, race leader is Lucian Smith, looking quite comfortable at the front of the field. There was a spinner just in front of these drivers, but clear track now, so nothing too much for Smith to worry about so far as he neatly makes his way. You see the kart, just a little bit of understeer going into the corner because of the wet weather conditions, but he's got that line looking quite neat so far. And actually Smith setting the fastest lap of the race there, 55.90, so Smith looking quite good so far. And you can see for yourself the gap quite substantial, 3.2 seconds on that previous lap. And Smith, number 44, your race leader, doing very well in these tough conditions.
Well, he's definitely got the kart dialed up, and you can sort of see the technique he's using when he brakes and he turns into the corner. He kind of waits for the kart to grip up, and then that's his initial turning. So obviously, because the kart just take a while to get gripped up, you just saw it there. He'll turn very hard just to try and get that initial grip, and then slowly feed the steering out as he comes through the corner. But so far, Lucian Smith has pulled a brilliant gap and is looking strong here to take the win. I'm not gonna do a commentator's curse so far, because anything can happen in the next 3 minutes. But so far, he's looking strong.
Yeah, really aggressive on those curbs through the willows there as he makes his way through. Behrman still second, Oman third, Pahal, Salas, Hibbert, Radcliffe and Finley Beals in 8th position. Logan Rolfe appears to have dropped a few places in the midfield as we watch number 37 here of Sebastian Behrman just starting to pull away a bit now from Austin Oman in third. That great battle earlier on. At the moment it looks like Behrman has got that one under control and just charging down the track now, making his way down TKM straight as he tries to close up on the race leader Lucian Smith, who is starting to close up on 1 or 2 of the back markers. You see another spinning driver there, couldn't quite get the number.
That's George Weldon again, 89. So he's definitely having to try and learn these new conditions. He hasn't been racing for long, and obviously the past couple of months have just been dry weather. So this is the first time this year these drivers are trying to get used to those new weather conditions of being torrential rain and no grip on circuit. Austin Oman, you can see on your screens there, very, very smooth through the willow section, just trying to hold the speed up and carry as much speed as he can through the corners. But I'd watch out for Dayan Singh Pahal, who is all over the back of Austin Oman. He's looking for that podium spot. And Alessandro Sales in that TWM machine just behind. He's trying to trying to find a way through. But these drivers, you can just see how much aquaplaning through the corner and how much spray is being kicked up. So brilliant driving here by all our drivers. There's one of our back markers there. I couldn't see that one. I think that was a 69.
I think Logan Baker, 21st place, who just sticks to his line, lets the faster drivers find a way through. Although I think Salas has struggled to get through there. So Smith leading, the gap 7.1 seconds. That's a big margin for karting, you would say. Behrman second as we focus on the fight for third here, as Oman still leading that group. Bahal now really putting the pressure on, though. 23, and Deon Singh Bahal has really come good in this race. Got some good lines together, and slowly but surely closing up on that.
There he goes. Bahal on the inside of Austin Oman for the final podium spot. He gets the kart stop, goes a bit wide, and Austin Oman on the cutback. He's got the speed and the momentum. Will he go round the outside into the Weldon Complex? My word, what a move by Austin Oman. Loses the rear a bit going through the Weldon Complex, trying to get the kart stop. And Alessandro Sales is loving this battle because he's just waiting for his moment to come where he can try and see if he can sneak through on his two drivers. But Deon Singh Bahal, brilliant driving. He's trying to find his way through, but Austin Oman, he found the cutback after I think Bahal went into the bus a bit too hard. But here comes Deon Singh Bahal back on the inside. Austin Oman, when he do that cutback manoeuvre that he did earlier on Sebastian Behrman, I believe, doesn't have a look, but he's going to try and hold on. You know, P4 is still a good finish to his heat. You know, the heat isn't the end of the world when it comes to a race day. It's all about the final and getting that podium spot to win a prize. Because podium spots means trophies, and this is what all these drivers are working towards. And, you know, the more trophies, the more confidence you can really get as well.
Here we go then, heading towards the last lap as Lucian Smith has just gone over the line to take the last lap. We're looking at this fight for third place. Smith really running away with this race so far with 1 lap to go, as we focus on this very close fight for third position. Bahal has now managed to consolidate that position, and it looks like Alessandro Salas started to get involved in this one as Bahal has a little glance over the shoulder there. Salas has looked down the inside. Oh, he's overcompensated though, and the back end steps out on him. Really went down the inside, but it's not going to affect him too much. I think Salas actually remained in 5th place, so let's have a look at that again. You'll see Salas coming down the inside. Well, they're looking at Lucian Smith right now, the race leader. But yeah, Salas just seemed to lose that back end, but nothing too serious. But Lucian Smith having a fantastic race here.
Well, it happens to the best of drivers, and Alessandro Salas, it was a slight mistake that lost him that spot. But Lucian Smith ran a final corner, takes the win, followed by Sebastian Behrman, who's going to come in 2nd place. But brilliant driving there by our Micromaxes. And Lucian Smith, who managed to get a gap early on, didn't have to do much battling, and kind of let Behrman and Oman have a little scrap during the race to try and pull that gap. Lucian Smith taking the lead, taking the win. But here's a replay. So Salas on the inside just kind of loses the rear. I think he locked the brakes a bit, and the second you lose the brakes, you're just a passenger. And unfortunately, that kind of ruined his race, and he had to fall back into 5th. But a brilliant drive. Oh, that's Mason Hibbert, the number 77, who managed to make 15 places. 14. 14 places to make up P6. Watch out for William Crombie as well, who managed to make up 13 places to P10. But a brilliant drive there by our Micromaxes. Lucian Smith takes a win by a whopping 9.9 seconds. So you could have chucked a 5-second penalty at him, and he still won.
Yeah, so that's a big margin in a karting race, I would say, in these heat race styles. So very well done there to Lucian Smith. As Zach Andrew, 18th position there, goes over the line. And I think everybody who finished that race deserved particular credit there, because it was very tough conditions. Unfortunate, of course, for Harris Barber, the only retirement due to the technical trouble at the start of the race. So he'll be looking to dust himself down and go again a little bit later on. Waiting now for the KZ UK karts to come out for their first race of the day. This, of course, the first of 2 heat races. We've got a 28 race program in total. We're about to start race number 5 here with the KZ UK karts. Each group will have 2 heat races, and later on today going through to the final. So in association with Amesbury Plant Hire, who once again have done a great job of cleaning this track, getting it prepped for racing today. And we look forward to our KZ UK drivers in just a few moments. The field made up of Richard Palmer, number 17, from Ryan Green in kart 97. Hannah Lang and Sam Johns on road number 2. Derek Morgan, James Harvey, Isaac Smith, Daniel Tribula, and Jason Baker rounding out the field as they make their way onto the course in just a few moments. 2 heat races for the respective groups. and finals this afternoon. And of course, for the junior and senior Rotax drivers, they will have the B final and the A final. So there is your grid: Richard Palmer from Ryan Green, Hannah Lang, Sam Johns, Derek Morgan, James Harvey, and the rest of the field made up of Isaac Smith in 7th position, Daniel Tribula, and 38 of Jason Baker rounding out the field. So this, I think, will be a spectacular race in these very quick karts. You saw how great they were last time out in February, and this time, of course, they got to go out in the wet conditions. So we know how quick these karts have been in dry conditions. We're almost looking at about 100 miles an hour down the main straight, really getting some fantastic speed, and it's going to be tough in this wet weather.
Well, I'd be scared to drive a KZ on its own, never mind in the wet. So you can just see these drivers are actually going to get 2 formation laps because, I mean, you know, the tyres, they need to get heat into first, and this is for a safety reason, because if you've got cold tyres in a KZ kart, going into turn 1, you know, you're at over 90 to 100 miles an hour, and if you don't have the tyres, you don't have the brakes to stop because it hasn't got any heat into them, then, you know, it can be... Well, obviously, we know about how dangerous the sport is, but, you know, this can be very, very dangerous, especially for these drivers. But, I mean, KZ, what a spectacle. I mean, yeah, we watched it last month, and especially the race starts. I mean, you can't fault, you know, watching, because the initial torque on these karts are so good that they get off the line so quickly, and you can just see off the commentary box, some of these drivers are getting ready to go.
So we'll see. It's going to be tough here. Of course, a standing start in the wet conditions. The red flag out to bring the drivers onto the grid, and it'll be tough, I think, to get the power down in such wet conditions. It's a little bit wet on the inside as well. Now, of course, they do have the benefit of the 3 brakes on this one, a little bit more stopping power, but even so, it's going to be quite technical as the drivers get themselves into position there. I think number 7 there, that was Derek Morgan, I think, maybe in the wrong position. So the marshals having to swap them round. I think Hannah Long there, number 91, Hannah Lang there, calling perhaps another go-round. I think they're going to start the drivers. Yeah,
we're going round again. So I think that was Derek Morgan who was trying to work out where his spot was. But this actually be really good for the drivers, so, you know, have a little bit of a practice start.
I was thinking there was 1 or 2 drivers a bit savvy there, just very quick to call for that run around, weren't they? Just to get a chance to, like I said, a bit of a practice start almost.
Well, it's good for the drivers because obviously they need to work out, you know, their clutch biting points. You know, it's sort of like a road car pretty much. These KZ gearbox karts, because you kind of have to, you know, let the clutch off slowly and find that biting point when the cart's starting to roll, and then that's when you dump the clutch and you're off and away. But yeah, it looked like a couple of drivers there couldn't really find which grid spots, because actually on the circuit there's it's kind of 2 different grid spots. Trying to work out which one was which can sometimes be confusing for the drivers, and I think they definitely have a lot to think about when it comes to actually being on circuit. So we're just going around now. There's one of our drivers doing a little bit of a practice start, getting ready to go for the first heat here in the KZ UK class.
So we go again. There's the number 17 at the front there, Richard Palmer, with Ryan Green alongside, Hannah Lang and Derek Morgan alongside. So the marshals look happy with that one. I think the drivers are pretty much in position, just waiting for Jason Baker to take his position at the back of the grid. And KZ UK, race number 1 of the day, our first heat race of the KZ, is about to get underway. Nice clean start there for the number 97, immediately tries to squeeze the race leader Palmer down the inside, but Palmer holds his line, and the unfortunate Ryan Green forced a little bit wide in the first corner. Oh, good move there for the number 7 though. Look at that from Derek Morgan, flying through the field up to 2nd place now. Looks like going past, I think that's Hannah Lang in 2nd.
That's on the outside, going into the Weldon Complex, manages to get it done. So a brave move there by Derek Morgan. Hannah Lang had a brilliant start there. There's Daniel Sabula, who won here last time out in the final after a quite exciting final where some of the drivers got hit by gravel going to the Weldon Complex. And you know, the Weldon Complex is a very, very hard braking zone to get right, and especially when there's you know, some sort of different surface out on circuit. But coming round turn 1, that's Derek Morgan right on the back of Richard Palmer. Richard Palmer holding on here, but Derek Morgan's definitely found his, definitely got the cart tuning.
Morgan has started this race very aggressively, took a lot of places on that first lap and immediately putting the race leader under pressure. Morgan having a look down the inside and, of course, looking to try and make that advantage count on the opening couple of laps here before Palmer really starts to get used to the track, get used to the lines here. As Morgan again having a peek down the inside as they make their way through the Kestrel corner, but doesn't find a way through it.
There he
lovely
goes.
Move there.
Derek Morgan on the inside, but he doesn't get the power down, but they're side by side. He was spinning up the rears. Holds it on the inside. Will he get the kart stopped? Just about, but round the outside. Richard Palmer's not giving this one up just yet. Derek Morgan has to definitely watch out for Richard Palmer all over the back of him.
And again there, Derek Morgan using that extreme inside line on the exit for Kimbolta corner. We'll watch him in a few moments when he comes back round to complete the lap. There's the deposed race leader, one might say. Richard Palmer now in second. It's Jabula up to third, making his way through the field. Hannah Lang in fourth. Isaac Smith, Ryan Green, Sam Johns. And watch the race leader here, number 7. Is he going to do the same again? Early turn in and a very tight line out of that final corner. He's making that one work, and you can already see there that Richard Palmer and Daniel Chibula behind just starting to copy the race leader's line there.
I mean, if there anyone you want to copy, it's the leader, because he's probably the quickest out on circuit. And sure, actually, Daniel Sabula on our screens right now is the quickest out on circuit. Derek Morgan has got the fastest Sector 2 and Sector 3, but Daniel Sabula is finding that time in the first sector and is able to close in here on Richard Palmer. Will he have a look in the next couple laps? But Derek Morgan, he's got the move sorted and he's starting to pull a bit of a gap now. So already has, I think that's over a second gap already. So Derek Morgan, he's definitely found the limit and is trying not to go over that limit. But Daniel Spooler, he's closed in on Richard Palmer. So it's just a move into turn 1. We'll have to wait and see. He just holds his line there. He has a look on the inside. Richard Palmer closes the door and says, "You have to wait another day, mister." But Daniel Sabula, he's holding on quite nicely here. Will we have a look into Dan Walden Complex as we come down the back straight? He's just going to hold on. Will he have a look? I don't think so. But I think, looking on the timings here, I think Richard Palmer is actually a lot quicker in the second and third sector. So this is his chance to kind of get away, and then Sabula kind of closes up in the first sector. So the kind of the turn 1 and the Willow Complex, the first 3 corners, is where he kind of finds his time. But you just see how much Sabula closes in on that inside line. When the driver goes out wide, he kind of, does the cutback, so he gets a good exit, but his entry isn't always best. He's having a look again, but Richard Palmer's closing the door, firm shut. Dan Spooler has a look again. He knows, and he's trying out different lines now. And he's actually got the run here. Side by side, down the back straight. Sabula thinks better off it. And he knows that, that's not always the best idea, especially with the speeds these KZ carts go up to. We were just talking about earlier, they can go up to about 100 miles an hour, which means that they have to use the front brake discs or the side-by-side
nice
again.
Line there. He's going to try and switch on the inside again. Now, that's inside line working well. Pucciabulli gets the apex of the corner.
Oh,
wheel to wheel out there. Here they come. There's the race leader, Morgan, cleared away at the front now. But this time, Sabula's got the drive down the straight. He's going to guard that inside line. Can make sure he doesn't outbrake himself here. Does very neatly to make that corner stick through Stowe Corner. Heading through the Willows Complex. That right, left, right flick that takes them down onto the Amitsu Straight. And you may have noticed here, of course, they leave out the Derek's corner section. They need that extra pace down the straight there to reopen the legs up on these carts, you would say. So Morgan leads, Jabula now second, number 12 that we're looking at now. Palmer third, Lang in fourth, Johns fifth, Isaac Smith, Ryan Green, James Harvey, and Jason Baker still rounding out the field. And there again we see the number 7 of Derek Morgan using that extreme inside line. Looking for the dry lines. The rain has abated slightly, so whether it's going to be enough to create any kind of a dry line like that, I don't think it will, but you can see Derek Morgan very neatly making his way through the Willows, down the Amitsu Straight once again. And like we say here, the Derek's corner section, this is cut out for these carts.
Yes, I think it's also for a bit of a safety reason, but it does also, get the excitement real as they're able to, open the carts up and you go through all the 6 gears that they have on these machinery. But I think some people actually get really surprised about how quick these karts actually are and their sudden torque. I remember watching a video of a KZ against a Ferrari 488, and the KZ actually beat it off the line, 0 to 60. I mean, the sort of you look at the charts and the sort of speeds these KZ karts can get up to, and can get up to so quickly, is very, very it beats against some of the supercars that you may see, you know, on the road.
You look at some of the lines they can carry as well. Derek Morgan at the inside line there. On some of the less powerful karts, perhaps not so much torque. They have to take more of a sweeping line. But Morgan able to use those really tight sweeping lines as Jabula starts to pull away slightly from the early leader, Richard Palmer, who's still looking neat in third place. Making their way through Kestrel corner into the Kimbolton corner. The race leader just out of your shot there. Derek Morgan over the line, another fastest lap of the race there, 43.25. So these KZ karts are really motoring right now. There's Jabula in second, who's had a good, neat race. Looking strong in second place. Palmer third, Lang in fourth. And Sam Johns a little bit further behind. But at the moment here, we've got 1 minute left on the clock plus 1 lap remaining. And with Jabula in second, the race just starting to settle down a bit here.
Looks like Daniel Spooler kind of made a mistake into coming out of turn one. Because it's very easy to miss the gears here on these KZ karts. There's an off there, and that's number 26 there. So that's James Harvey, who's gone into turn one, and it's very easy to lose these karts, especially with the speeds they're going at. But to also help with their braking force, you have got these front brake discs. If you look closely at the front of these karts, you can see little brake discs, and these help stop the car, because obviously, you know, 100 miles an hour into a corner, if you use normal brakes, you know, you're not getting that car stopped for the corner. So they kind of also help with the front brake, with the front of the cart braking, just to try and help get that get the whole cart stopped for the corner, and then it can obviously work on how they get through the corner. But they also use the engine braking as well, because, you know, they go down the gears very quickly just to try and get you know, like a sudden panic to get the cart stopped. But now the last lap board just off the commentary box is out. So Derek Morgan, who's been pretty much on it throughout this whole race, he's over a second quicker than the rest of the pack, has managed to pull a 7-second lead. So we've seen in the wet racing so far, big gaps are able to be drawn.
There's Hannah Lang there, that very neat looking Formula K kart there. Currently in fourth place, number 91, as she makes her way through the willows to the final time. And Sam Johns 127, not too far behind there. Isaac Smith as well, as again we look at the number 17, the third place driver of Richard Palmer, who's having a good neat race in third position in this first heat. Meanwhile, the race leader Derek Morgan making his way out to the final corner and over the line to win the first race for KZ UK. Had a very aggressive couple of opening laps, and I think sometimes there, Charlie, there's Chirilla in second, Palmer in third. I think sometimes that's what it's all about. If you're confident in the wet, is obviously not being too rash and crashing off the circuit, but getting an elbow out, getting the front wheel in there, and just aggressively staking your claim on the opening laps to get to the front.
Well, you definitely have to bide your time when it comes to wet weather conditions, because it's not all about you know, trying to find those racing lines. It's about how much speed you can carry through a corner, and how early you can get on the throttle and get out that corner and get down the straights. But these KZ karts have really shown themselves what they can do. That's the 36 just coming in. That's 38 actually, just coming to the pits. That's Jason Baker. Our next class getting ready to go. That's the mini Inters. So they are getting ready for their first heat of the day. KZ was a brilliant race, but I'm definitely excited for what the mini Inters have to bring.
Yeah, and again the rain really starting to return and fall quite heavily as the mini Inters make their way out on the track very shortly. And they've got 3 more heat races to go in this first block. We've got 2 heat races that will determine the grid positions for the finals later on today. Track is clear, and we should be ready to go very shortly for what will be our 6th race of the race meeting here. This is the 3rd round of the Hunts Kart Racing Club 2024 season here at Kimbolton. The track just under 1 kilometre long. Been here, of course, since the late 1950s. It's the site of a former US Air Force bomber base in World War II. Like a lot of motorsport venues in the UK, having the military origins. And there's actually in the clubhouse here, there's some great artifacts of the site's military history as well, along with the karting, as we see our drivers make their way out onto the course now. We've got Benjamin Lawn from Harry Bell, 81 there, Finley Lines, Edward Haynes, Adam Turacek in 22, Finley Hines, Amrit Singh Atwell there as well, number 13 from Noah Moulton, 54, as they make their way down the TKM straight and heading towards Kestrel Corner. The drivers now started to bunch up into position. Let's hope for a clean start first time out here. Get this race underway. Big group of drivers here actually in the mini inters. So the first couple of laps here will be very important indeed. Here we go. Over the line, and mini inters start called off here, going for another run round here.
Yeah, it looks like the drivers weren't all formed up, and some of the drivers just sitting off the back of the pack here, so need to try and find their way to where they should be on the starting grid, and hopefully next time around we can get racing. But some drivers to look out for. Watch out for Finley Lines, who definitely was on it last month. I think managed to take the win last month. Watch out for Luke Holmes-Ballock as well, who was on it during the races as well last year. And watch out for Jensen Sale, who I think actually won a championship here last year. So brilliant to see all drivers back out in action again. And hopefully we can get racing shortly.
So here they come round in towards the Kimbolton corner. Moments here as we get for Lawn to get underway. Abel, Finley Lines and Edward Haynes right there. Out to the final corner they go. And over the line is a bit of banging there in the grid, but looks like it's okay.
Down. Oh, that Finley Lines on the inside. So Finley Lines is trying to find a way through and he's made a bit of contact with one of the Coles drivers. I couldn't really see who that was.
Might have been Benjamin Lawn there, 85.
But there's so many drivers trying to get into one small bit of tarmac. Turn one isn't always really the openest of corners, and especially when you're trying to go 4 or 5 wide down into that first corner, it can never always go out well. But Finley Lines is all over our leader, which is the number
39, I think. Harry Bell getting underway in the first lap, so Lines second. Looks like Edward Haynes has got through as well. Turacek in number 22, Finley Hines, and Atwell, number 13, also well placed as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner for the first time. 4 drivers piling through that final corner. And Lawn with the sweep on the outside lines, right on his tail, switches to the inside as they make their way just through the camera shot there. And they pile down into the first corner. The rest of the pack go charging through in Lines with a very neat move, takes the lead. Although a little bit too much curb there, possibly. That might allow Haynes into it.
There's Edward Haynes on the inside of Finley Lines. So Finley Lines made a bit of a mistake there, and Edward Haynes was able to capitalise on that. Watch out behind for Harry Bell, who had a brilliant start to this race and is all over the back of Finley Lines. Manages to get alongside. Will he go around the outside? He thinks better off it and holds back a bit. Finley Lines fully jacked up that car, and who is that coming through? I couldn't really see who that was. I think that's that's Adam Turek. So Adam Turek, there's the drivers all over the place here at Kimbolton, and James and Adam Turek managed to make his way through on Harry Bell, and I think that was James Fabricus who is trying to look at getting his way through as well. But Edward Haynes had a brilliant start to this race and is holding on in the lead here. Finley Lines just holding on in second place after making that small mistake, and mistakes can cost you wisely if you don't bide your time.
Fabricus there taking a very aggressive line into the first corner on the extreme outside, and then really throwing the kart into the corner and just trying to close up on the number 22 Turek there. Very neat, well turned out machine there, holding the inside line, making the driver chase do all the work here. And again, you can see the drivers fighting for grip, a little bit of understeer as they go charging through the Dan Weldon corner. And then the kart just comes back towards them as they make their way down the TKM straight. Race leader still Edward Haynes. And this battle for third position just starting to develop here as Finley Lines tries to close back up. He got the lead earlier on, but a small mistake, a little bit too much curb, bounced himself wide, and that's allowed Edward Haynes into the lead. Finley Lines still there, and look at this fight here. Turek holding the inside, and Fabricus wide, tries to square the turn off there. And again, you can see the drivers aggressively using the curbs as they all make their way through. And at the moment, this is turning into quite a close battle for third position.
Well, anyone wants that final podium spot, and if anyone's going to take it, it's going to be James Fabricus, as he's all over the back of Adam Turek. And I was just speaking about, oh, actually, he's going to look on the inside, thinks of it, but doesn't manage to get it done. But watch out for Kean Bernard and Luca Holmes-Balak, the two drivers in P6 and P5 working together to get onto the back of P4 and P3 here, so maybe they can have a look at a podium spot. But I was just speaking about Harry Bell, who has had a rough couple laps, has dropped a few places, and he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to try and close up. But if anything, Alan Turek and James Fabricus need to start working together, because Kean Bernard and Luca Holmes-Balak are really closing down right now, with just about 4 minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. There's a lot of time that can be gained or lost in the next few laps. Adam Turek's just holding on. Oh no, that's James Fabricus. Kind of hits the back of Adam Turek and loses. Oh, there's another couple of drivers there off.
Oh, 56. That's been down on the edge of the top 10 there. Blair Smith goes off, and this is what happens sometimes. You see a driver spinning off, and just that little lapse of concentration means that you go off as well. But none of that's bothering, of course. This group will go piling through. There's the number 39 in there as well in the midfield. Harry Bell, Sebastian Clark, Jensen Sale, Louis Radcliffe, Nathan Edwards all fighting away. And another one in trouble there. Number 70, that's Drew Davidson, who was in 19th place, and I think has gone off on the exit of the Dan Weldon corner. There is the 182 there, Kean Bernard, who's had a neat little race here, picking his way now into 4th place, fighting with Luca Holmes-Balak. And Kean Bernard there, a driver we've not really talked about this race, but he's slowly but surely starting to pick his way through the field here.
Brilliant driving here by Kean Bernard on that Zipcar chassis, following just behind as they go through a yellow flag sector. That's Luca Holmes-Balak, who's on that Synergy, who's just trying to work with Kean Bernard here. They might be quite far apart from each other, but are trying to follow each other, try and work together, try not to do anything silly as they just come through that yellow flag sector, so they can continue racing from now on, as obviously the yellow flag does mean no overtaking. As we saw, as we see Edward Haynes, there's our leader, getting the car stop, using the curb to rotate, and is driving brilliantly so far. He'll stay off the curbs here on that second. He'll stay himself the first curb on the Willow section, but climbs the second one just to try and get the power down as early as he can. But Finney Lyons, he's struggling to get onto the back of him at the moment. Edward Haynes half a second faster than Finney Lyons, so Finney Lyons has definitely got some work to do as they come off circuit, because when they come off circuit they have got to do them setup changes. There's a lot of setup changes you can do to these karts, and these drivers will be gathering you know, what the kart is doing, and they'll feel what the kart is doing and gathering feedback, getting ready to tell the mechanics when they get off circuit, and the mechanics can, you know, listen to their feedback and change the setup of the kart to how the driver likes it.
There is the number 81 of Finley Lyons in second, who's trying to close up on the race leader, but not really at the moment. It looks like Edward Haynes has really started to find some lines out there. He came under a lot of pressure from Lyons earlier on in this race, but at the moment it's a relatively steady 1 and 2, but certainly Lyons in second, number 81, is not going to give this one up lightly. The gap around about 2 seconds. We'll have a look when they come round once again. I think, though, they should squeeze through before the last lap board goes out. So we're going to have 2 more laps to go after this one. And you can see Lyons there with the slightly orange tinted visor just to help the visibility in such damp conditions. It's not the most... it's quite misty out there as well, so you see some of the drivers opting for those tinted visors with the lighter colours to help them pick their way around the circuit a little bit easier. 37 seconds on the clock, so 2 laps to go, I should say, including the lap they've just started, and the gap remains at 2.1 seconds between first and second. Turek in third in the number 22, closely followed by Kean Bernard, who's still having that neat move through the top 10, still in 4th place. Otis Cleary, Finley Hines in 6th position, Leo Livings, Luca Holmes-Balak in 8th position, Jensen Sale and Noah Moulton rounding out the top 10. A bit further behind there is Louis Radcliffe, Harry Bell fighting away. As we look at Finley Lyons just driving out of the camera shot there as he chases Edward Haynes, the race leader, And still this relatively close fight for third place. One wheel off the ground there for Turek there on the number 22, being, I think all of the drivers, a lot of them really been aggressive into those right-handers to get the grip there.
Well, you really need to be aggressive in these conditions to get, to get the tyres working, because of the more pressure you can put on the tyre, the more grip you can generate. And Kean Bernard and Adam Turek are definitely doing that at the moment. You'll see Adam Turek as he comes into the first corner, he'll full locks as he hits the curb, bounces all over, and Kean Bernard is trying to find those, trying to find a way through.
Very wide there onto the first corner, looking for that. I think he's just looking for that cutback going through the Stowe corner there. Still drivers looking for lines here, it seems.
Yes, and you were talking about the clear visors earlier, and one thing you can to point out is that you can actually see how focused these drivers are, and they you have to be really focused in these sort of conditions, because if not, mistakes can happen quite easily. But for Edward Haynes, there's been no mistakes so far, absolutely flawless throughout this race, and round the final corner he's already celebrating, and he's going to take the win. Heat 1 in Mini Inter goes to Edward Haynes, followed by Finley Lyons, Adam Turek, Kean Bernard, who made up 10 places to make the P4 spot, and Otis Cleary, who made up 7. Oh, actually, no, Otis Cleary got him across the line. So brilliant driving by Otis Cleary. There was a problem there for Kean Bernard as he dropped the P6 on that last lap, but Otis Cleary made up 18 positions to get into that P4 spot. Finley Hines managed to get into P5. Kean Bernard just dropping down those couple of places. Still made up 8 places though, so brilliant drive. And Luke Holm-Ballock also made up 8 places, made up to 7th. Jensen Sale made up 11 places into 8th, and rounding out the top 10, Lewis Radcliffe made up 11 places to get into that final 10th spot. But that was some brilliant racing by the Mini Inters there.
Just a little to track from the racing slide. Just got a note on the live chat from Jamie McGill. We were talking about Sebastian Behrman earlier. He informs us that Ollie Behrman is Sebastian's cousin.
See, I knew it was some sort of relative. I mean,
it's a bit of a unique name, you might say, so that would make sense. There was an ask about the TKM Extreme, if that's been on yet. That's coming up next after this race, which is the X30 Senior and R177 in association with Amesbury Plans Hire. This is our penultimate race of the first block. We've got 2 blocks of heat races, and then we'll go through to the finals later on. As always, of course, there's a big group of Rotax, so there'll be a B final and an A final later on for the Rotax for senior and junior respectively. And of course, the B final also opts as a last chance qualifier for the A's, the final races of the day. So that's a long way. Later on this afternoon, of course, we've still got plenty of heat races to go here on X30 Seniors. R177s making their way out onto the course, and this is how it's going to look. We've got Josh Jones from Jack Dan, Ty Stansfield, Matthew Morgan, Morgan Hill and Aidan Rogers, the R177s, make their way through. Adam Wright, Rylan Eckberg, Aaron Lask and George Mayle rounding out the top 10. Rhys Newburn and Alfie Richards in 12th position. Tristan Powell, Oliver Harris, Katie Ashman, Christopher Bingham, George Moulter, and 18th position for Scott Clee, which I think would be the first of the 177s, I believe. Rest of the field made up of Nick Aitken, Simon Hilton, Gordon Chenery, Simon Pugh, Matthew Lear, and Jake Baker. 24th position, Alfie Bray, James Butcher, and Kieran Leonard. I think that may have been Matthew Lear going back to the paddock there by the looks of things.
Yeah, so problems there for that driver, and hopefully he can get it sorted for the next heat. But here we go. Here's Senior X30s on your screen. Watch out for Josh Jones and Jack Dan, who are two very strong drivers. In the tram lines, will we go racing? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1, Joshua Jones holds it on the inside. Watch out for Ty Stansfield on the inside. It's wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper, and there's a couple spinners in the middle of the pack. But I think that's Ty Stansfield who's managed to work his way through into the lead spot. Morgan Hill has managed to make his way into second place, and you just see the Rotax 177s who just started going in the back of your screens there. Joshua Jones has managed to hold on to that final podium spot. Jack Dan drops down into 4th place. He's still got some work to do. But brilliant driving so far by all our Senior X30 drivers, and just looking at my screens at the 17s, just looking off the screens of the 177s, and a good start by a couple of our drivers there.
Let's have a look at that start again there. So Stansfield very aggressive down the inside, took that apex, And a bit of an unfortunate incident there with
That's Matthew Morgan.
Matthew Morgan just lost the back end and got collected, but we'll have a look, see if there's any technical flags go out, but I think the carts appear to be okay. It was quite a hit, but there was Matthew Morgan, of course, hit trouble Alfie Richards. As we look at the 122 Ty Stansfield, the leaders of the 177s making their way through as well, headed by, I think it's still Scott Clee. May have lost George Bolter on that first lap as well. Number 60 appears to have dropped out of contention. Simon Pugh, Matthew Lear, of course, a non-starter. At the front of the field, though, Ty Stansfield coming under a little bit of pressure here from Morgan Hill as they make their way down the TKM straight. Third position there, the 84 of Josh Jones. They just start to settle down into an order here. They make their way through into Combolton.
Oh, Josh Jones! I just saw the rear of at the back of the camera. Josh Jones dropping a wheel on the curb and spinning it. So Joshua Jones, they have accidents happen to the best of us, and sadly, a little small mistake can cost big time if you're not careful. So Joshua Jones, I couldn't really see what position he's got back into, but he's definitely got a lot of work to do now to capitalise and try and work his way back up to where he was. But Ty Stansfield, who I haven't really seen here at Kimbolton for quite a while, is managing to hold on here from Morgan Hill, who won our Junior X30 Championship last year, promoted up to Senior X30 this year, and is definitely going strong so far. I think he took the win in both rounds here so far. And Jack Dan in our podium spot now, who renegated from Joshua Jones' little incident. And Roland Expert, watch out for him as well. He's sitting in fourth, watching the laps go by. It's just got 5.5 minutes left, plus that additional lap. So a lot of time can be lost or gained in the next few laps.
So Ty Stansfield looking neat at the front of the field. And then the Rotax 177s, they're just making their way around the final couple of corners. It's still Scott Clee that's leading from Gordon Chenery, Nick Aitken and Kieran Leonard in fourth. Those drivers starting a little bit further back from the group here that we're looking at. There's the 116 of Scott Clee indeed, just going through the first corner. Currently 17th in the race, but leading the Rotax 177s, closely followed by the number 28 of Gordon Chenery. Looks like Kieran Leonard and Nick Aitken a bit further behind. But
there's Aidan Rudge on your screens, Aircart factory driver. So Aidan Rudge, he's near the back of the pack now. Maybe he can, maybe he has an issue or something, and he needs to try and find his way back onto the back of the pack. And I'm sure he'll be there for the next couple of heats. But Scott Clee, he's pulled a massive gap so far from Gordon Chenery.
About 5 seconds here, by the looks of things. He's looking good. And another one there, just gingerly taking that inside line. There seems to be a bit of a grip there on Kimbolton Corner. You wouldn't say it's the classic line for wet weather conditions, but there does seem to be grip out there. And again, you see him there, just the very fine edge there between locking the back end up. There's a very fine balancing point there. And at the moment, the race leader in the Rotax 177, Scott Clee, is looking comfortable at the front there. He is the 116, Ty Stansfield, leading the race overall. 1-2-2, a little bit further down the road. But Scott Clee, about half a second behind on pace, you would say. Another one, you can see those orange tinted visors. Of course, you won't really see many smoke lenses today, but a few drivers opting for those lightly orange hued colours. It just brightens the sky up in front of them, helps them pick out some of the obstacles, especially on a flat circuit like this. There's not too many features to look out for, so some opting for that smoke visor. There's the 1-2-2 Stansfield, and Morgan Hill just keeping that pressure on. At the moment, Stansfield's got enough in the tank here to hold on to the lead, but I think here Morgan Hill is certainly keeping the pressure on in second place.
He definitely wants to, if he wants to have any chance of trying to take this lead. And you were talking earlier about how the drivers are taking different lines. Well, the track is always changing, and that is the beauty of racing, is that the track can always develop every lap, so new lines can be created, and it's about those drivers trying to find those, trying to push those limits and find those different lines. And you can just see some sort of dry patches being formed. So the driver's going to have to try and stick in the middle of that dry patch where they can generate as much grip as possible, but also try and not burn out these wet tyres as the track does start to dry up. If it does, at least, then these wet tyres will start to deg a lot more, as they won't be able to find the wet patches, because that's how they keep the tyres cool. Because obviously these sort of tyres, they do generate a lot of heat because of the amount of work these drivers are putting through them.
Yeah, it's interesting to note here. You really can't tell on the camera, but the rain has stopped momentarily. And on that far-reaching part of the track there by Dan Weldon and Derek's corner still looks quite wet. We'll wait for the drivers now to come down towards the Hines Straight. And of course, this is where the drivers are full on the power down here. And it is, well, you can see for yourself there, just starting to dry out slightly on the main straight. As we look in the inset there at Scott Clee, who's just making his way down towards the Kestrel corner. So, not quite a dry line, but certainly on this first pass lap, it does seem to be a little bit of a line developing. So the rain has eased off momentarily. Don't think it's going to go away as such, but it's still quite wet on this part of the track as Morgan Hill keeps the pressure on the race lead. We've got 1:25 on the clock now, plus the 1 lap, so they'll likely have 2 laps to go at the end of this one would say. Just depends how quickly they get round the final couple of corners. It's going to be tight, actually. 1:12 on the clock. So this race still could potentially go on for an extra lap here, depending on how quickly they get round. I think it will, actually, 1:05. So Stansfield still with a couple of laps to go here, as Hill keeps the pressure on Jack Dan and Rylan Eckberg. Aaron Lask a bit further behind.
That's one of our 177 drivers. That's the number 28. So that is Gordon Chenery, who is holding on in second place there. Kind of lost the pack from Scott Clee. Well, Scott Clee has pulled a bit of a margin. So far, as there's a driver off in the middle of the track, I couldn't really see who that was. We'll have to wait and see when all the drivers come through. But actually, Scott Clee is still racing. I had a heart attack moment there for a second.
There is a cart off the track. I think it was also the number 54 there as well. Early retirement, Simon Pugh, which is... Yeah, it's a bit awkward when you're commentating. It's exactly the same livery as the race leader, so certainly makes you look twice there, doesn't it?
Well, it makes me look more than twice, I'd say. But so far, these drivers taking to the track very well. It's definitely not used to how the track would have been yesterday, when they had a lot more grip and they didn't have to wear all their wetsuits. And I think the wetsuits, especially these black ones you see Morgan Hill using, I don't think the sponsors were quite like that.
Yeah, it's a bit of I'd say it's function over form here somewhat. I know when I've been racing, I don't know if I particularly like having I find they get too hot in those sort of things, but I suppose it's a trade-off between keeping dry as well, isn't it?
I feel like, well when I've always used them, I feel like
a boiler in the bag, I find.
I don't think I've really feel the heat. I feel like a big dummy, more like. I feel like, you know, because obviously it's more like wearing another suit pretty much, so you feel really puffed and you always struggle to then get back in the seat. And these drivers will definitely struggle to move about when because obviously weight transfer is very important in the wet. And I mean, we could just watch here, Ty Stansfield, as he comes into the bus stop, he'll sort of lean into the corner, lean forward a bit, try and get all the load he can on that front tyre, just to try and get the car into the curb, and then kind of use the curve to rotate the car as such. But Morgan Hill is closing in on Ty Sandfield again. He's been sat there for a couple of laps. There's Scott Clee on your small screens, but back to the main screen, and it's Morgan Hill who's slowly but surely catching onto the back of Ty Stansfield. What a move that was!
Oh, that
Morgan
was a
Hill
one.
Didn't even break. I couldn't even tell. But Morgan Hill, it was go home or no, go big or go home.
Stansfield gets the verdict though by it's a dead heat pretty much. I think literally the width of a tyre valve or something there. Jack Dan in third, Tristan Powell fourth, Eckberg, Josh Jones are waiting now for Scott Clee, who was around the back of the circuit a moment ago. The 1:16.
But my word, I was looking outside the commentary box, seeing a last lap board. So I was thinking maybe it was the lap too early, or he's trying to get that.
There's Scott Clee just over the line, taking the victory in the Rotax 177. There's Aidan Rudger, had a bad race, having to fight his way through the midfield, and getting up to 14th, so salvaging some points to the second heat later on. Chenery's second. There's the 92 Kieran Leonard, Jack Baker just ahead of Alfie Bray, James Butcher and Nick Aiken round out the field, but that's got to be the closest race of the season so far between Ty Stansfield and Morgan Hill. Looking at the timing charts, there is no gap. It's showing us pretty much a dead heat, so that must be we're definitely in the thousandth of a second there separating those two.
Well, Morgan definitely catch Ty off off guard. I mean, it didn't even look like he braked for the corner. Kind of, because the thing is with wet weather racing, you can say if the driver's taking that outside line, you can go to the inside and then kind of use them to, you know, and more like a brake if you want.
Yeah, like almost like getting your elbows out a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
So our last heat race before the second block getting underway very shortly. It's the TKM Extreme in association with Clarkson Motorsport. Of course, all the drivers will have 2 heat races and then the finals later on today. So this is our 8th race of the 28 race program, and we'll be seeing our Rotaxes out very shortly for the second block in just a few moments' time. But TKM Extreme about to get underway. I'll perhaps have a look at the grid in a few moments. We'll see how they line up. As you can see, the rain is still falling. It has eased slightly, but it was just enough to allow something developing a... not quite developing a dry line to develop, but it just seemed to get a little bit more pace out there last time out. So here we go with our final of the first heat races. Race number 8 here, TKM Extreme making their way out onto the circuit. It's Al Patterson from William Bryant, Luke Jenkins and Kai Springfield in 4th place. Harry Higgs, James Monroe, Gemma Kiddie, Joseph Booth, Jamie Mead and Luke Woodward a bit further behind. This is how the grid lines up then. So it's Patterson from Bryant, Jenkins, Springfield, Higgs and Monroe on the 3rd row of the grid. And looking further down in the top 10, Gemma Kiddie, Joseph Booth, Jamie Mead and Luke Woodward running at the top 10. Luke Jarman in 11th, William Bloom in 12th position, Spencer Lane, Sam Cope, Jessica Fitchhall, Ashley Ruggles in 16th, Jack Stewart in 17th position from Sean Abbott, Thomas Shaw, Harrison Morrow, Jack Crisp, Adam Sparrow, Leah Robinson and Patrick Leave in 24th place on row number 12. Jake Cox, Leo D'Alessandro, Charlie King, James Whittaker, Kian Bennett and Reese Porter in 30th position on row 15. And the rest of the field, Johnson, Whitehouse, Calichurn and Morley on the 17-row grid. Start's going to be important here. They go charging over the line into the first corner. Everyone guarding that inside line there. The 29er Patterson.
Harry Higgs,
Harry Higgs went out. He's going to take a few of them with him. I think there's 52 caught up in that one as well.
That was Gemma Kiddie who sadly got caught up in that little spin from Harry Higgs. Looks like he just locked the rear and you're a passenger from then on. But there's Al Patterson who's taking the lead of the race. So I think William Brandt has also got into 2nd place. So brilliant start there. There's Olivia Jenkins just holding on. There's a replay of what happened at the start. So Harry Higgs, you just see him lose the rear there, and it's just a sitting duck from there on. And you see Gemma Kiddie trying to find a way through, but sadly gets collected up. And that's there. You could say their race over, but we'll have to see what happens as it's only the start of a race.
Yeah,
and we have plenty of time left.
Just spotted Higgs and actually Kiddie as well, both tagging onto the back of the field, so we'll see how they get through later on. There's another spinner as well you may have just seen on the side of your screen. Here they come over the line then, so it's Springfield now leading. Patterson drops to 2nd, Mead in 3rd. You can see Springfield guarding that inside line, and this could open it up for Patterson coming out here. So Mead in 3rd, Jenkins 4th, William Bright, Joseph Booth a bit further behind, Adam Sparrow. I think it may have been Patrick Lee that also span out on the end of the first lap. There is at the back of the field, number 22 at the back there, 34th place. So Springfield just trying to control this race at the front. Patterson keeping the pressure on in 2nd place, Mead in 3rd, and Jenkins a bit further behind in 4th as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. And Springfield looking quite neat. As we say, it is still raining out there, but there's just a little bit of a dry line starting to develop on 1 or 2 of these corners. I would still say it's very much a wet race here, but Springfield opting to drift onto the outside line, keep the momentum through the corner. 1 or 2 opting for a more tighter inside line. Here comes Springfield, guarding the inside very aggressively. You can see the back end snaking away under braking as he fights to get that Birrell cart under control in the first corner, but he's got that well and truly on the limit there, keeping it nice and smooth through the Willows complex. Patterson still 2nd, and Springfield with the fastest lap of the race.
Brilliant job by Olivia Jenkins, who's holding on in 4th position. It's good we see a lot more females get into motorsport. It was actually International Women's Day not long ago. I think it was a couple of days ago actually. And so as obviously you've seen the start of the F1 Academy, which is a brilliant insight for women in motorsport to get their first feed into Formula racing. So it's a brilliant like thing to see that, you know, women and all disciplines of motorsport are, seeing a big rise in females in motorsport. We have many Motorsport UK features at the moment. We have girls on track who are doing all they can to get girls in motorsport in all different ways, not just on the circuit, but out mechanicking, out doing all sorts, marshalling, just trying to find any way into motorsport.
So we're looking at the two leaders again now as Kai Springfield just starts to put a couple of neat lines there through Derek's corner and up to the top of the circuit there. Dan Weldon corner back onto the straight. The top two just starting to break away on what's turning into quite a fierce fight for third. There go the rest of the top 10. You saw there Mead, Sparrow, Jenkins in 5th place, Booth, Jarman, William Bright, Luke Woodward all fighting away. But that's not going to concern the race leader, Kai Springfield, who makes his way over the line. Here's that fight for third place though. Looks like it's still Jamie Mead in third, number 97, so Mead goes through. Then we've got Adam Sparrow and Liv Jenkins keeping that pressure on Jenkins. Having a look at Sparrow there half a lap ago, but couldn't quite find a way through. And again, you see a different line there, you would say, for Sparrow. You saw Springfield aggressively taking the inside line, and Sparrow going for the wider drift there, still with Mead and Jenkins still fighting away. A little bit further down, there was a warning flag actually for the number 52 of Gemma Kiddy, who's still stuck at the back of the field. Unfortunately, she's not been able to find a way through just yet. Looking a bit further up, Harry Higgs moving up to 25th position behind Elio De Lissandro on the number 23 and Sam Cope 41. So Higgs recovering after that trouble on the first lap, but Gemma Kiddy with a bit of difficulty at the back of the field so far. Race goes on though, with Springfield still looking good. There's the number 19 of Adam Sparrow, still there in third place, just starting to break away a bit now from Jamie Mead and Liv Jenkins. And back to our leaders, Springfield controlling the race, but Al Patterson quickest first sector last time round, and 29 Patterson certainly keeping the pressure on here.
Brilliant driving here by all our TKM Extreme drivers, just holding on in these awful conditions. I mean, I'd hate to be out on circuit right now. I might be having the time of my life, but I'm getting drenched while doing it. Kai Springfield just holding on here. You can see he's really aggressive with the car. He's really hard on the braking and trying to fight through the corner, just trying to see how much grip he can really get on these Maxxis tyres. Al Patterson is just holding on. He's a lot more smoother compared to Springfield, but maybe that is the sort of driving style you need. It's very different. There's a lot of factors to consider when driving in wet weather. You can just see here Springfield really shakes the car when going in, and when he turns, he's very hard on the turning, but smooths it out as he comes out of the corner and when he gets on the throttle. But so far through the Willow section, Kai Springfield doing a brilliant job right now, holds the lead of this race. Al Patterson is just biding his time. Doesn't need to do anything silly yet, because the finals are not here yet, and finals is when it matters. It's all good, you can be lining up on pole position for that final, but if you don't hold on in the end, after I think we have 8 or 9 minute finals plus that additional lap, then it can all be your weekend ruined in a second. But there's Olivia Jenkins, number 9, just holding on from, I believe, the number 6. That's Lou Jarman.
Oh, there's full course yellow Battenberg flags there, is it? The yellow and black flags. So we saw Jenkins just indicating to slow down there, so we're under the full course here.
So this is basically, your sort of safety car, as if. So the leader does become that safety car, and all drivers are slowing down. Can't really work out what that's for. Chris is just having a look right now, see what's happening on the timings.
Nothing on. Oh, there's a driver. We seem to have lost Harrison Morrow, possibly. It's looking on the lap charts, dropping down the field. Can't see any drivers.
So whether that's a driver off at the top, I think that's that by Dan Weldon corner. I think I can just about pop out and see a driver, and maybe that might be the number 75 of Harrison Morrow.
So would that be possible? Can't see any damage to the circuit. Maybe we've dropped oil somewhere. Maybe it's. So we are under what's essentially a full course yellow. They are still racing, I hasten to add here. So although they can't race for position, they've certainly got to make sure they don't make any mistakes and spin off the track or whatever, because they are still under race conditions here, although a reduced speed and overtaking is forbidden. So there may possibly be a cart off at the top of the circuit, maybe. We've don't think it was Morrow. I think they're all still in the race, actually. Charlie Whitehouse, 43's dropped a lap. But we can't see at the moment what the reasoning is for the full course yellow conditions here. We've got 8 seconds left on the clock, so one more lap to go. I think there may be a cart off out of your screens at the top of the circuit, possibly. But you can see the drivers just starting to form into position here. We've got 2 more laps to go, including the lap they're on. Next time round will be the last lap. So Kai Springfield leads the race. I hasten to add, they are still racing here. No overtaking allowed. Patterson second, Sparrow third. So you see they've slowed right down here, but you still got to be careful here, Charlie, because there's still every opportunity for a mistake.
Well, exactly. And if I was Kai Springfield, I would slow down a lot more, because the timer has struck, so the last lap board will be coming out. So if Kai Springfield can hold on, and actually we're green flag racing, so it might be a 2-lap dash to the flag. So Kai Springfield, you better watch out, because you got Al Patterson, Adam Sparrow, Olivia Jenkins, Jamie Mead all over you. Adam Sparrow around the outside. Will we heal that place on Al Patterson? He just about holds it round turn 2 through the weather section.
I'll tell you what, Kai Springfield was caught out there, saw the green flag very late, and that allowed Patterson and Sparrow to catch up. So Springfield has just about got away with that one, holds on to the lead. It looks like Sparrow then up to second position as they make their way up to the top of the circuit for the final time, back under green flag conditions here. And Springfield again nice and neatly around the top corner, but Patterson still there in third, and Adam Sparrow here, I think, Charlie, having a look.
He's having a look. Would he have a look? Oh, well, we could just see it at the bottom of your screens. I think Sparrow had a bit of a look, and I think he's getting ready for the last lap board, or actually no last lap board. So we're actually going to be finishing here. So Kai Springfield wins here in TKM Extreme, followed by Adam Sparrow, Al Patterson, your top 3. Jamie Mead holds on to P4, followed by Olivia Jenkins, Luke Jarman, Luke Woodward, Joseph Booth, William Brandt, Charlie King makes it to the top 10 by making 17 positions up. But I just have to say about Adam Sparrow made it 20 positions, made it up to second place. So brilliant driving there by the 19. Johan Kali-Churn made up 22 places to 28th position. Sorry, my bad, 11th position. Then number 28 kart. Tom Johnson in P14 made up 17 positions, and James Whitaker, who's been very consistent so far, he was up to 15th, making up 13 positions. So some brilliant drives through the field, and a very exciting end to that race. And I couldn't really tell what happened there. So I mean, we'll just have a look outside now, see if any carts have been drawn back. But I think it's all good, and
yeah, they seem happy with that. So I think there were a couple of carts at the back there, possibly. We saw Harry Higgs and Jessica Fitchhall cut adrift a bit there, so maybe they were Charlie Whitehouse a lap down. So there must have been an incident in the midfield, one would perhaps suspect. But dramatic end there. I think Kai Springfield wasn't quite expecting the green flag to come out as quickly as it did. So we're going to go through in just a few moments for our second block of racing. This is the final heat race before our finals later this afternoon, and we're going to start very shortly with Junior Rotax.
So Junior Rotax Heat 2 getting ready here. Well, watch out for some drivers at the front of the field. Joshua Smith, who won the championship here last year, he's going to be starting from your pole position spot, and soon we'll be able to look through the grid. So the track definitely getting a lot better, as Joshua Smith starting from pole position, followed by Sebastian Lusch, Dejan Bennett, Fletcher Jameson, Brandon Truman, and Harrison Crowther. Watch out for Harrison Crowther. He's starting from P6. Just looking further behind, we've got Aris Mayowskis, Thomas Gray, Teddy Cooper, Lucy Wilden, Jack Owen Drawbridge, and Logan Hartshaw rounds out the row 6. Joel Dixon Cohen, Owen Keenan, Ben Horner, Toby Farthing, Rachel Turnbull, and watch out for Harry Bartle. Very, very quick driver. Won here last round. Samir Poole, Reese Owen, Charlie F. Grave, Charlie Cox, Mikey Walker, Dominic Parabuk, Finley Jones, Oscar Keane, Owen Wallace, Alexander Campbell, George Phillips, Alexander Gerges will run out your row 15. And just looking down at your last 2 drivers, Alex Lynn and Jensen Hartshaw. So the drivers are out on circuit at the moment, getting ready to get racing here. A driver having to cut over to the chicane, so I couldn't really see who that was and what number it was, but hopefully he can get sorted. We can get ready to start Junior Rotax heat number 2. That's Joel Dixon Cohen, who had a brilliant start to his first his first heat, and it's his race day here. So the driver's just coming through the final corner in a moment's time, and we can get racing going shortly. Drivers will be slowed down by our marshal, just standing over here, telling the driver to slow down. But we're in the tram line, so we're going to go racing. Not just yet. So full start flags have gone out, and the race directors obviously aren't liking how these drivers performed up. So it's around they go again, and this gives another opportunity for these drivers to get those extra heat in the tyres, get some heat in the brakes as well. Because once you got them heats in, the components do end up working a lot better when they've got, you know, a lot of heat dispersion being created. And there's a couple of your drivers. There's Harrison Crowther on that Coles chassis, that red kart. So watch out for him throughout this race. He's been up there in the stages of British, and he's here warming up for the UKC and the British Championships later this year. So a lot of these drivers getting ready for these national championships that will come to them soon, and hopefully these warm-up stages at these club rounds will give them that extra advantage, saying that these drivers can't test it during the week and only opened once a month. Sebastian Loose and Joshua Smith on your front row. Are we going racing? Yes, we are. Down into the front, down into turn one. That's number 39 who's had a look, but Sebastian Loose on the outside. Joshua Smith goes in a bit deep, and Brandon Truman takes the lead of the race. Aris Baljowskis has made it to second position. I couldn't really see who that was on that third spot. I think that's a 39, that Dejan Bennett in the Jack's car, who's dropped down into third position. Joshua Smith and Alison Crowther have made it into the top five, and Sebastian Loose, he's getting thrown around like a rag doll at the moment, but Brandon Truman has held on. Joshua Smith is on the inside of Dejan Bennett, uses the curb to rotate and gets that move done. There's a lot of water being thrown up all the way down the straight, and Alex Majowski's on the inside. This is for the lead of the race, followed by Brandon Truman. Brandon on the cutback, side by side maybe as we go down into the first corner. Crowther and Joshua Smith side by side and just about holding on. And Aris Majowskis takes the lead, after finishing the first and second lap of the race. And there's been so much action in the first couple of laps, I couldn't really tell where is where. And Harrison Crowther, who's had a brilliant start to the race, has just held on from Joshua Smith, who's, to say that, has just gone down the inside. And he's in that final podium spot. So these drivers are staying together quite nicely here. And Asmiowski's just holding on for all his might as Brandon Truman and Joshua Smith hold on to those final podium spots. Watch out for Harrison Crowther, who has made a brilliant spot there. Made a couple of places up on the start. But watch out for Harry Bartle. You'll see him soon on that strawberry cart. There's a couple of moves there. Joshua Smith makes a late move on Brandon Truman. That's for second place. There's Harry Bartle. I was speaking about him earlier. He's managed to catch up to Harrison Crowther on the concrete. Harrison Crowther just about holds on the inside of Harry Bartle. Harry Bartle goes on a cutback and manages to hold off from Harrison Crowther. So far, though, there's been a brilliant race by all our drivers here, especially the top 10, who has been switching up all through the race here. Aris Majowskis just holding on to that lead spot. There's been a driver who's had a problem on the start-finish straight. Couldn't really see what number that was. But Aris Majowskis might have to watch out. Oh, there's a damage there. Oh, there's a driver. Driver out of the car, and he's on the floor in pain. So maybe this might call a halt to the race here, or at least at Battenberg. We'll have to wait and see as they come into the sector where it's happened, because it did happen at the last corner. Driver is up and walking. So brilliant to see. I think that was the number 25.
Yeah, 25, Alexander Gergwis gone into the tyre barriers and a bit winded there. I think also involved in that one was Jensen Hartshorn.
There's Crowther on the inside of Joel Dixon Cohen. Uses the concrete there to get on the inside. Watch out for Harry Bartle in quite a purple fluorescent helmet there. He's got like a sort of red wetsuit and a white cart to go with it. So you can call him the strawberry. Oh, Harrison Crowther having to use the escape road. So Joel Dixon Cohen made a bit of contact with him. And the second you make that contact, the wheels kind of come off the ground. You can't stop because the car isn't gripping to the circuit. And there's a couple of our Jack's carts there. But Crowther having to take that escape road. Will he be penalised for that? Because I know if you do use that cut-off, you can be given a 1 lap penalty if it's not done in your favour. Joshua Smith on the inside of Aris Mayauskas. That's for the lead of the race, and been many lead changes all throughout this race. So far holding on. Those yellow flags are staying out though, so they won't come in till they come into turn 1. So far it's Joshua Smith, Aris Mayauskas doing brilliantly here. Brandon Truman just holding on. He's got a bit of a gap from the top 2 that he can he's going to try and make up on that 2D machinery. But Harrison Crowther, Harry Bartle made up 13 places. He's into the top 5. So watch out, there's a couple of drivers on your back screens.
Looking a bit further down there, there's Mikey Walker, who's actually set the fastest lap of the race down there in the midfield. Just getting past a bit further down there, the number 37. A little bit further down the field there, Oscar Keane fighting with Alexander Campbell and Teddy Cooper. But slowly but surely, looks like he's just making his way up the field there. Walker up to 12th position as we focus on the race leader. The yellow flag's back in now. That was because
there's a driver off. Joel Dixon Cohen, who's kind of lost the rear. I was saying about earlier how easy it is to lose the rear in these cars, and the second that happens, you're just a passenger. And he's into the final corner, managed to lose the rear there. I think he maybe in a collision with another driver. We'll have to see if we can get a replay of that. But so far, these drivers are doing brilliantly. There's Sebastian Lusch, who's had a struggle through the race, but only just started out in the junior Rotax. There's a couple of drivers there. Oh, a bit of nudging there. I couldn't really see who that was. I think that's Rhys Owen.
52 there, wasn't he? Yeah, the Rhys Owen, Ben Horner, and Joel Dixon Cohen, of course, lost the back end before. So real.
There's Mikey Walker. Mikey Walker 2. Oh, that's Ben Horner, who ran a bit wide, got into the dirt, but Mikey Walker managed to make 2 places in 1 corner. So there's Joel Dixon Cohen, who's trying to take that place back from Mikey Walker down the inside. That last corner spot being a real good overtaking opportunity for these drivers. And Joel Dixon Cohen managed to hold on. Mikey Walker, who won the first race earlier, he's definitely got the confidence going for him, as he knows he can be one of the fastest on circuit when he gets the kart and himself dialed up. There's a couple this race is filled with Jack's Motorsport karts, so Jack's are doing very well here. Got a lot of karts out. There's Sebastian Lusch on Rhys Owen, managed to get the move done, and is trying to capitalise on his mistakes from early in the race.
Further down there, that's the 94, I think, in the midfield battle there. Alexander Campbell, Teddy Cooper at the back of the field are having their own fight. Interesting to look at the track. It's the rain's still coming down, but there are 1 or 2 slightly drier lines out there, so it is inviting the drivers. That's where the mistakes are coming from, as they're just searching to find out the grip. We've got 1:40 left on the clock, so the race drawing to a close here with Joshua Smith from Mayauskas leading, and we've got the 191 there we're just looking at now. Rhys Owen with 26, still the fastest driver on the track. Mikey Walker now into the top 10 as they make their way through the willows. You'll see the 26 at the back of that little pack of drivers there as they make their way down towards the Mitsu Straight and into Derek's corner. All very close as they pile through that chicane, nose to tail, and of course they can't afford to collect another driver and risk damaging the front end of the cart, as that would result in
Joel Dixon Cohen on the inside of Rhys Owen. Managed to use a bit of the front bumper. These front bumpers are quite designed, so you can sort of give a bit of a nudge to the driver behind, and can create gaps like that. So a good move there by Joel Dixon Cohen. Mikey Walker now on the inside of Rhys Owen. So it's a perfect opportunity to make another move. So if the driver does get overtaken, it can ruin their confidence, and that's when mistakes are more likely to be made. But so far, brilliant driving by all our junior Rotax drivers. Joshua Smith holding it by a 4-second margin. So he's definitely got this race covered. I won't do a commentator's curse, but so far looking good. And Joel Dixon Cohen tried to find the move, and he's definitely got it sorted. He did
well there to make that move stick as well. It's a very late move into the corner. You see the drivers still using the curves very aggressively, including, of course, the 26 of Mikey Walker, who's up to 9th position as we look towards the front of the field there. Joshua Smith, Brandon Truman and Harry Bartle having a fight there for 2nd position. This Miauskas drops to 4th position. Smith's just gone over the line, so it's Bartle now made that move stick. He goes to 2nd place from Truman, Miauskas, Crowther and Fletcher Jameson, and this great battle of 7th place with Joel Dixon Cohen, Sebastian Lou.
There's Mikey Walker on the inside of Sebastian Lusch. Brilliant move into turn 1, managed to get the car stopped just in time, and Sebastian Lusch has got his work cut out for him and he's had quite a rough race, but he has just started out in this class, so it's a big learning curve compared to his normal cadet Minimax stages, otherwise known as the Mini Inter now. But Rhys Owen, he's had a brilliant race so far. He's been definitely in the battles there. There's Ben Horner, who's managed to hold on, and Jacko and Drawbridge is just closing on the pack. This is the battle for the top 10. Well, he's Jack just take the final spot, but Rhys Owen and Ben Horner side by side. But there's Joshua Smith, our lead driver.
Joshua Smith.
Harry Bartle has closed in quite a margin. He's closed in about 1.5 seconds in that final lap. So Bartle, one of the fastest out on circuit, I believe. So brilliant driving so far. He's made up at least 16 positions. So from P18 on the grid, managed to get into P2. But sadly wasn't enough to catch up to Joshua Smith, and that's sort of the problem when you're starting so far back, is that over the race these packs tend to open up. But Joshua Smith has showed perfectly so far, and on that Project 1 car, he's going to come round the final corner. You'll see it on your small screen as well. Get a double action shot here from Joshua Smith, who comes round the final corner, wins Junior Rotax Heat 2, and that would definitely be good for his points tally in the championship and for the heats as we go into the final stages later today. So brilliant stuff there by all our drivers. Mikey Walker, pat on the head, shrugs the shoulder, says, you know, what could have been, but what did I not do wrong? Well, there's not much you didn't do wrong. So brilliant driving there. So Joshua Swift takes the win. Harry Bartle in second place. Brandon Truman, Harrison Crowther, Ars Miyowski takes the top 5, and Mikey Walker, I see why he's shrugging his shoulders now, makes up 15 places to P8, so you can't, not a bad day's work there. Rounding out the top 10 was Jacko and Drawbridge, so managed to make up a position, and there's a damage there, damaged nose cone for one of our drivers. I think that was a 70. Couldn't really see who that was. I think that might be the 79 or Teddy Cooper. So some damage there to the front nose cone there, and he's definitely put it to good use, and brilliant race there by our junior Rotax drivers.
We're going to move on very shortly to the senior Rotax who are in the assembly zone right now. As just out on the track, they're going to retrieve the stricken cart of Alexander Gergwis, who took quite a hefty hit into the tyre barriers and I think winded himself, but driver is okay, I hasten to add, and watched most of the race on the safety of the Marshall point. So they'll get that cart back to the paddock and get him sorted out for the finals later on. I'm pretty sure he'll have to go into the B final, of course. And of course, later on with the finals, there will be B finals and A finals for the Rotax classes. We've had the seniors about to go out now with Drift Limits presenting the London Motor Circuit, taking the senior Rotax out onto the track very shortly as well. And of course, this will be very important to determine which grid they go on to later on this afternoon. So Luke Bate will lead them away from Pearson, Bullock Carter, Ryan Ward, Cassis Dieth in 4th, Jakob Borowiak in 5th position from Ewan Charman on row number 3, Alexander Adams-Acton from Michael Morgan, George Allen, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Pierce Armstrong and Aaron Mackay in 12th position on row number 6. Jack Collins, Jonathan Railton, James Dunbar and James Tester on row number 8. Tristan Rennie and Oliver Atkinson on row number 9. And a bit further back, Tom Pryor, Charlie Webb, Caitlin Seabrook, Samuel Cornwell, Adam White and Jack Lilly down in 24th. Of course, ran well in the first race, so he'll have a bit of work to do, of course, like with likewise Ethan Martin, Noah, Osbaldeston, Jack Rowe, Ennis, Alaju, and looking further back, Zav Chapman-Lewis, Ronnie Bradley rounding up the field as the pack make their way round. I don't think there's going to be a start here, though, because we did actually lose... Michael Morgan was right at the back of the field, couldn't get the cart going, so he's made his way through as well. So we're going to go through for another formation lap here. Another chance for the drivers just to look for lines, having a wave around. You can see the marshal signalling to the drivers to keep on going. And the rain is still falling down quite substantially, but it has eased slightly, and there is a little bit of a line starting to develop on one or two of the corners here. So we'll look at the Luke Bake there leading them round. Number 17 there, Ryan Ward, who ran so well in the first heat race earlier on, has the luxury here of a front row start. There's someone else in trouble there, isn't there? Like you say, let's have a look at the who that might be. But 51, I believe. That's Pierce Armstrong. So the kart off to the side of the course. Now, they're not going to be able to get that back on track by the looks of things. So I think the race is still going to go ahead. Here they come round out of the final corner. And over the line they go.
And it's a green flag, and we're off and racing. George Allen all over the concrete. Oh no!
Oh.
That's a driver off. That's one of the air carts. That's Cassius the 8th. And sadly has lost the rear going in, and that's game over for you for this heat. But Luke Bate has had a strong start, managed to make his way into the lead and hold his line, but there's
Let's
a
have a look
replay
again,
here.
then. So we'll see Cassius the 8th, the back end just swapped out on him there. And we'll see he just shrugs his head in disbelief there. The real passenger on that one did just seem to catch maybe a puddle there on the outside line, or the tram lines maybe on the outside just seem to spin that cart round.
Well, I mean, that the whole point of having that extra lap, which I think that's what caused that false start, is to try and get those tyres heated up. And that's a problem there for the 35. I couldn't really see what that was. I think that is that's the 35 of. We'll have to see what happens when the timer drops.
Oh, that's Jakob Oriak, who started strongly, so he's gone down the field. So we're looking now at Luke Bate, who leads the way, coming under a lot of pressure here from the number 18 of Alexander Adams-Acton. Ryan Ward, who ran well in the first heat earlier on, he's running strongly in third position as there's a swap for the lead there. Adams-Acton takes the lead from Bate, and a nice move there from Acton to actually really pull away through the Derrick's corner. Through Dan Weldon they go, and heading down the TKM straight. It's still Bate in second, Ward keeping the pressure on in third, and Pearson, Bullock, Carter, Ewan Charman not too far behind from Tristan Rennie and George Allen. So
there's Ryan Ward on the inside of Luke Bate. So Ryan Ward, you said he was strong in the first heat, and he's definitely showing it again. And watch out for Pearson, Bullock, Carter on the inside of Luke Bate. Brilliant move there. He kind of capitalised on Luke's loss of position. Luke back on the inside. Can't get it done. Luke Pearson, Bullock, Carter managed to hold around the outside. And watch out for Ewan Charman, who recently moved to the Birrell car. There's a move there. That's Tristan Rennie on the inside of Luke Bate. So Luke Bate is really struggling here. And I was speaking earlier about how you can lose so much confidence just by one overtake, and that is what causes those drivers to follow through, and you just lose one after one. And here comes Ewan Charman to lose another position. Will Luke Bate go a bit wider, tries to look back in. Tristan Rennie on the inside, he set that up perfectly, and went in that just a bit later, just to use Pearson, Bullock, Carter, a sort of a break if he couldn't get the car stopped before the corner.
And actually, look at Tristan Rennie. He's put a couple of decent laps together. 51.9, his best lap of the race, only just shy of the leader, Adams-Acton. So we're looking at the number 37 there. You can identify him with the orange and white helmet. Tristan Rennie has moved through the top 10 quite neatly, and just starting to pull away slightly here from Pearson, Bullock, Carter, and Ryan Ward about 1 second ahead of him so far. So number 37 already catching up though with Ryan Ward quite considerably as they make their way down the TKM straight. And Tristan Rennie, number 37, really keeping that pressure on number 17, Ryan Ward. There is Rennie down the inside once again, a carbon copy of the previous lap with that neat little move going into Kimbolton corner. And Tristan Rennie quite easily makes his way through to second place now. And there he is, guarding the inside line from Ward. And he's got about 1.6 seconds between him and the race leader, Alexander Adams-Acton. But Rennie with the fastest lap of the race by almost half a second.
Watch out for Ryan Ward, he isn't done yet. And Ryan has been here for quite a few years. Know how this track flows when it's wet. It just got past one of the back markers. That was at 35, went off earlier. So he's going to have to try and get out of the way. I think some blue flags will be shown, and he will be able to move out of the way and let all the quicker drivers through, and he can kind of learn their lines. Ryan Ward gets held up a bit by the 35, the back marker. So Ryan Ward, he's going to have to work that little bit more if he wants to try and catch back up. But Pearson, Bullock, Carter on the inside of Ryan Ward. Ryan Ward goes on a cutback, but Ewan Charman, watch out for Ewan Charman. He managed to make two overtakes in one through the back marker, and managed to use a back marker as a kind of undertake. There's the 35, kind of struggling there, just getting overtaken by George Allen there. But Ewan Charman kind of did the 2-in-1 effect and used the back marker to get past Ryan Ward. And Ewan Charman on the side of Pearson Bullet Carter couldn't get his nose in far enough, and Pearson Bullet Carter managed to hold it round the outside. And Ryan Ward, watch out for him yet, because he has not done yet. And he's still got a few more laps left to try and capitalise on the drivers in front, because mistakes can be made very easily.
Elsewhere in the race, just noticed there's a technical flag for Cassius Dieppe, who moved his way up to 25th place after that first corner spin out. So one can only assume they may have picked up some damage on that spin off the track, but out of the race as the number 18, Adams Acton, very neatly into the first corner. You can see the car just straining away on the edge of spinning off there. Really got that first corner dialed quite neatly there. They got 1.3 seconds between Adams Acton and Tristan Rennie in second position. Pearson Bullet Carter dropping a little bit further behind in third. It's started to become a fight here between Adams Acton and Rennie as you look down a bit further down towards the number 13, just on the edge of the top 10. That's Adam White actually down in 21st, fighting with Jack Rowe, Noah Osbaldiston and Caitlin Seabrook. That midfield fight. They're about 15 seconds adrift of the leaders who we're looking at now, as Adams Acton very neatly through the Kestrel corner into Bolton, the final corner, slowest corner on the track. Grip absolutely essential in these treacherous conditions. You've got 1:57 on the clock as they cross the line. So Adams Acton leading, and Rennie about 0.8 of a second down. You can see another one with that orange visor there, looking for the lines, and very neat into the first corner there, into Stowe corner. And looking at the splits here, it seems that Tristan Rennie finding a lot of time in the first part of the lap, and he's now really starting to close up and put the pressure on the race leader.
I wouldn't count out Tristan Rennie as yet for the win of this race, because he is all over the back of Alex Adams Acton, and in the span of a lap has closed a real amount of time. So Tristan Rennie, will this be one of his last corner moves? He's kind of mastered it so far, and he's gonna go for it on the inside. Alex Adams Acton has nothing to do, and Tristan Rennie uses his bumper to get the car stopped, and a perfect move gets him into the lead of the race in Senior Rotax heat number 2. So brilliant driving here by Tristan Rennie, who managed to make up, I'm going to have to look at my timings, he's managed to make up 16 positions, my word, from P17 to P1. You can't fault him there, and he's definitely showed why he's able to make up those places. Was able to capitalise a lot on the start from drivers' mistakes. Now your school screens there.
26 there, a bit further down, Oliver Atkinson. That's one of the midfield battles there, fighting with James Tester and Jack Collins in the midfield positions. Those positions a bit further down, outside of the top 10. Tristan Rennie, who's dragging along Alexander Adams Acton with him a little bit somewhat. Those top two just pulling away. There's the fight for third, with Pearson Bullet Carter still third, Charman fourth, Ward in fifth. Jack Lilly's had a good fight back as well, up to sixth position on the in the number 33 cart. Lilly, of course, with the draw towards the back of the grid in the start of this race, so he has to fight his way through. One would say that should be enough to put him in the A final later on, last race of the day this afternoon, of course. So we wait now for Tristan Rennie, number 37, who's had a superb race and will be making his way down into the final corner any moment now. The fight's still going on for third place. Checkered flag, well, one lap board, I should say. I'm getting ahead of myself there. Should go out for Tristan Rennie, who goes flying through into the first corner. There he is, number 37. And again, you can see just drifting into that first corner, the back end of the cart. Just on the edge there, as the number 18 still charging but losing a little bit of ground there. Alexander Adams Acton, you see the drivers using the curbs through the willows for that grip, and then the fight's still on for third place.
Just looking at catch up on one of the back markers there. I couldn't really see who that was, but Alex Adams Acton, he was really strong in the final, in the last round here. It's definitely shown a lot of improvement so far. It's kind of gone for a midfield driver, two running out the front. And there's one of our back marker drivers. That looks like the 151 of Kieran Pugh, who is slowly being catched by Tristan Rennie. Oh, actually loses it on the final corner. So the grip, he kind of gripped up quite a bit there and lost the grip. And Tristan Rennie wins here in Senior Rotax for heat number 2. We kind of got carried away there by the spinner. But Tristan Rennie, who managed to make up 16 positions, takes the win in Senior Rotax, followed by Alexander Adams Acton, Pearson Bullet Carter rounds out the podium spots. Ewan Charman, Ryan Ward made a good race. Jack Lilly up 18 positions, managed to make up to P6. George Allen, Luke Bay, Ethan Martin made up 16 positions to P9. Morgan Hudson Brown round out the top 10, followed by Thomas Pryor, Sam Cornell, Charlie Webb, Chaim Dubber, and Aaron McKay round out your top 15.
So some very close racing there in senior Rotax, and of course we'll see some of those drivers in the B final and then everyone else in the final race of the day, the A final, later on this afternoon. So that's where in particular some of those midfield positions will be very important indeed for these drivers. The drivers in the B final, if you've perhaps had a mechanical fault and had to drop out of one of the heat races, you'll probably end up in the B final, but every opportunity to try and fight a place for the top 4 progressing to the A finals later on, of course. We're going to move on to some of our youngest competitors in just a moment with the Honda 200s in association with iZone Driver Performance. And this race will be getting underway in just a few moments' time. The number 51, I just noticed the non-starter Piers Armstrong's kart being retrieved from the track as we speak. So the Honda's still on the assembly grid at the moment. We'll have a look at how they line up, though, in a few moments' time. So Honda 200s getting underway very shortly indeed. We'll just wait for the details to catch up. I think that's actually the lineup for the senior Rotax. So hopefully we'll get the Honda 200s in just a few moments' time. We saw some great racing earlier on, of course, and Jack Paul Bracama will lead them away from Elliot Bourke, Theo Hamilton third, and Jackson Heath in fourth. Kevin Ivanoff, Harry Grant a bit further behind. And here we see the top 6. So Ivanoff, who was a strong third earlier on. Harry Grant lost a few places last time out, but he'll be looking for a good top 10 finish this time. The driver who was so good earlier on is starting at the back there. There's Ralphie Branscombe in 7th from Riley Blakemore, Sawyer Henderson, Ollie Knox, Reggie Dufficy, and George Johnston in 12th position. Jerry Dufficy and Bo Winslade, who ran so well in Heat 1, will start pretty much at the back of the field, just ahead of Noah Clare, who will round out the field. So if you remember earlier on, Bo Winslade fought through the field very quickly, novice driver, and really got to grips with what was quite a wet track. I think it is slightly drier than it was in heat number 1. Will that affect things? We shall find out as the drivers now make their way down the TKM straight and getting themselves into position for heat number 2 of the Honda 200s. Their final, of course, will be later on this afternoon. But here we go. The all-important second heat is about to get underway. So it's going to be Jack Paul Bracama, Elliot Bourke out to the final corner they go. And over the line on the tramlines, there's a wave round already. Drivers well and truly out of position there. So I think the race leader looked a little bit frustrated with that one. But unfortunately for Paul Bracama, the drivers behind him didn't really get into position in the midfield. So we go around once again.
Yeah, it was a bit quick going into those tram lines, and the race directors did not like that one. So an extra lap we will go, and Kieran Buck, Elliot Buck, my apologies, and he's going to be looking at trying to capitalise on being on that outside line, because it seems to be that some of the grip is actually on that outside line. So if he can get the car stopped and turned, he'll be somewhere. It'll be a good opportunity to try and attempt to go for the lead. But now we're slowly getting bunched up now and getting ready to go racing again for Heat 2 in the Honda 200s. As we come around the final corner, we can get racing well and truly underway. If they're in the tram lines and ready to go,
it's a bit mixed up. Let's have a look at what the side. No, it's still good. So just about acceptable, that one. Here they go into the first corner, and Paul Bracama got to the inside. Oh, but a bang in the bucket in the midfield there, and that's number 14 in trouble, Elliot Bourke, who was on the right at the front, but has dropped now to the back of the field, just behind number 24 of Reggie Dufficy. Who's had a good start here is the first heat winner, Bo Winslade, who I think, we'll have a look in a moment, I think could be in the top 5 already. Fifth place there, 28. Excellent start for him. And right on the back of the number 50 of Kevin Ivanoff. I mean, look, round the outside.
Round the outside, my word, what a manoeuvre from Björn Winslade, who managed to try to go around the outside of Kevin Ivanoff. Sadly, kind of got bunched in by Ramfrey Branscombe. Now he's on the inside of Kevin Ivanoff. Will he throw the dummy move and go for the inside? Yes, he does. And Bew Winslade now on Ralphie Branscombe as well. So side by side, down into turn 1. This has been a brilliant start by Winslade, who has showed a lot of improvement so far. So whatever he's been doing during his winter break, it's definitely paying off now, because hard work does come with achievements. And so far, Winslade has, I'll have a look, 10 places made on the first lap. My words, what a brilliant start by the novice driver, the number 28, down the inside of Ralphie Branscombe. Will he get the move done? I think he does. He gets the kart stopped and rotated. And now he's got Riley Blakemore, who he had a battle with last time round in the first heat. So he knows how he will drive. And Kevin Ivanoff having a look on Ralphie Branscombe, who I think Kevin Ivanoff had a slight contact with Elliot Book at the start of the race. He kind of tried to go around the outside, and Kevin Ivanoff was there and couldn't do much about it. But now Riley Blakemore is closing in on our leader, Jack Fulbrook-Karma.
Yeah, Fulbrook-Karma has led, of course, pretty much the entire race. A quick glance over the shoulder to make their way down. There's Winslade on the outside. Now is he going to try and get the momentum out of the corner, one suspects, as Fulbrook-Karma guards that inside line. This is going to draw Bo Winslade into it. He set the fastest lap of the race, incidentally, again, 57.19, as Ralphie Branscombe drops back a little bit in fourth, fighting with Kevin Ivanoff and Sawyer Henderson. Here come the leaders in towards Derek's corner, and Fulbrook-Karma guarding that inside line. I think he's a bit defensive at the moment. Oh, Winslade with a cheeky move there into second. If he can make it stick, not quite. But again, fights back into Dan Weldon corner. And quick through here should make the move stick. Yes, he does. So Blakemore drops to third. And Winslade having a look now as they make their way towards Kestrel corner. Early into the apex. And there's the number 94, Fulbrook-Karma. Is he going to lose the inside? No, he guards the inside. They fight back side by side down the straight. 94 covers the line there. Fulbrook-Karma's going to guard that inside line as they make their way down into the first corner. Winslade going wide here. And is he going to try and get the switch back out of the corner, one suspects here, as they go through into the willows. Oh, and almost came off for him there. Couldn't quite get the apex, but he's going to fight again.
Winslade is all over the back of Fulbrook-Karma. And watch out for Riley Blakemore round the outside. He tried to get it done, but couldn't get it done on Winslade. And Winslade's now got the momentum and the speed. Would he have a look on the lead driver, the number 94, round the outside? Winslade, my word, watch out, because you're just going to... how he hasn't lost the car, I have no idea, but that just shows how... wow, what a move by that... God, I'm losing my words now.
He's working on sheer momentum there, Winslade. He was very wide sweeping line through the Dan Weldon corner, just keeping the momentum going, even though he's taking a wider line, and it's paid off. It took about 3 corners to make that move stick. Kevin Ivanoff's getting involved in this one as well, number 50, who's been towards the front throughout the whole season, and now fighting for third with the number 94 of Jack Fulbrook-Karma, who's now dropped to third place. Blakemore still second. Rest of the top 10 made up of Ralphie Branscombe, Noah Clare, Sawyer Henderson, Ollie Knox, Elliot Bourke is up to 9th place with George Johnston, and a bit further back Theo Hamilton, Jerry Dufficy, Jackson Heath in 9th, Reggie Dufficy rounding out the field, and Harry Grant, it appears, was a non-starter, bottom of your grid there, number 45, as we watch the number 28, who's been on great form today so far, Bo Winslade, fighting his way through the field and just starting to pull away slightly from the number 68 of Riley Blakemore. So Fulbrook-Karma in third, Ivanoff still there in fourth. The top 4 just pulling away slightly from the rest of the field as they make their way through. So 3:09 on the clock. Winslade 56.84 as we look at Ivanoff having a peek down the inside. Oh, nice move there. Now, can he make it stick? Ivanoff up to third place now. Makes the move on the number 94. And Ivanoff, oh, very aggressive over the curbs there. But he's made it move. He's made his move stick. So it's Bo Winslade still leading by just under a second from the number 68 of Riley Blakemore. Jack Fulbrook-Karma still there in third place. Ivanoff, Clare, Branscombe, Henderson, Knox in 8th place, Heath in 9th, and Elliot Bourke rounding out the top 10 as we watch Kevin Ivanoff through the Dan Weldon corner, heading down towards Kestrel corner once again. And through into that final corner they go. So number 50, Kevin Ivanoff, now into third place. Can he close up on Riley Blakemore or Bo Winslade. Nice sweeping line on the outside. Over the line they go. 2:12 on the clock here. And another fastest lap of the race for Winslade. 56.64, 28, your race leader. Nice and smooth on the outside, although he's not really shaking off Riley Blakemore in second place. Winslade has very much been the informed driver today, but Blakemore is certainly not giving this one up lightly. He's still keeping the pace of the race leader. Pretty much, give or take a few hundredths of a second, identical pace on the previous lap. Kevin Ivanoff still there in third, although not really closing up on the two leaders. There he is, number 50. Very aggressive through the Dan Weldon corner, taking the outside, sweeping line. Fulbrook, Harmer and Clare, 41, just a bit further behind. 1:30 left on the clock, so it's going to be tight. I think there should be 3 more laps to go in this race. 1:23 now on the clock as they make their way through. There's the number 96 of Ralphie Branscombe, having a look there in that fight with Noah Clare, and I think has made the move stick. 1:10 on the clock, so still a couple more laps to go here. As again we look at the 96 of Branscombe, we see there's a bit of a wet line on the outside there. Sawyer Henderson, it was, my apologies, in 7th place. Ollie Knox and Elliot Bourke just a little bit further behind, just crossing the line as the rest of the top 10 making their way through the Willows. It's a bit further down, George Johnston 10th, Theo Hamilton, Jerry Dufficy up to 12th position from Jackson Heath, and Reggie Dufficy rounding out the field with Harry Grant out of the race. So next time round we should be getting the last lap flag. It's still Bo Winslade that leads the way as we focus on this battle between Ralphie Branscombe and Sawyer Henderson. Down the TKM straight they go, heading towards Kestrel Corner. And still the 27 shadowing the back of the number 96 here. Can't find a way through just yet. Oh, a little bit of a nudge there, but hopefully nothing too serious. And they've just squeezed through ahead of the time going to 0. So there is 2 more laps to go now. Effectively going for 1 extra lap here, one might say, as Winslade makes his way through the Willows. So what will be the penultimate time? Just starting to pull away now from Riley Blakemore, who was keeping the fight going a bit earlier on, but just seems to have lost a little bit of momentum on that previous lap, and that has allowed Bo Winslade to pull away a bit here. 28. Into the Dan Weldon corner he goes, your race leader, sending the spray flying. You can see the grooves on those tyres, working very hard today. And of course the track has dried out slightly, but still quite treacherous out there. Certainly nowhere near, I don't think it will be today, anywhere near considering slick tyres, but we shall see what the weather does as the event goes on. There's the 21 in your inset there, Ollie Knox, with the 14 of Elliot Bourke. They're fighting for 8th position as Bo Winslade goes over the line to take the 1 lap board. Started the race very aggressively, making his way through the field very early on, and now nice and clear at the front, really starting to pull away now. The gap goes up to 3.3 seconds, coping very well on this difficult track here at Kimbolton today. It's quite slippery. The rain has been consistent throughout the day, has eased slightly, but I think there is consistent rain all day, so it's going to make for a very difficult track for the drivers. But Winslade looking very neat as he makes his way through the top corner and through Dan Weldon corner there, heading towards TKM straight for the final time. Now well clear of second place Riley Blakemore into the penultimate corner and through Kimbolton, the final corner. Still that fight going there, a bit further down with Sawyer Henderson all over the back there as they make their way through. But Bo Winslade is going to take the checkered flag in heat number 2. He looks pleased with that one. Points up number 1 as he goes through, and that was a great drive for him. Blakemore second. It's going to be Ivanoff third, just fending off Noah Clare. Here's that great fight here between Ollie Knox and Elliot Bourke. It's Branscombe 6th, Henderson 7th. And out to the final corner they go. So we have got Ollie Knox in 8th position. Elliot Bourke has to settle for 9th, and then the rest of the field are made up of, there's the number 23 of George Johnson. There's 24. Reggie Dufficy still charging away at the back of the field and will stay on the lead lap as well this time, so improving the pace as the day goes on. So Jackson Heath finishing 11th, Theo Hamilton in 12th, Jerry Dufficy just over the line there in 13th position, and rounding out the field will be the number 24 of Reggie Dufficy. Any moment now should be coming through, and there he goes. So improving as the heats go on there. He got lapped in the previous race, but little Reggie Dufficy staying on the lead lap there, and will get some great experience as he heads towards the final a little bit later on. We're going to move on to our next race in just a few moments, the 12th race out of 28 scheduled for today. It's the Micromax and Waterswift Restricted Heat number 2 for their finals later on this afternoon in association with Torque Raceway, and there will be the Driver of the Day award later on. So it's Micromax UK and the Waterswift restricted engines, 60cc 2-strokes, and this is how they line up. So Ansel Murray will lead them away from Dion Singh Bahal in second position, Adam Galudi in third from Harry Radcliffe, Logan Rolfe and Sebastian Behrman in sixth position on row number 3, Alessandro Salas in seventh, Soren Gallagher 8th, Oliver Dawson, James Debreu running at the top 10 from Finley Beals and Austin Oman, another one who ran well in the first race. Harris Barber, he'll be hoping for better luck in 13th from Lucian Smith, Logan Baker, Teddy Higgs, Jensen Darlow and Zach Andrew in 18th position. Mason Hibbert, Louis Williams-Mabs, William Crombie, Reggie Chandler and George Wheeldon rounding out the field. So here they come. We were reliably informed earlier then that Sebastian Behrman in this race is the cousin of Ollie Behrman, who ran so well yesterday in Saudi Arabia in the Formula 1 in his rookie showing. And here they come then down towards the final couple of corners, getting in position now. So the Micromax and Waterswift restricted, I should say. They'll be starting a little bit further behind the rest of the group as they make their way through. There's Alessandro Salas, number 28, just behind the number 32 of Logan Wolfe. Ansel Murray and Dion Singh Pahal, another driver who ran very well in heat number 1. It looks a bit of a... No, it is a full start. I was going to say it didn't look like a race start there. The flag coming out a little bit late there, but out nonetheless. So the start has been called. I think the drivers knew themselves that it was a full start. Oh, spinner there, but may have just seen on the side of your screen. Just trying to see who that was that span off on the exit of Stowe Corner. One of the drivers towards the front of the field has got going again. There we are on the inset of your screen. That was the Adam Galudi, I think, number 29. Spinning off there on the exit of Stowe Corner, and did well to keep the kart going and not get stranded there. So he should be able, hopefully, I would think, to catch up with the... Oh, it's going to be tight, I think, actually. I was going to say he might be able to catch up with the rest of the field, but I don't think that's going to be the case. And the drivers... There's another spinner at the back out of your screen, just you may have seen just at the back there. It looks like we're going to go around again. No, we're under... The race has actually started. Well, here we go. So we are under race conditions. I thought there was going to be... It was a very slow start to this one, but they file their way through. And Salas leading then from Bahal in second. And Bahal has now taken the lead. So Dion Singh Bahal, 23. He looked very good in the opening heat race, has the advantage here of a front row start, and has immediately fought his way through to the front of the field. So there's Bahal, Salas on his tail, and the number 37, Sebastian Behrman, very well placed. And there he is, Behrman having a look on the inside, but losing a little bit of ground there. And Lucian Smith, who ran so well in heat number 1. Oh, a bit of a nudge there with Salas then going wide. And that allows Lucian Smith up to second place. Here they come out of the final corner, all very close here. So over the line goes number 23, Bahal leading. Smith already up to second place, having a peek down the inside, looking for first place here. Behrman right on his tail. And great driving there from Behrman to try and sneak through on the inside as well, but it wasn't going to come off, and Lucian Smith takes the lead. So he ran very well in heat number 1 and is now back exactly where he wants to be, at the front of the field. Clear track in front of him. It looks like Behrman has gone through into second from Bahal. And yes, indeed he has. So 37, Sebastian Behrman up to second place. Just a little bit further behind then, Bahal, 23 in third. And looks like Salas, Radke, Finley Beals, Austin Oman already up to 7th place. So Oman, another driver who ran very well in the opening heat race. He's starting a bit further down the grid, so he's got a bit of work to do, but already back into the top 10. None of that's going to bother Lucian Smith, though. 44, your race leader, who, much like heat number 1, has got to the front early on and is now trying to pull away and run his own race. But Sebastian Behrman keeping the pressure on in second place. The gap about 1.1 seconds. Fighting here on the edge of the top 10. The likes of Finley Beals, Austin Oman, all fighting for position. Looks like Oman's made the move stick. I think that's Harry Radcliffe who may have got past there. 4:45 on the clock, plus 1 lap remaining in this second heat race as they all jostle for position for the all-important final later on today. So Smith 55.81, fastest lap of the race, as we look at the number 26 here of Harry Radcliffe, fending off the number 11 of Austin Oman. Oman trying to find a way through here as they make their way down the TKM straight, heading towards Kestrel Corner. And let's see what Oman can do here. Can he find a way through? Yes, he can. Nice move down the inside. Now be looking to try and make that move stick. And for good measure, makes it 2 out of 1 corner there as he gets past Dion Singh Pahal, who started the race strongly but just started to lose a few positions there. Pahal drops to 5th position now, but Austin Oman coming through the field very strongly indeed. Now just behind the number 26 of Harry Radcliffe. Lucian Smith leading comfortably, number 44. There he is, just going out of your shot, closely followed by the number 37 of Sebastian Behrman. We focus our attentions here on the fight for 3rd position as Austin Oman with the switchback going through Dan's corner, through Derek's corner I should say, making the move up to Dan Weldon. And through the Dan Weldon corner they go. Oman trying to get the tighter exit out of the corner, getting the drive out to get the move done down the straight, but I think it looked like Radcliffe had the line covered. And this is where Oman's brave, going into Kimbolton corner. Can he make the move? Yes, he can. Once again, that inside line working for him. He parks the cart on the apex, but still, Harry Radcliffe gets the switch back out to the corner. They are side by side down the straight. Liz Smith still leading, Behrman second. It's a duel for 3rd here. Radcliffe's got the line. Oh, as Austin Oman did well there to save the cart, snapped away from him there, and was lucky not to spin off the course, but Oman recovering well and doesn't lose any time, but he's still got the number 20 of Finley Beals right on his tail here. Oman again having a peek down the inside, certainly not perturbed by that little mistake going into the first corner, and he's recovering back to fight once again, looking for lines here, trying to find a way through. Just a little bit wide on the entrance there to get the move done on the exit. Not quite, as number 20 Finley Beals watches here. He's going to try and take advantage of any kind of a mistake between the battle between these two drivers. Oman again, is he going to try and go down the inside? Yes, he is. Now, can he make the move stick this time? A bit slower into the corner, parks the cart on the apex, but no, it's Harry Radcliffe not giving that position up lightly. Here they come side by side over the line once again. This time Oman's got the inside line and makes the move stick. We look a little bit further back on the edge of the top 10. There's Harris Barber. And he had trouble in the first race, of course, so good to see that Harris Barber running strongly in the top 10. And the unfortunate Dion Singh Pahal losing another place there, drops to 7th position. Had a bright start, but does seem to have lost a bit of pace as the race goes on. So I wonder if there's some sort of a problem with the cart maybe, or if he's just struggling with the conditions. I don't know, because he was a bit stronger in heat number 1, but looking to fend off here and defend his place from the number 46, James DeVrew, right on his tail, currently in 8th position. This is the fight for 7th place. Bahal's got the position here, but DeVrew looking strong as they make their way through to Kestrel Corner and makes the outbraking manoeuvre. Oh, and just about keeps it on the course, makes that pass stick as he makes his way through Kimbolton Corner. 1:17 left on the clock here, so the race drawing to a close. The leaders making their way down the back of the circuit so far, as DeVrew signalling to Bahal there just to follow me here, have a look at some of the lines and try and catch up with the rest of the field. So Bahal now drops to 8th position. 9th is Mason Hibbert from Logan Wolf. They're a little bit further behind this fight at the moment. And then a bit further down, Oliver Dawson, Alessandro Salas in 12th, Louis William Mabs, Soren Gallagher, Reggie Chandler. Adam Galoud has recovered well, number 29. He's up to 16th place after that trouble at the start of the race. Ansel Murray, Zach Andrew, and then looking a bit further down at the Waterswift carts, you'll see there in 9th place, I should say, is the number 77 of Mason Hibbert, who leads the Waterswift restricted carts. Second in that group is the 13th place Louis Williams Mabs, number 22. Then in 15th place, number 47, Reggie Chandler, who's just ahead of Adam Galoudi. And then further down, Ansel Murray, Zach Andrew. Rest of the Waterswift karts made up of George Wheeldon, currently in 19th position. William Crombie and 21st, just ahead of Teddy Higgs, who rounds out the field with Logan Baker, it appears, dropping out of contention, or a lap down anyway. So 1 lap to go next time round for this Micromax and Waterswift restricted race, as we look at the number 11, who's had a very impressive race so far, Austin Oman, into 3rd position. I think realistically, unless there's any sort of incident, that's about as high as he will go, because Lucian Smith, the driver we're looking at now, is well clear of the field, leads by 4.2 seconds from Sebastian Behrman in 2nd position. Over the line goes Lucian Smith, number 44, your race leader. And again, very quick and aggressive into that first corner. Nice sweeping line through there. Just keeping the momentum, using the curbs there just to rotate the kart a bit there through the willows. Heading down the Yamitsu straight and into Derek's corner for the final time. Leading the race now by 5.4 seconds from Sebastian Behrman in 2nd position. Austin Oman still 3rd. Finley Beals and Harry Ratcliffe a bit further behind. But Lucian Smith looking very good here as he makes his way through the Dan Weldon corner for the final time in this race. And will surely be looking at the favourite, you would say, here for the finals later on this afternoon. This looks like it's going to be the second of 2 very impressive victories here for Lucian Smith, who goes over the line. There's the battle a bit further down in the top 10. So Smith takes the win. It's going to be Behrman in 2nd, and it looks like Austin Oman's going to hold on to that 3rd place. There's Behrman in 2nd place as we look towards the top of the circuit. There's the number 47. Reggie Chandler and Louis Williams-Mabs in the Waterswift class battling away for 2nd place in that class. So De Vries 7th, and there goes the 8th position driver, number 77, Mason Hibbert, who is the first of the Waterswift drivers. Bahal in 9th, Rolf 10th, Salis 11th, Oliver Dawson in 12th, Gallagher 13th, and then in that fight to the line, it's going to be Reggie Chandler just ahead of Louis Williams-Mabs, Adam Galudi in 16th position there, 29 from Zach Andrew and Ansel Murray going through. And there is the 21 of Zach Andrew. Yeah, we'll see them later on in the final, of course. There's 96, Ansel Murray, William Crombie, Jensen Darlow in 20th, and George Wheeldon will finish in 21st position. And coming up very shortly, of course, we have our 2nd heat race. It's the shifter karts, the KZ UKs, the fastest karts this weekend, who run, of course, on the slightly altered circuit with the full Yamitsu straight in there. So they'll be getting underway in just a few moments' time. So it's KZ UK in association with Amesbury Plant Hire, about to get underway for their 2nd heat race. Finals, of course, coming along later this afternoon. And as always, action throughout the afternoon here. Don't forget, of course, if you're enjoying the action here, to drop a like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube to TNL Sports for all of the action throughout the year. And this is how they line up in the KZ UK. So it's James Harvey from Derek Morgan, Sam Johns in 3rd from Hannah Lang, Ryan Green and Richard Palmer making up row number 3. Daniel Tribula, Isaac Smith and Jason Baker rounding out the field. So, as I say, the action throughout the year here at Hunts Kart Racing Club here on TNL Sports. Don't forget, of course, that there's plenty of action with the British Supermoto Championships, of course, getting underway very soon as well. And give the channel a like and subscribe for all the action on TNL Sports throughout the 2024 season. So out we go onto the track with the KZ UK karts. Isaac Smith, I believe, still in the pits. 1, 2, 3. Yep, he's out on the track now, so we'll join the rest of the field who make their way down the TKM straight. And as you may remember from heat number 1, they will have a wave round here, do another flying lap to get some more temperatures into the tyres and the brakes. These karts, of course, carry a lot of speed, like we said before. Under dry conditions, at least, they can top out at 100 miles an hour on the Amitsu straight. So fair to say these karts, in the interest of safety, really do need to get some temperature into the tyres and into the brakes before the racing gets underway, because they really do pile their way down into the top corner, into Dan Weldon corner here. So these KZ karts, a little bit different from the other classes today. It's have got the manual shifter gearboxes and carrying the front disc brakes as well, so a little bit of extra braking power for them as well, and a single rotor on the back. And differently from the other groups, they do have a standing start as well, which is a spectacle in itself, especially on a wet day like today. Not the biggest grid, so it's a bit wet in the further round into that corner, but shouldn't affect the karts here because they're on a relatively dry bit of track. Now remember that Derek Morgan, number 7, who is on the right of your screen there, had a very aggressive start last time out. He got the kart up to the front very early, now starts on the front row alongside the pole position of number 26 on the left of your screen there with the black helmet, which is James Harvey. Sam Johns and Hannah Lang just a little bit further behind on row number 2, just offset slightly to get a clear track in front of them. The race is about to start. Lights out, and away we go. Oh, trouble there at the start for 26. James Harvey got that wrong, but I'll tell you what, Derek Morgan didn't need to be asked twice there as he jumps through into the lead nice and early. Everyone through the first corner okay. They fight through the willows for the first time. Lang in second. Looks like Ryan Green in third. And James Harvey recovering after that poor start into fourth. Oh, but look at that. Very deep into the corner there from Derek Morgan. And Hannah Lang, I think, maybe had an opportunity to go for the lead. Couldn't quite make the move stick. But Derek Morgan very deep into the corner. Here he comes into the final corner. And again, very slow around Kimbolton corner, taking that extreme inside line, which sets him up quite nicely for the straight now, like a rocket down the straight. Going for the lower gear as he makes his way down into the first corner. So it's Morgan leading. Grabs a gear as he makes his way through the willows. And Lang still there in second. Can't quite shake off Hannah Lang at the moment. James Harvey, nightmare start for him. He got round the first couple of corners okay, but seemed to hit trouble on the end of the first lap and has gone from first right to the back of the field to 9th. So he's trying to catch up here. There's Hannah Lang, second place, 91. And she holds off the number 97 of Ryan Green. So Morgan over the line. Let's have a look at the gap as they go through. So Morgan 44.59. Lang just over a second behind, and the leaders pretty even on pace right now. Green in third, Smith still in fourth. 1, 2, 3 Isaac Smith. Daniel Chabula, who ran well in heat number 1, currently in 5th position, number 12. You just saw him in the middle of the screen there with the blue helmet. Closely followed by the 127 of Sam Johns, Richard Palmer and Jason Baker, with James Harvey just crossing the line right now, currently in 9th place, so hit trouble on that first lap. As we look at Chabula, number 12. And so we're having a look on the inside as they make their way through towards the Kestrel corner, down into Kimbolton. And this is where he did seem to get some moves done here in the previous race. But it looks like Smith has got the line covered as they make their way down into the first corner. And Smith very aggressively guarding the inside line on that Birolap kart. Chabula, oh, nice move there, though, from the number 12 as he makes his way out of Stowe corner and through the willows. Got some drive out of the corner there on the switchback and makes the move stick. So Daniel Chabula now up to 4th place. Here's the fight for second, and it looks like Ryan Green has got past Hannah Lang into 2nd place. This is allowing Derek Morgan to pull away slightly. 5 minutes 10 plus the 1 lap on the clock here as they make their way through Kimbolton corner. And again, Morgan, I think they are starting to use that extreme inside line. Now, of course, these karts, they got the shifter as well, a little bit more torque and a bit more drive out of the corners, so the drivers can afford to use some of those tighter lines if they need to and really slow down, because they can just square the turn off, and they've got the torque to get back up to speed quite easily if they need to do that line. So Morgan leading. The gap 1.4 seconds between first and second place. But as you can see there, look at your graphic. Ryan Green, 44.03 last time round. Fastest lap of the race. Hannah Lang drops the pace a little bit into third. But Ryan Green with the fastest lap just starting to close up a bit now on the race leader as they make their way down towards the final corner. There's 1, 2, 3. And Smith fighting away nicely there with the 1-2-7. Sam Johns on his tail as they make their way over the line. Leaders making their way through. There's Sabula starting to close up on Lang in third. And guarding the inside there is Smith. Although, again, keeping that kart as close to the apex as possible there as Johns weaving about behind there, trying to find a way through, trying to get the momentum as they go flying down the Yamitsu straight into the Dan Weldon corner. And at the moment, Derek Morgan leading the race quite comfortably, but Ryan Green still second, Lang in third, Tabula closing up in fourth and setting the fastest first and second sectors, I should say. So number 12, Daniel Tabula again looking good like he did in the first heat. Trying to close up on the top three as we focus on this great battle between Isaac Smith and Sam Johns.
So Derek Morgan, I'm back by the way. Hello. Derek Morgan has made a brilliant start to this race and has held his ground. Ryan Green and Hannah Lang doing brilliantly so far. And there's your battle on your screens. That looks like it's Richard Palmer and Jason Baker. Oh, actually, no, Isaac Smith. My apologies. So, Sam Johns and Isaac Smith on the battle on your screens. That's for the P5 spot. So, trying to get into that top 5 position. Every point counts here when it comes to the heats. Getting ready for those finals. Coming up later today. Some of the drivers now, especially the Rotax classes, have now got their long wait before they find out whether they will be in the B finals or the A finals. But so far, in the KZ UK class, it's Derek Morgan who's very much controlling this race so far. Ryan Green's just holding his time, and this is a good spot for Ryan Green. Second place is also known as the first loser, but it's also great points for his championship.
Ryan Green just starting to slowly close up on Derek Morgan, who's controlled this race from the drop of the flag, you might say. And again, very aggressively taking that inside line, getting the power down out of the corner. Let's have a look at the lap times when they go over the line. So Morgan goes through 44.11. Ryan Green with a 43.92. His best lap of the race so far, brings the gap down to under a second. Look out for Hannah Lang in third, who's being pushed along a bit here by Daniel Chabula. And they're all starting to close up slowly on the race leader. We've got 1:45 left on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining, so still a couple more laps to go here. Derek Morgan controlling this race well so far. Drifts to the outside going through the Dan Weldon corner. But look out for Ryan Green in second. He's regrouped quite nicely here and is slowly putting the pressure on Derek Morgan, who again will go into the final corner. Let's have a look at the difference between the lines here. Morgan again using that extreme inside line, which I think Green is starting to copy a bit here. Lang drifting to the outside, as does Tabula. Over the line they go, 1:17, so they'll get around one more. There'll be 2 more laps plus the extra lap on here. So still a bit of time to go in this race. And at the moment it looks like Derek Morgan just responding slightly and keeping that gap at 1.1 seconds.
Well, you see the driving style for the KZs are a lot different to the Rotax and the other classes we've been seeing so far. They're kind of having to make sure the car is pointing in a straight line before they get on the throttle, because there's so much torque and so much power lifts the front wheels up if you are still turning, and obviously the less tyres you have on the ground, the less grip you're going to receive. So these drivers, you'll just see Sabula here. He'll make sure the car is lined up, and then he'll get on the power just to make sure the car isn't starting to lose itself, because in karts with speeds just as this, the kart can also take over from you and try and tend to do its own thing.
The race just starting to settle down a bit now with 17 seconds on the clock, so next time they come round they should be getting the last lap board. And Derek Morgan, who's led pretty much from the start of the race, was coming under a bit of pressure from Ryan Green, but just seems to have found a bit of drive and has kept that gap at just over 1 second. So going into the final lap here, just needs to try and stay out of trouble, not make any mistakes. Number 26, James Harvey, just charging through at the back of the field, had that tricky start to the race as the leaders make their way down into the final corner. And it's the number 7 of Derek Morgan. Ryan Green second, and Hannah Lang setting the fastest lap of the race there, 43.59. So Lang, who's actually pulled away from Zabula slightly. Look out for 91 at the back of your screen there. Hannah Lang just starting to put the pressure back on Ryan Green. None of this, of course, is going to bother Derek Morgan, who's looking quite comfortable with less than half a lap to go.
Hannah Lang, she's tried all she can to get to that second place spot, just didn't have the time. But Derek Morgan, who has drove really brilliantly all day today, won the first heat. He's going to make it 2 for 2 here in KZ UK, and round the final corner, Derek Morgan takes a second heat win, followed by Ryan Green, who's made a brilliant comeback from his poor result in the first heat. Hannah Lang rounded out the podium spots, followed by Daniel Sabula, Sam Jones, Isaac Smith soon will come over in P6, holding on from Richard Palmer, who finished quite a far margin down, about 22 seconds off the leaders. Jason Baker will round out the final spot on track number 8. And driver number 38 finishes 8th, and James Harvey sadly DNF'd out of that one.
I think he just, looks like he came off with 1 lap to go there, so rather than completing the final lap. So Harvey out of contention the final stages there. We have actually got, of course, our third of the Rotax seats here, junior and senior Rotax respectively. The last round, of course, had a race on the Saturday, but all racing taking place today here. And this will be the all-important third heat for the junior Rotax.
So, Junior Rotax about to get underway for their final heat of this weekend, and these are the final times when drivers can get as many points as they need to get into that prestigious A final spot. If not, they will have to contend themselves in the B final, where the top 4 drivers will make it into the final. On the circuit, here come our drivers soon. We'll be able to have a look at how they all line up. So all drivers have left the grid, and you can just see them out on circuit soon. So soon we'll be able to have the entry, the lineup for the junior Rotax. As the driver just taken his escape robe, that was Emily Cotty, the number 42. But just having a look on the oh wow, brilliant 360 there by one of our drivers. I think that was one of the Fabricus. That was Oliver Fabricus, who tried to get some style points there, but there's no style points awarded for your 360 skills. It's all about where you finish in those final spots. Around the final corner, Jason Dukas and Dominic Parabek rounds out your front row. Watch out for Toby Bedford in P4, Riso in P5. It's a false start. So now we're going to have a little look through our list, through our driver lineup. So as I said, Jason Dukas and Dominic Parabek round out your row 1. Here's actually your screens. Amy Peacock and Toby Bedford round out row 2. Reese Owen and Callum Foster round out your row 3. Then it's Harry Bartle, very quick driver, watch out for him. And William Archer in row 4. Rachel Turnbull, Hugh Moulton, Harryman Banzel, Owen Keenan, Zach McKay, Logan Hartshaw, Emily Cotty, Lucy Wilden, Oliver Fabricus and Teddy Cooper round out your row 9. John Richardson, Aris Mayowskis, Toby and Alvarez, Brandon Truman, Sebastian Leash, and Miles Roby round out your row 12. And Joshua Smith, watch out for him, he won our last heat. And Masters Jevedis rounds out row 13. Alexander Gurgus, Alex Lynn, Arthur Brownless, Freddie Hammond and Oscar Keane rounds out your 31 drivers as they come round the final corner. Will we get ready to go racing here? We'll have to wait and see. And we are off and racing down into turn 1, so watch out for on the inside. I couldn't really see who that was, but Jason Dukas, oh no, Jason Dukas, that's Amy Peacock as well, couldn't get the car stopped. And it's sort of a dominoes effect. When one of the drivers can't stop behind, there's a couple of drivers off. That's Lucy Wilden has a broken rear bumper. Joshua Smith, who won our last heat. And Harry Bartle was taking the lead of the race. So brilliant start by Harry Bartle. But I couldn't really see what that was. We'll have to get a little bit of a replay here. but it looked like a driver from behind. I think that was Bartle, actually. Kind of hit Amy Peacock. Actually, Rhys Owen. Rhys Owen tapped the back of Amy Peacock and kind of sent a dominoes effect. Flying into Hart to the top, to the drivers in the front too. Jason Dukis sadly couldn't get the car stopped and ended up flying on the escape road. But so far, coming out the first lap, it's Harry Bartle, who's got a pretty strong lead so far. So watch out for him in these stages of the race. Harry Bartle's got a lead, made up 6th place on that first lap, so he's very, very, very strong so far. Lucy Wilden getting that technical flag for that rear bumper, dragging. There's a driver off at the turn 1. We'll have to see who that is, and we'll have to see what happens when they drop down the field. We can see which driver that is. But Callum Foster has made up to 2nd place, so brilliant driving there, but you might have to watch out, because I think that's Hugh Moulton right behind Callum Foster, jumping all over the curves. But Hugh Moulton, very smooth so far, and gets on the inside in the Weldon Complex. So Hugh Moulton, who did the exact opposite of Callum Foster, which was Callum was jumping all over those curves, and the car was getting quite a battering there. Hugh Moulton respecting the chassis and keeping the car calm and collected, and got his way through into the final podium spots. Watch out for Rhys Owen. Owen Keenan has made up a few spots, made up 6 places already. Watch out for Aris Majowski. Oh no, Callum Foster! So he was starting to lose the rear there going into turn 1. Rejoins safely, managed not to get collected. But sort of, if we get a replay of that, he sort of lost the rear going into the corner and couldn't get it stopped. Accidentally hit the back of one of the drivers in front. We just watch here on your small screen. So he taps the brake about here, and you just see he can't stop. And Hugh Moulton gets a bit of a tap on the rear, but Callum Foster couldn't get that car stopped. No, it's all about the driver's fault here. So unfortunately, that was the end of his race so far. Let's see, he can try and find a way back up. Moves through the field here. Aris Majowski, who has been driving through the field perfectly, making move after move. He's definitely showing off what he can do. That's number 17 with a contact warning. That's Amy Peacock. So Amy Peacock having some troubles there. There's a good battle here. That's Oliver Fabricus and Toby Bedford's on the inside of Fabricus. Wow, he hits the curb really hard there. Cars goes flying, and Owen Keenan and Aris Majowski right on the back of one another. Aris Majowski on the inside, and Fabricus followed through. That's the sort of effect that you can have when overtaking. If one driver goes through and you're right behind, you might as well stick it down the inside and take that spot as well. And Owen Keenan, he's going to have to hold on. He's lost those 2 spots there, and Toby Bedford trying to capitalise on that as well. He's trying to find his way through. But so far, one of our strong charges as well, Brandon Truman, made up to 12 places. So brilliant driving there. But Oliver Fabricus and Aris Majowski, 13 and 14 positions respectively. And I could just see off my screen, off the commentary box, as a driver stopping at the final corner, and I think that's Callum Foster. So it's gone from hero to zero in a matter of minutes here at Kimbolton, and unluckily what was looking at a good race kind of fell past him, and sadly his race is now over. The number 90 has a contact warning. That's Oliver Fabricus, so he's going to have to watch himself driving through this field here. But I'm just looking at my commentary box, and Harry Bartle has got a massive margin gap from the 2nd place driver off Hugh Moulton. There was Toby Bedford, who's really late on those brakes, trying to get the car stopped. Who's that on your screens? That's the number 24. That's Miles Roby on that 2D machinery. Just trying to hold on from the driver from behind. The driver from behind being Araman Banzel. So Araman Banzel is right on the back now, the number 24. Is he going to have a look? We'll have to find out. But the 24 is sliding all over the place. Banzel on the inside uses a bit of the curbs, try and get the car stopped and rotated down into the bus stop section. Will he get down the inside? And not yet. Josh Smith, brilliant drive. He's managed to make his way up. Back, there's a couple crashed. I think that's Toby and Alvarez and Sebastian Lusch there, who managed to sort of lose the car. I think if we get a replay of that, we can kind of see what happened there. But I'll just speak about Joshua Smith, who has made up a few places now after a very rough start. After he got caught up in that crash with Lucy Wilden. So we're gonna have to see if there's a replay of what actually happened when it came to the bus stop section. But so far, this has turned out to be a brilliant race. Who's that on your screens? That's one of the Pro Train carts. There's Emily Cotty. So Emily Cotty actually was doing competing in the British F4 Championship. Well, actually looking at competing in the British F4 Championship this year. Did the tests not long ago and was looking very promising on pace. Down the inside of William Archer. Manages to get it stopped and gets it turned. But Emily Cotty driving brilliantly so far. Another representative of females in motorsport, and it's an ever-growing platform. And not just in racing, and also in all disciplinaries. And whether you are a driver or a mechanic, there's always a room for you in motorsport. So, Harry Bartle making brilliant strides, making a 4.5 second gap so far. And that's smashing loose on the inside of two drivers. Brilliant stuff there by Luce. And that was one of the drivers starting on the front row of the grid. So I'm going to have a look and see who that was. I think that's Dominic Parabuck. So Dominic on that it was like an orange and grey kart, doing very well to let Luce kind of go through, but not hit him or anything. You know, be very fair and respectful of your drivers around you. And so far, this is turning out to be a thrilling race. That's one of the Pro Train carts behind Parabuck. Have a look who that was. I think that's Matthews Gibrani. So just holding on in that Pro Train kart, you can just see the 177 there. Driving brilliantly so far. All these junior Rotax drivers, you have to remember, they're still quite young ages, but the amount of skill they can perfect in such a small amount of time is brilliant to see. But a brilliant drive through the field. I have to have a look who Arthur Brownless, who made up 11 places so far into P18. So Arthur Brownless, who actually I've been working with quite closely the past couple of months, and he's definitely been perfecting his racecraft and perfecting the Kim Bolton circuit, because it is a hard track to learn, especially with the limited amount of time you can track time you can actually get here at the circuit. So brilliant driving so far. But it's Harry Bartle. Harry Bartle holds his way. It's on your screens there, using the curbs for that rotation. And he's got past one of the back markers. Have a look, see how that is. I think that's Rachel Turnbull. So new to the circuit here, Rachel. And he's definitely still learning how to perfect the circuit, but it all takes a matter of time. And she is on your screens there, She Moulton. Let's She Moulton through. So brilliant driving there by Turnbull. But here's Harry Bartle. Around the final corner. He's going to get the last lap board. And what a drive it's been so far. He hasn't put a foot wrong all weekend. And has put a foot wrong in the heats as well. You can see he uses his body to kind of use as a weight transfer to kind of get the front of the cart loaded as he turned into the corner. You'll see here when he goes into the corner, you couldn't really see it off your screens, but you look at Hugh Moulton here, leans into the corner, trying to get the push on those front tyres, trying to load up the front all he can and get a cart turning in. Smooth and precise driving from Hugh Moulton, but sadly it wasn't enough to catch the charging Harry Bartle. Although being quicker on track out of the two, Harry Bartle got that start perfected. And round the final corner, Harry Bartle will take the third heat win of the day and his second one of this weekend. That's the third junior Rotax heat. Some trouble coming into the pits there from a couple of drivers. We'll have seen what happened, but there's Rachel Turnbull and Harris Mayalskis, who managed to hold on to the final podium spots. So that will be very good for his championship hopes, as he's been quite far up there recently. So Harris Mayalskis made up 17 places. So there's a marshal there telling the drivers to slow down because there are some troubles as we come into the Parc Ferme area. There's Arthur Brownless on your screen. He's made a brilliant drive from P31 to P18. So brilliant stuff there by all our junior Rotax drivers. Some strong drives to look out for from that race was Aris Mayalskis, who made up 17 places. Oliver Fabriusk, who made up 13 places. Teddy Cooper made up 10 to 8th. Brandon Truman made up 16 to 6th. Josh Smith and Miles Roby made up 14 places each to 10th and 11th. So brilliant drives through the field by some of our drivers. Yeah, I could just see off my box there is Callum Foster just being picked up after quite a rough race. I mean, you have to feel for him. He was just about there in the front of the pack, and he's storming off. Not in the best of moods, but there's always that final to come. But now, senior Rotax time, and it's going to be a good one. Ralph Younglin, brother to Timo Younglin, the Rotax junior world champion from last year. He's going to be starting on your pole position spot. You can see the list now. So Adam White, Sam Cornell, Kim Bolton regular, Caitlin Seabrook, Lucas Ellingham, and Leo De Castro run out your row 3. Reggie Hayward and Oliver Atkinson runs out row 4. Jack Spencer, Tristan Rennie, James Dungar, and Reese Bailey ran out your row 6. Ryan Hedge, Aaron McKay, Pierce Armstrong, Joe Fox, Morgan Hudson-Brown, and George Donner ran out your row 9. And further down the grid, we've got Alexander Adams Acton, who was pretty much on it in the heat before. J.M. Mahorn, Jacob Barwick, Petra Jevitz, Luca Osmond-Price, and Luke Bate ran out row 12. George Hart, Joshua Burnett, Kieran Pugh, Isaac Reynolds, Noah Obson, and Jay Pearson ran out your row 15. And rounding out the final spot, Jack Rowe, number 65. So, good grid here of the 31 carts. Soon we'll have the full 34 carts when we get to that final race. Drivers just been let out on circuit now. So, Senior Rotax been recently has grown in the amount of drivers, and I mean the drivers, they have to really put a lot of concentration behind themselves when they are on circuit, because in these senior classes you can't make mistakes, and especially in these wet conditions, mistakes can be made pretty quickly. So, as we come round to finish the formation lap, drivers are going to start to form up, and we can get ready to start the third heat of the Senior Rotax, but the second heat for some of our drivers, well, most of our drivers, because out of these 3 heats, all drivers must do 2 of the heats, and then later on we'll see who ends up in our B finals and our prestigious A finals. The drivers will get in their tram lines. I think this will be going. Yes, we are. We're racing into turn 1. And Ralph Younglin on the inside. Caitlin Seabrook getting a bit sideways there. Watch out for Tristan Rennie on the outside. Tries to hold on, but the track is so greasy. I was speaking to some of the people down when I was having my lunch break, and they said the turn 1 on the outside can be very, very greasy. And you just saw Tristan Rennie having to put full lock on the steering wheel just to try and get the car stopped. Lucas Enningham on the grass. Tristan Rennie, collision, and Tristan Rennie and Lucas Enningham coming to tow. It looked like Tristan Rennie was kind of trying to squeeze Lucas Enningham onto the grass, and when you're on the grass, you can't really stop in time. But there is Ralph Youngling having to drop back a spot, because that's Sam Cornell who's taken the lead. So Ralph Youngling is having to sit back, and he's going to have to wait his turn for when he can fight back again. But to finish lap 1, it's Sam Cornell. There is Lucas Enningham, who had that tangle with Tristan Rennie. And Tristan Rennie, I assume, did carry on going, and he's going to have to work very hard if he wants to carry on and get back to where he was. But Sam Cornell is starting to pull up a bit of a gap already. So he was very, very quick in the early stages of this race. Ralph Younglin, we said earlier, brother to Timo Younglin, as just on the straight there was a couple of incidents of drivers getting pushed off onto the grass. So all these drivers just about making it through, but that's George Donnelly inside of Morgan Hutton Brown. Just about hold on, but we'll have to see what happens if they come through to the end of this lap. Brilliant driving so far by our drivers. And there's Lucas Enningham trying to close in on Ralph Younglin. Maybe he can have a chance soon. We'll have to see. We just got 6 minutes and that additional lap left. 118's under investigation. That's Brian Hedge. So we'll have to see what that was for. But Lucas Enningham, just on your screens there, all over Ralph Younglin. So will Lucas have a look? He's going to have a look into the bus stop. Guess it stopped. It was very slimy on the brakes, but manages to get it stopped and makes the move for P2 on Ralph Younglin. And Ralph's going to have to sit there and bide his time. Maybe follow Lucas Enningham. Look at what sort of lines he's doing. And if he thinks he's got that extra momentum, he can try and have another pounce at him again. But Sam Cornell really starting to pull away here from the rest of the pack. We can look down in my timing sheets. Watch out for George Donnell, who's made up the most places so far. Made up 10 already. Up into the P6 spot. On the inside of Caitlin Seabrook, it looks like. That's for his 11th position. But for 5th place on the road, there's Leo LaCastro just sitting behind. He's going to have a look at trying to get onto the back of Caitlin Seabrook. But George Donnell, the man on the move at the moment, he's the man on the mission. And so far, he's doing a pretty good job here. Making up 11 places into the top 5 spot. He's going to have to try and catch up onto the back of P4, which is Reese Bailey in that blue and yellow kart. The number 199. So watch out for him on your screens. But there's Morgan Hudson-Brown, that precious orange livery with the orange helmet as well. So watch out for Morgan as he goes for that late move. Brilliant, manages to get it stopped, but on the cutback, that was Ryan Hedge. He managed to hold on, but that's the problem. If you're going a bit too deep, you can lose it on the cutback by the driver behind. And Ryan Hedge managed to hold it round the outside of Morgan Hudson-Brown, holding his position. Leo LaCastro all over the back now of Caitlin Seabrook. This will be a brilliant battle, and this is for the 6th spot. So George Donnell on your screens all over the back of Reese Bailey. Will he have a look for another move for P4 on the road? But just looking at my box now, there's a brilliant battle going on. There it is on your screens, Caitlin Seabrook and Leo LaCastro. Will Leo look for a move? He's been out racing for a while now. There he goes, makes the move. Manages to make it stick just on getting on the exit of the corner. Getting the power down earlier than Caitlin. But Leo LaCastro hasn't been out for a while. Last time he was out was around October time last year. Looking at making his way into car racing in this sometime soon, as all these drivers have some hopes of, racing in cars soon, as it is their next step in their careers, and the exposure you can get not just from karting, but even when you make those small steps as well. But Leo LaCastro jacking the kart. Ryan Hedge made his way through as well on your screens there, just the Pro Train kart behind Leo LaCastro. There's Alex Adam Acton on the inside of Caitlin Seabrook. So Caitlin having a rough couple laps and is slowly trying to pick herself back up just on the back of Alex Adams Acton, but has to watch out from Luke Bate, who's right behind. There's George Donnell on your screens, just about holding on from Ralph Younglin. Oh, actually I have to say that, I think he's made the move then. So George Donnell's got into the final podium spot. So unfortunate for Ralph Younglin, but George Donnell, making up 15 positions, has made it to the final podium spot. So brilliant driving by George Donnell. Definitely one to watch out for in the final. He's definitely been on it. There's Reese Bailey rounding out the top 5, just falling off from Ralph Younglin. He's got some work to do if he wants to have a look at a podium spot. But driver off there. I can see who that was. Having a look on my my motorsport timing, couldn't see who that was. Oliver Atkinson, however, getting a warning flag, so I couldn't see who that was. Actually, so it was Gemma Horns, the 116, who went off there at just coming off the Weldon complex. Must have spun the rears up, and sadly going off. Not much they could have done about that. But George Donnell just holding on now You can see he's very loose on the brakes. Jacks the car up to try and get it turned. But all drivers here driving superbly. The track is slowly starting to dry up, but not to a point where we can see those slick tyres on circuit. But you can see dry lines are starting to form a bit. But although that can be down to the fact that these drivers are driving the same line every lap because they need to be as consistent as possible. So the amount of heat one part of the track is going to be generating compared to the other parts will be still very cold. So definitely something to watch out for when it comes to the finals later today. But Sam Cornell holding on perfectly. Hasn't put a foot wrong all race. And Lucas Enningham just holding on in that second position. See Cornell moving the car about smoothly. Because although it's all good being aggressive on the kart, but if you be too aggressive, the car can easily step out from you. So it's always better to be smoother than aggressive, as they say. Lucas Enningham on your screens on that MS chassis. A distinct helmet there, like a red and a green, multicoloured livery helmet. Doing all he can to try and catch up, but at the moment isn't enough, and he's going to have to just settle for where he is now. Sam Cornell, just seen off my box, throwing his hands in the air because he's catching the blue flag, the drivers who are being blue flagged, and it's holding him up a bit. So all these drivers get out of the way. I've just seen one just get out of the way, so there he is on your screens. The number 168 coming through your bus stop. You can just see how smooth he is through here. Blue flags are out for the driver of I think that is Kieran Pugh, the 154. So just holding on. It is Kieran Pugh and Sam Cornell who managed to get through clean and safely. And around the final corner comes Sam Cornell and Senior Rotax Heat 3. It's going to be won by Sam Cornell. Sam Cornell wins here for the final heat of the day for these drivers. For heat 3 of these drivers, shall I say. So Sam Cornell wins it, followed by Lucas Enningham. George Donald, who made up 15 places to that final podium spot, followed by Ralph Youngling, Race Bailey, Leo LaCastro, Tristan Rennie, who made a superb drive, managed to make it from the back of the grid all the way back up to P7. So brilliant stuff there by Tristan Rennie. Watch out for him in the final. Alex Adams-Acton made up 11 places to P8. Luke Bate 15 places to P9. Ryan Hedge, you got that warning earlier, managed to hold out to the final 10 spots. And Morganson Brown and Piotr Jurovic, who made up 10 places to P12. Rounding out your top 12 there. But some good driving through the field there. Senior drivers always showing that mistakes can be can really cost you in these stages. And soon we'll be rolling on to our Heat 2 stages of Mini Inter first. So Mini Inter was a very exciting one to start off with. It was Luca Holmes-Ballock and Finney Lyons who were the drivers to watch out for, driving through the field. Watch out for Kean Bernard though, who showed strong strides as he drove through the field. Let's have a look at our grid. So Oliver Barton and Otis Cleary. Watch out for Otis, he's very quick in the first heat. Lewis Radcliffe, David Horns, Jensen Sayub and Blair Smith round out your row 3. Moving on further behind, can have a look at how they line up past the third row. We've got Sebastian Clark, Hayden Fisher, Luke Holmes-Ballock, Kean Bernard, Drew Davison and Max Wheatley. Leo Livings, James Fabricus, Nathan Edwards, Noah Moulton, Ambrit Singh Hadwell and Finley Hines. And Adam Turek, Edward Haynes, Finney Lyons, Harry Bell, Benjamin Lawn, Adam Judas. Round out your row 12, and on the final row, and final spot, Ocean Brett. And at number 20, so the carts are let out off the dummy grid. We can get ready to start racing here. And once they've completed their formation lap, of course. Using the formation lap to get used to the track conditions. Although they may already know it is wet. But the track can change in a matter of minutes. So, just coming through their formation lap now. A lot of quick drivers to watch out for from behind. Drivers such as Finley Lyons, who is below the top 20 places. So, he's got his work to cut out for if he wants to have a look at finishing a good result here, ready for the finals. But your front row, Oliver Barton, Otis Cleary. And we were speaking earlier about how the outside of turn 1 can be very greasy, which was causing a lot of drivers earlier to spin off. So Otis Cleary is going to have to watch out for that. But as we come around the final corner, will we be racing? Yes, we are. So racing into turn 1. Otis Cleary on the outside manages to get over. Will all the drivers get stopped using a lot of curb, trying to get the car turned, but all drivers make it safely through the first sector.
Interesting to watch. So return back. Just been looking outside the track. The rain has stopped for now. It is forecast for later on. And as you can see for yourself, of course, Charlie, the track getting a little bit greasy in places, isn't it, as it starts to dry out slowly?
Yeah, half the track will tend to find a better dry line, you might call it, and then some of the lines will still be a bit greasy. It's more of the there's a driver running wide there. I couldn't really tell who that was. I think that was Harry Bell. But yeah, some of the track where all the drivers have been using. Oh, there's a move. That's Jensen Sale on the inside of, I couldn't see who that was, but that's David Horns. So brilliant driving there by Jensen Sale. Managed to get the move done. So but on the cutback. Oh, that's driving not stopping. That's 56.
56 there gone way. Got his braking point wrong there. Blair Smith from second place. Got it all wrong. Was rejoined the track in the midfield. So at least he'll be able to continue and try and claw back some positions. Still quite a bit of time to go in this race for him. So it's Otis Cleary, number 11, that leads. It's the now Jensen Sale then, who inherits second after that mistake from Blair Smith. Radcliffe up to third. Kieran Bernard, Lucas Holmes, Ballack, Oliver Barton, Hayden Fisher, James Fabricius, Sebastian Clark running well. And you, of course, mentioned Finley Lyons. He's down in about 17th at the moment, so he's got a bit of work to do as they make their way down towards the Kestrel corner once again. And Otis Cleary very gingerly making his way through there, keeping it nice and smooth. Coming under a bit of pressure now, though, from Jensen Sale. Gets a nice line out to the final corner. Could send himself up here for a run into turn 1. Has a peak or low. Look at that, though, from Otis Cleary. Guarding the inside line. This sends Sale wide. He's going to go for the cutback here, going through into the Willows. But it looks like Cleary's got that cart parked quite neatly on the apex there and prevents Sale from getting the switch back out to the corner. And it looks like 82 Lee Radcliffe following there in third place from Kieran Bernard, Lucas Holmes, Blair Smith has recovered well, actually. He's gone up to 6th place after that mistake earlier on. So he stays into in the top 10.
Brilliant driving here by all our mini Inter drivers at the start of this race. Otis Cleary all over the curbs, and Jensen Sale has got the run. And when he look into the Kestrel corner, goes to the outside. So Otis Cleary uses the curb to rotate. And Jensen Sale looking at a different line, using the outside to go in a bit harder, carry more speed through. But also using that wider radius, which will slow down the kart a bit and lose your time. But side by side into turn 1, squeezing, Otis Cleary squeezing Jensen Sale. Manages to hold on. Otis Cleary really using the curbs here to try and get the kart rotated. And he's skating across the curbs. The floor trail won't be liking this, but there's what you got to do. You got to abuse these karts in the wet if you want to get the most out of them.
And interesting to watch Jensen Sale here using a very different tactic here to the race leader. Otis Cleary driving quite defensive here, guarding the apexes. And again, you see Sale drifting very wide, going for the longer outside line, but keeping the momentum up through the corners to try and get a bit of drive on the exit here. Let's watch him again as he makes his way down through Kestrel corner, again going very wide, nice and early. losing a bit of ground, but he's got that momentum, which should set him up again for the straight. He just can't quite get the front wheels of the kart in there. Didn't quite do it so well that time. So again, he's got to try and chase, and again, you see clearly going very defensive down the inside, which is going to force Sale wide again. And he's going to try and get that cut back very quick through the corner, but of course he's got the longer outside line there. And again, you see Cleary very aggressive over the curbs. Sale all over the back wheels there as he goes again to try into Derek's corner. And we see, just watching there, is Cian Bernard in third place, Luca Holmes-Ballock in fourth, Edward Haynes rounding out the top five, Blair Smith, Hayden Fisher, James Fabricius, Aaron Turek, and Finlay Lyons breaking into the top 10 as again you see Sale drifting wide through the Dan Weldon corner, the outside line, keeping a lot of pace through the corner, but not quite close enough to get those front wheels in there.
Jenson Sale all over the back of Otis Cleary. Otis Cleary getting very much sideways through some of these corners, and Jenson Sale managing to close in there on the braking zone. He's got the run. Will he have a look now into turn one? He goes to the outside again. There's some of your drivers just following through the field. Watch out for some of your drivers like Finlay Lyons, Adam Turek, Edward Haynes, who's made up 15 positions to P5. There's Adam Turek on your screens, the number 22 there. Managing to hold on from, that's a
spinner there
Fabricus.
for Fabricus. He just seems to get caught on the curb there, didn't he? But, he's a bit unfortunate there because he's got the rest of the pack going through, so he drops right the way down to the back of the field. Finlay Lyons up to 8th place, and Edward Haynes, who we just mentioned there, man on the move, fastest lap of the race, 55.38 for the number 46 that currently sits in 5th position. And again, you see Sale drifting. Let's have a look at that replay again with the spinner.
So he kind of drives into the corner, uses the curve to rotate, but too much curb, and it just threw him around. Unfortunate there for James Fabricus, but that's the reality of motorsport. Things happen, and you just got to work behind it and put it behind you and keep working forward.
Here we see again Sale having a look on the outside. The chasing pack has started to get drawn into this battle for the lead. Sale finally makes the move stick. And a moment there for Otis Cleary. Keeps it on the track and trying to fight back. Now this battle for the lead is starting to draw the rest of the top five in. You can see them closing up all the time. Cian Bernard, who's been quite solid all day so far, and he's up there in third place, starting to close up on the leaders. Now back into the lead goes Cleary. And Sale's got to try and fight again. He almost had the lead, but all the time, this fight between the top two. Look at the chasing pack, 3rd, 4th and 5th. There is the very impressive Edward Haynes in 5th place, who's starting to get involved in this fight for the lead. Again, you see Sale drifting wide, and there's Cleary just parking the kart on the approach to the corner. All the time, the rest of the field being drawn in. There's Finlay Lyons, who's fought his way through the field, just starting to catch up on this battle for the lead. And again, Cleary guarding the inside. But look at that, they force each other wide, and this is going to allow, well, look at that, there's
That's
the 1
Cian Bernard.
Yeah, didn't need to be asked twice, did he?
So Cian Bernard saw both drivers going wide and just thought, okay, you do that, I'll go to the inside then. And manages to make the place, and Luca Holmes-Ballock has made his way through, and Edward Haynes. So Jenson Sale has gone from 2nd to 5th in about 2 corners, and in a split of an eye, struggling now to get this win. He was looking very strong, and now he's got a lot of work to do now. Edward Haynes and Luca Holmes-Ballock side by side come out the Weldon complex, but all over the back of Otis Cleary is the number 182 of Cian Bernard. All over the back of Otis Cleary now. Will he look for a move? We'll have to see. Just under 30 seconds left on the clock. Followed by that additional lap. That's Finlay Lyons. Watch out for him.
Made the move there on Hayden Fisher, so it should get up to 6 position.
Contact with Cian Bernard. Flying off there. I couldn't see
he's
if
gone.
He looked like he lost it. Actually, no, he's kept it going.
There's somebody else got caught up in that one. Let's have a look when they come back.
That was Edward Haynes.
Edward Haynes, I think. Yep, so he's back going again. And it's still Otis Cleary in the lead. So let's have a look at Cian Bernard again, trying to find a way through this battle for the lead, getting very close. Next time round, they will get the 1 lap board. I think any one of about 5 or 6 drivers could potentially win this one, but Otis Cleary, I'm sure, will be determined to hold on to the lead, which he's had for pretty much the entire race.
Watch out for Cian Bernard. He's got the run because he went that wider. He took that wider line and carried more speed through. He's done it again, and he's gone on the cutback. Will he move over? Not yet. But Cian Bernard goes wide again, cuts back in, and Otis Cleary is going to have to watch out because now Cian Bernard's got the run on the outside going to turn 1. He moves over, blocks, and forces Otis to the concrete. Otis holds on, uses the curb. Watch out for Jensen Sale. Can't get blocks in. Otis Cleary tries to look, uses the curb. Kean Bernard just about holds on. Brilliant defensive driving from Kean Bernard. He managed just to hold on there. But going into turn 1, when the lap before, it was like bumper to bumper.
Yeah, and Luca Holmes-Balak getting involved in this one now. Back into third place from Jensen Sale, who worked very well there. Here comes the 182, Kean Bernard, your race leader. New race leader, of course, and Otis Cleary will be a bit disappointed to fall into second place, but there's still 2 more corners to go here. Here they come down towards the final corner, although Bernard has got a bit of an advantage here, and he should make it stick into the final corner. There he goes, hooks the right hand. There's 82 in trouble there down in the midfield. Louis Radcliffe was in 10th place, but Kean Bernard takes the checkered flag. The unfortunate Otis Cleary has to settle for second place. Luca Holmes-Balak in third. Jensen Sale winds up in fourth. Edward Haynes will be a bit disappointed with fifth after that mistake, but still a strong position. Finley Line sixth. Good fight through the field for him. Hayden Fisher, Leo Livings, Adam Turek in ninth, and Noah Moulton rounding up the top 10 as the unfortunate number 82, who was in the top 10 there, Louis Radcliffe, finishes the race in the grass.
Unfortunate there, but brilliant driving through through the field by drivers such as Finley Lyons, who made up 15 places. Edward Haynes made up 15 places as well. Kean Bernard made up 9 places, take the win there. Luke Holmes-Balak making up 6 places. Adam Turek got into the top 10, making up 10 places. Benjamin Law just missed out on the top 10, made up 12 places though. So brilliant drive through the field by some of our Mini Inter drivers. But now we're going to be looking soon at getting ready for the Senior X30 and Rotax 177s.
Here we go then. This is our penultimate heat race before we go through to the finals to round out the action here at the third round of the Championship X30 Senior and the Rotax 177 in association with Amesbury Plant Hire, who once again have done a fabulous job in getting the circuit swept and prepared for today's third round. As you can see on the top right of your corner, 8 degrees down there trackside. It is very damp and feels very cool. You'll see all the spectators and the officials with their coats on, because it is quite cool trackside. Let's have a look at how they line up, though, with Christopher Bingham leading them away from Katie Ashburn, Oliver Harris and Tristan Powell making up row number 2. And Alfie Richards, Reece Newburn, row number 3 in 6th place. George Mayle, Aaron Lask, Rylan Ekberg and Adam Wright rounding out the top 10. Aidan Rudge and Morgan Hill in 12th position. 13th for Matthew Morgan from Ty Stansfield. Jack Dan, Josh Jones in 16th. George Bolter and Alfie Ray, the first of the 177s, in 18th position. They'll start a little bit further back. Jake Baker, Matthew Lear, Simon Pugh, Gordon Chenery, Simon Hilton and Nick Aitken in 24th position. Winner of the previous race, Scott Clee, will start in 25th from Kieran Leonard and James Butcher, number 87, rounding up the field. So those Rotax 177s, like a race within a race almost. They will start a little bit further back from the X30s. We'll keep an eye on that as the race progresses. In the meantime, they make their way out onto the circuit. There go the X30s. You'll see the 177s just a little bit further behind. And now they make their way onto the course as well.
So yeah, Alfie Bray starting on the pole position spot in the Rotax 177s. Just see on your screens there, Senior X30 lot coming through the bus stop, trying to work the tyres, trying to get as much heat as they can into them before we get racing here. Just got to sit and buy their time, and at the end of this lap they can go full push and show what they're made of. The driver walking off there, that's like for one of our previous races in the Mini Inter class. But Christopher Bingham and Katie Ashman rounds out your front row of the grid. Kart slowing down, getting ready to start this race. They'll come round the last corner, form up in those tram lines.
So that's a neat looking helmet there for Christopher Bingham. He's got a hint of Heinz Harold Frenson there with the stripes on it. Certainly looks the part he's to pick out. So they make their way through over the line. Good jump there from Katie Ashman. Got a nice drive out to the corner. Flying on the outside, though, is Tristan Powell. Oh,
he can't get it stopped. Katie Ashman spun. And I think that was because Tristan Powell tried to hold her on the outside. And a bit of contact there. Not much could be done. And 177s are off away. You'll see just behind in your screens, there's a bit of a replay here. So you see Tristan Powell holds it round the outside there. Really aggressive trying to get it turned. Kay Ashman just gets pushed into by Tristan Powell. And it's all gone from there, and Katie Ashman has got a lot of work to do now. She wants to close up and try and make her way through the field.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Ashman, really. She didn't really do much wrong there, but just the back end pirouetted out, and after a good start, she is right at the back of the field. So here is the 26 of Christopher Bingham, staying out of the trouble on that first corner. Over the line they go, closely followed by the number 63 of Oliver Harris. Tristan Powell, after that tricky start in third. Oh, and look at that, 26 there. Bingham out breaks himself, and I was going to try and get the switch back, but a little bit too hot into the corner there.
Yeah, it looks like the 26 trying to use the outside line because it can be quicker, although you're going a bit wider, you can carry more speed through. Tristan Powell makes his way through. Oh, that's Ryan Lexberg. Bumper to bumper with Christopher Bingham. This is for the podium spot. Tries to find a way through, but can't do it just yet. But we're just saying about how he had to go a bit wider there. There's Ryan Lexberg on the inside, manages to get it done, but couldn't. But yeah, going to turn one, Christopher Bingham tries to go around the outside, but the problem is you leave the inside space open. Marcus Harris, an easy move, managed to just drive through. Oliver Harris, my apologies, makes his way through into the lead. Watch out for Tristan Powell though. He was definitely strong at the start of the race. Was very aggressive on the kart, going into the start of the race, into the first corner. And we'll watch out for Ryan Lexberg as well, who is starting to close down on top two here.
A little bit further behind, just crossing the line, are the Rotax 177s, headed by Alfie Bray, 16th in the race, number 43. They're just going out of the first corner now and starting to close up on the tail enders from the X30s as we focus on the number 26 going through Dan Weldon corner there, 67 on his tail there. Reece Newburn really putting Bingham under some pressure. But in the 177s, it's Alfie Bray from Scott Clee, winner of the first race, who's fought through quite well into second in that group. Jake Baker, Simon Pugh, Gordon Chenry rounding out the top five as a nice little exit there from number 67. Got the corner nailed there.
That's Reece Newburn, I think.
Yeah,
so
he's,
side by side with Christopher Bingham going into turn one. Just see on your screen, so I think he's just got it done. Reece Newburn, yes he has. So just holds on for that P4 spot. Gets it done on Christopher Bingham. And just behind there, I think that's Aaron Lusk. So brilliant driving by Aaron Lusk, who has managed to make up 2 places so far in this race. Watch out for Ty Stansfield as well. He's made up 6 places into PA. Oh, there's quite I think there's someone off there. That's Joshua Jones. Just on the straight going into the bus stop. You won't be able to see on your screens. Some barrier damage though has been done down the straight. So I wonder if the race will be neutralised or so. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, we'll
but so far, Ryan Lexberg and Tristan Powell, brilliant battle here. This is for the second spot on the podium.
Yeah, they make their way over the line. There's a wave yellow just on the exit of the Willows where they're going to approach very shortly because of that spinner. Although the flags have gone in, so it seems that they're happy for the race to continue as is. The stricken cars of Jones well and truly off the track, 84. Out of harm's way, one would say. He's out of your screen. You'll see the disturbed tyre barrier there on the right-hand side, but doesn't appear to be unsafe, so the race will continue for the time being anyway. They'll repair that after the race. There's a warning flag further down the field for 130, Adam Wright. We'll get that just once he crosses the line. We watch our leader, Oliver Harris, Rylan Ekberg, who set the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago. The driver's now lapping in the 52-second region, so the pace is starting to pick up slightly. And Ekberg 2.73, the driver with a bit of pace at the moment, just starting to ask questions here of the race leader, Oliver Harris, as they make their way through. Harris looking neat, though, as he crosses the line. Ekberg having a peek down the inside, but no, Harris has preempted that and covers the line very promptly. And I think Harris is aware that somebody's behind him. He knows he's got to watch those apexes and not leave too much of an opening into the corners. They go flying through. Tristan Powell just watching in third, but he's 1.2 seconds down. I think he just needs to hope these two start fighting for the lead to get himself back in there. Another retirement there, number 82. Well, that's trying to find that one. Might be from the 177s possibly. Speaking of the 177 class, Scott Clee has now taken the lead, number 116. And he's actually set the fastest lap of the race overall, 51.68. Alfie Brain second. Number 43, Jack Baker. But there's 63, Oliver Harris. The 177 leaders just starting to make their way down the TKM straight right now as the X30 leaders make their way over the line with 2:40 on the clock. And Oliver Harris looking quite neat at the front.
Brilliant driving here by Oliver Harris. Just holding on here from Ryan Expo, but Ryan is all over the back. There's Reece Newburn on your screens there. Aaron Lusk managed to find his way through on Christopher Bingham, as well as Ty Stansfield as well. So Christopher Bingham not having the pace in his there's a move there for the lead. I just saw it on my screens, and I think that is Rylan Exberg, who's got past Oliver Harris for the lead of the race with just under 2.5 minutes left, plus that additional lap. That's Reece Newburn on your screens, but if we can have a look near the front of the pack, I think Oliver Harris has dropped to second, and Rylan Exberg, yes, he has.
He's done it.
So Rylan Exberg has taken the lead of the race. Oliver Harris dropped down to second place, so he's going to have to watch out because Tristan Powell's there as well. So Tristan Powell is making strong strides this weekend and through the year as well. He's looking to get onto the second place, past the Pro Train car here, the red car here, just in second place. Number 63, just about holding on here with Ryan Exberg starting to pull a bit of a gap now. So maybe that's all he needed to do to pull away from Tristan Powell. Otherwise, Tristan Powell is looking at closing in on the field here. But so far, Rylan Exberg managed to get the pass done, and it's going well so far. So brilliant driving by all our Senior X30 drivers. Looking at the 177s, it is Scott Clee who's leading the way still.
Actually up to 13th in the race overall as well, as we look at the number 88 Tristan Powell. Just having a brief glance at the weather forecast, you can see the pace of the race is picking up somewhat here. They're starting to dip into the 51s. This is about the driest the track has been so far today. But there is a forecast in the next half hour or so of a southerly weather front blowing through the track and bringing a lot more rain with it. So this might be the only window of opportunity for the cars to get some more pace out there. You can really see the track starting to... It is a bit greasy, I would say, but it is starting to dry out somewhat here. And the lap times are responding accordingly there as we look at Rylan Ekberg, the race leader, looking very neat. Another one with a very distinctive helmet design there, one would say, with the orange on the top there. And there he goes. He's just starting to pull away now from Oliver Harris as he makes his way down the TKM straight into Kestrel Corner very neatly through there, just nipping the curb on the inside to get the rotation as he makes his way through Kimbolton Corner. Nice and smooth through there around the last corner, keeping the pace on there. There's 63, still in second place, Oliver Harris. Tristan Powell third. And there's still Reece Newburn from Aaron Lask. Scott Clee still leading the 177s. I think he's making his way down towards Kimbolton Corner now, and well clear the rest of the 177 pack. A little bit further down there in that group, Alfie Bray currently 15th, is second in the group. And then we've got Jake Baker, Simon Pugh, Simon Hilton and Kieran Leonard just a little bit further behind. So brilliant driving there by our 177s as well. There's Scott Clee on your screens there. So making big strides here through the field. He's managed to get himself into P12, but the 177 class being the, it's basically senior Rotax, but with added ballast or weight, as you like to call it, and it means that these drivers, especially in the wet, they have a lot more weight to move around, which can actually help you in the wet. So Scott Clee taking full advantage of that. And Ryan Exberg in the Senior X30 category here, just holding on now. You can just see one of the back markers there, just coming through the bus stop. There's one of your drivers in the 177s. That's the 96 of the 90. I think that's the 96 of Jake Baker. So he is sitting currently fourth in the 177 class. There's Scott Clee on the inside of Aidan Rudge. So Scott Clee driving his way through the Senior X30 carts. So he's having a fun time out there. Although with mixed grids, you can still find your way to battle. I'm watching Ryan Etchberg off my commentary box, coming through, taking the win in the second heat here in Senior X30. Brilliant driving by Ryan Etchberg, who got past Oliver Harris a few laps ago and managed to hold on. And just on your screen there, that's Scott Clee, who wins here in 177 for the second heat. So looking back at the Senior X30s, it was Oliver Harris who held it in second, followed by Tristan Powell, Reece Newburn, Aaron Lusk, Ty Stansfield, Chris Bingham, and Aidan Rudge. Matthew Morgan held on to the top 10, and it was Scott Clee that made up 17 places to P8. So finding his way through the Senior X30 classes, Alfie Bray held on to P2, followed by Adam Wright, Jake Baker, Simon Pugh, Simon Hilton and Kieran Leonard.
Ran out your top 20 overall, but some brilliant driving there in our Senior X30s and our 177s.
So we're going to move on to our final heat race, which is the TKM Extreme. They're down there on the dummy grid right now. Just to recap then the rest of the order for today's racing, this is our final heat race about to get underway, TKM Extreme, in association with Clazen Motorsports. We move through to our finals shortly with the junior and senior Rotax Honda 200s and the Micromax, Waterswifts, KZ UK, all in the same race order basically. So our final heat race about to get underway, TKM Extreme. The Rotax finals, of course, will be the B finals and the all-important top 4 progression spaces to the A finals later on today. But we'll move back to the heat races and we'll look at how the TKM Extreme lineup is. James Morley from Johan Calichurn, Charlie Whitehouse, Tom Johnson on row 2, Reese Porter and Kian Bennett on row number 3, and Bennett in 6th position, and the rest of the top 10 made up of James Whittaker from Charlie King, Elio DeSandro and Jake Cox running out the top 10 from Patrick Leave and Leo Robinson. Further back we've got Adam Sparrow from Jack Crisp, Harrison Morrow, Thomas Shaw, Sean Abbott and Jack Stewart a bit further behind in 18th position. 19th is the 27 of Ashley Ruggles from Jessica Fitchhall, Sam Cope, Spencer Lane, William Bloom and Luke Jarman in 24th position. And looking a little bit further down the field, what a big group in this one. Luke Woodward from Jamie Mead, Joseph Booth, Gemma Kiddy 28th, James Monroe and Harry Higgs in 30th position. And the last 4 drivers on the grid, Kai Springfield from Liv Jakins, William Bryant and Al Patterson. So Liv Jakins, Al Patterson, 2 notable names there who did well in the first heat race. But of course with the mix-up of the grids, we'll start right at the back in heat number 2. They make their way onto the track now, so we'll look at Patterson and Jakins as the race goes on, because they've got a bit of work to do. They've got to stay out of trouble on those first few corners, get a good start and maybe get some positions and see where they go from there basically. They make their way out onto the track. So just to explain here, Charlie, of course, these grid positions, they're not determined by qualifying position as such. These are more to keep the racing mixed up really ahead of the finals, so it's almost like random grids in that sense.
Well, yes, and I think I don't really like the qualifying, to be honest. When you compare it to random grids, it mixes things up because you're racing with people with different drivers all the time, and obviously different experiences and stuff. But yeah, when you have qualifying and stuff, you're always racing against the same people. It can get quite boring. And it's also nice now and then to perfect your racecraft by starting at the back and, trying to work your way through. If you know you have to pace, all you have to do is make those overtakes. But as you were saying, James Morley, Johan Calichurn on your front row of the grid. Watch out for these 2. In the tram lines we go. Will we get started? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Here we go. James Morley on the inside. Johan Calichurn just going to hold it on the outside. On the greasy bit though, because on the outside of turn 1, James Whittaker spins. So James Whittaker just about holds on there.
To Calichurn with a great move coming out of Stowe Corner. We'll pick him up in a second. And getting the lead through the willows, he went very wide on the first corner, kept it pinned, got some grip there, and with the switchback, takes the lead. 77 now, James Morley drops to second. But that was a fantastic bit of driving there from Johan Calichurn, the new race leader number 28, to grab the lead.
Charlie Whitehouse has made it into 3rd, so brilliant stuff there by Charlie Whitehouse. I couldn't really see who that was in 4th. I think that's Tom Johnson.
Looks like.
So brilliant start there by Tom to get his place in 4th. But so far so good for Johan Calichurn. It was always hard to start on the outside, especially going into turn 1 where it's quite greasy compared to the inside line. But many overtakes through the field. There's James Whittaker, who's having to kind of work on from his struggles at the start of the race. James Morley, Charlie Whitehouse, and it was actually Reese Porter that made it into 4th. So brilliant stuff there. Reese Porter, just see on our screens there, I think that was Charlie King and Adam Sparrow going tongue-to-toe with each other. We'll have to see how that one turns out. But yeah, so far Charlie King rounds out your top 5. But Tom Johnson, Patrick Leaf, Adam Sparrow, Harrison Morrow, and Ashley Ruggles ran out your top 10. So far, so good for some of our drivers here. Looks like Adam Sparrow there on the inside of Patrick Leaf. So these guys have been at it for most of this lap, actually. And James Morley slowly starting to fall off Johan Calichurn. He's going to have to work hard if he wants to get back onto the back of him and have a chance of going for this win. But you do have to remember, it's just a heat at the end of the day. That's Harrison Morrow. Side by side, Patrick Leaf. You'll just see on the back of your screens here. Here he comes into turn 1. Will he stays on the inside, so he's going to have that better grip. But will Patrick Leaf finally run outside? He does. But Morris squeezed him wide, which he's allowed to do. He has every right to do so.
Well, Johan Calichurn leading the race quite comfortably, although keeping the pressure on James Morley in second place as we focus on this battle on the edge of the top 10. It's all very close indeed. There's the number 19 of Adam Sparrow, just behind him with the white helmet there, number 75, Harrison Morrow, Ashley Ruggles and Charlie King right in there as well. There is the 75 of Morrow, and you see 22 just behind him, Patrick Leaf, drifting wide to the Dan Weldon corner, trying to get the drive on the exit here as they make their way down the TKM straight. A lot of overtaking done on the exit of the corners sometimes with a good drive out of the corner. Around the final corner they go. The gap was 0.6 of a second between Calichurn and Morley as the leaders make their way over the line. The rest of the top 10 go piling out of the Kimbolton corner. So Calichurn leads. The gap goes up to 1.3 seconds as we see drivers looking for lines on the first corner. Oh, very, very late entry to the corner there for Morrow, but he'll keep the pace on the outside and should hold on to that position. And as they go fighting through the willows, very close indeed. And one or two of these drivers to me look like they're being a bit more adventurous now, looking for some of the faster lines out there.
Well, the track is always developing, and those lines can come very, very quickly. So, I mean, you can see Adam Sparrow there. You're going a bit wider, trying to find that extra grip. But I think soon enough we'll be able to see some new lines being created. But it's all going to be ruined soon if the torrential rain starts pouring down. Actually, on our camera screens, the rain is starting to come down a bit more. So maybe this is a new maybe the track will actually get worse now. So this would be a shame for the drivers who are hoping to get some clean running. There's a 27 of, I think that's Tom Johnson, who's managed to get on the inside of Harrison Morrow. Charlie King just battling right behind. He's going to try and find a way through as well. But so far, it's looking good for Johan Calichurn. He's managed to pull himself a 1.5 second gap. And it's not like James Morley's going to be able to catch up anytime soon, because he's got Charlie Whitehouse to contend with. There's
Ashley Ruggles with that iconic number, of course, 27. Gets to the inside.
No, Patrick Leaf.
The unfortunate Patrick Leaf there ended up being nerfed wide and goes onto the grass. He's okay, and just struggling to get back to momentum. Everyone else going past him. But good move there from Ashley Ruggles, and have to feel a bit there for Patrick Leaf, who ends up on the grass. There's the race leader, Johan Calichurn, looking very neat. He makes his way through, and they can see really taking advantage. Here's the replay again. You'll see the 27 takes that apex, and Leaf, I'm not sure he was quite expecting him to be there so soon.
Oh, I wouldn't expect it either, to be honest. And yeah, the second he dipped off the track, because there's quite a sudden dip, and he had nowhere to go from there but just being dragged off the circuit. So Patrick Leaf, a rough lap there, but he's going to have to counteract and try and see if he can make any more places back up through the field, because remember, this is still only a heat race, so he's still got the final to contend with, and anything can happen in the next 2.5 minutes as well. So watch out for the rest of this heat as well.
Just looking a bit further down, actually, we've got Patrick Leaf has recovered to around 24th place, just ahead of Liv Jakins, who hasn't made too many positions up. She's still down in 26, but driver on the move, incidentally, Al Patterson, pretty much on the back of the grid up to 16th position. You'll see him on your lap charts there, 16th place, and making his way through the field quite well.
So big strides through the field by most of the grid here. Ashley Ruggles really showing that you don't need the equipment to be on top, because you can see he has quite an old chassis, some bent side pods as well. That's proper TKM karting though. And it's always TKM karting known for being the Dana lads karting class to contend with. It's a very budget wise very good to get into, and all you need is an engine and a cart and you're off and away, which can very much be powered by Talco, and Talco always have the best facilities. Just
noticed Ashley Ruggles, 27, who's just going through over the line. He's got a technical flag, so he's going to be out of the race.
Am I a commentator's curse?
No, you can see the back end of it. It's the rear panels, rear bumpers dragging off the back of that car, so that's a shame for him. Ashley Ruggles out of the race, technical disqualification. He was in 5th, and after one or two well-worked moves, ends up back in the paddock and out of contention, which is a shame for him. Of course, just to explain there, Charlie, for anybody who's new to karting, there's a black flag with an orange disc on, like a technical disqualification. That's essentially saying that the stewards feel the kart is not safe to continue.
Well, exactly, and obviously the safety of the drivers are always priority. Not just the drivers as well, but also the marshals on circuit. You know, something flies off and goes straight into their hut. That's Adam Sparrow on the inside of Charlie Whitehouse. So after the final podium spot there, that's taking P3 there. So Adam Sparrow on the charge in the last few laps here. He's made up 10 places to get into that third spot. He's going to have to work hard now if he wants to get on the back of James Morley. This might be a good battle if he can close that gap down, and this will be a good battle for near the end of the race, as we've just got 20 seconds left plus that additional lap. But yeah, Han Calichurn just holding on nicely here, followed by James Morley, Adam Sparrow, Charlie Whitehouse, Tom Johnson, and just on our small screens there, that's some of our drivers near the back of the pack. There's Olivia Jenkins there, who's struggled through this race, but thankfully, because of the points she scored in that first heat, she might still on be on for a good start in the final, but we'll have to wait and see when the finals do come. Anna Sparrow driving brilliantly here, making loads of moves throughout the race. There's one of my back markers there, but yeah, there's Johan Calichurn starting the final lap of the race. Gets the kart stopped, uses a bit of curb at turn 1, and then through the Willow section, using both of the curbs here just to carry the speed through, get the kart rotated before putting yourself on the straight here, down to the bus stop, breaking the centre of the circuit. Use the first curb here, straight line it, straight to the second curb, and power out, making sure you hold on the power whilst coming around to the Dan Weldon complex. He'll jack the kart up. A free curb corner where a lot of mistakes can be made easily. Kestrel corner, going a bit wide, trying to carry that speed through. Around the final corner, jacking up once more, and around the final corner it will be Johan Calichurn that will take the win in the second heat of TKM Extremes. Brilliant driving there by Johan Calichurn, and looks like Adam Sparrow managed to make it into second place on that final lap. So 11 places up, and second place is taken by Adam Sparrow, James Morley, Charlie Whitehouse, Spencer Lane. That's made up 17 places. He was actually one of our talk driver of the days. I think it was in January or February. And Tom Johnson, Thomas Shaw, Charlie King, Harrison Morrow, James Whittaker, and Al Patterson, which made up 23 places. So from the very, very last spot on the grid to 11th for Al Patterson. So brilliant driving there. Kai Springfield made it to 13th, making up 18 spots. So there's some strong drives through the grid so far, and this finals is looking very, very exciting indeed.
Yeah, we'll of course that later. We just saw the number 93 of William Bloom, and as Charlie says, we go straight through into our finals, starting with the junior and senior Rotax finals respectively, the B finals that is, of course. And as always, the top 4 will progress to the A finals later on this afternoon. And just adding, this is a race that carries quite a lot of jeopardy, you might say, in terms of having to get through into the finals for those guys who've just missed out on the A final. And just adding to that jeopardy, the forecast rain that's supposed to be coming through is just slowly starting to arrive. It's going to start lightly and get a little bit heavier within the next half hour or so, according to the weather forecast at least. So you can see it's not really raining all that much at the moment, but there are a few drops out there. And well, if it rains, it is forecast to rain a bit more heavily in the next half hour or so, so that could add to a changing track. So let's have a look at how the B final lines up for the junior Rotax. Charlie Upgrade from Finley Jones, Oscar Keane, Toby Farthing in 4th, Amy Peacock and George Phillips in 6th position on row number 3. Row 4 is Lucy Wielden from Dominic Parabuck, Samir Paul and Freddie Hammond rounding out the top 10. Row number 6, Thomas Gray and Alexander Campbell. And a bit further back, Rachel Turnbull on row number 7 from Matthias Jadvabny, Jensen Hartshorn, Callum Foster, Alexander Gergwis and Alex Lynn. Gergwis, a driver who took quite a hefty crash into the tyre barriers earlier on, so good to see that he's okay. And we'll try and fight through the field to get one of those all-important top 4 places. But there are a few drops of rain on the panel in the commentary tower. You'll see 1 or 2 on the camera lens there, actually, as well. It is starting to come back in. And the possibility of a changing track could make things even more difficult here as the B final for Rotax Juniors gets underway. They charge into the first corner, and the race leader guarding that inside line, Charlie F. Gray, very tight into the first corner. Their line astern as they go through. Everyone seems to have got through just about, although, a bit of a spinner at the back there.
That was Callum Foster.
And trouble in the Willows.
Oh, that was quite a hefty crash into the Willow section. Just off your screens there. A couple carts weren't able to make it through, but Charlie F. Grave on the air cart managed to, I was going to say he's managed to hold the lead, but commentator's curse yet again. And I think
it's 23 now in the lead. That's Finley Jones who muscles through into first place. There is the number 53 in third, Toby Farthing. Crucially for these three, they are nicely clear now of the rest of the field, so they've just got to try, you'd almost say try and work together here just to hold keeper well ahead here. The driver on the bubble in terms of qualifying at the moment. We'll have a look in a moment. There's
well,
the
you're speaking
place.
about the number 25 who had that massive crash in one of the heats. He's actually sitting in P4, so this will be a heroic drive. If he can manage to make his way into the A final after quite a nasty crash in one of the heats earlier. He managed to go into the wall on the start-finish straight. But Charlie F. Grave is just about holding on here. He doesn't want to do anything silly. Otherwise, he will. That's his weekend over. But so far, he's in that top four margin. He's got to hold on from the driver behind, though. Number 53 of Toby Farthing, who's looking at trying to get his spot into the final. But it's all good being in the final, but you want to have that extra spot.
Well, here they go. So Farthing having a look there on the inside of the number 74, Charlie F. Grave, who a little bit screwed there and just a little nudge there from Farthing, purely accidental, I think. And there is Alexander Gergis, who pretty much was at the back of the field, has already fought his way through to fourth place. There was a hefty collision in the Willows on the first lap, and it's taken a couple of drivers out of the race. I think everyone's okay, but Dominic Parabuk and Jensen Hartshorn both out of the race, it appears. And I think it was Freddie Hammond quite a way back now, so there's a few drivers out of contention realistically in this B final. Finley Jones, he'll be happy with this. He'd be well clear now of the rest of the field. The gap 1.8 seconds as F. Graves looking to hold that second place from Toby Farthing. Got a bit close earlier on, but just starting to settle down at the moment. And let's see if Farthing can do anything else as Alexander Gergis pulls away slightly now in fourth place.
Charlie F. Grave just holding on from Toby Farthing here. And on the bubble, Alexander Gergis, who's made up 13 positions just on that first lap alone to get into the fourth spot. So brilliant driving, and was able to avoid all the mishaps that happened on that first lap. There's Finley Jones on your screen, putting quite a strong gap so far. He's looking to be set to make it into the final, into the first spot of four on the A final grid.
Yeah, it's looking at this very close battle here for second place between Charlie F. Grave and Toby Farthing. Gergis still in fourth, just about staying ahead of Samir Paul, who's starting to fight through the field. Matthias Jedvabny drops to sixth place from Callum Foster, George Phillips, Thomas Gray and Alexander Campbell rounding out the top 10. But again, it's the F. Grave guarding that inside line. Still grid positions on offer here for the A final. As you can see on the screen, the skies are starting to get a bit dark, and there's a few more drops of rain out there, not really affecting the karts out on the track because Finley Jones has just set the fastest lap of the race. 51.86 as they squirrel for grip there going into the first corner. Oh, and Farthing back end steps out, but he had it under control. Second and third fighting here. Now they are starting to get together a bit, and if you look out for Gergis, there he is in fourth. The gap just under 3 seconds, but I think Gergis is starting to close up a bit here.
Well, watch out for Samir Paul. He's the man on the move right now, and Charlie F. Grave trying to hold off from Toby Farthing. But I think Toby Farthing just wants to sit behind for now. He knows he's got this spot covered, and he's going to be in that A final, but it's all about that getting that podium spot. Well, he is in the podium spots, but he wants that second place because it's always one better. And Charlie F. Grave makes a mistake coming out of the corner. I think he just slid a bit too wide and lost momentum. And Toby Farthing making it through into second place. So will Charlie F. Grave sit behind, or will he have a look at getting that position back? We'll have to see. But Charlie will know that it is the top four that go through, and he's in that third position spot. He'll look behind. He'll see that Gergis isn't that far behind, but he also isn't that close. So he's going to have that breathing space.
to me, it looked like Toby Farthing just nailing that final complex Kestrel corner through Kimbolton a little bit more smoothly than Charlie Fgrave was. So I think Fgrave here could do well to watch the number 53 of Farthing, see what he does. There is Samir Paul, and this is an important battle here because this is the fight for fourth. There's the very impressive Alexander Gergis, who's come right the way through the field. He had that hefty shunt in the heats earlier on, and really has fought back well, but it's not over yet, and he's got some real work to do because Samir Paul, I think maybe one of the drivers caught up in that melee on the first lap, has fought through the field very well here and is starting to ask some serious questions of Gergis here. He was on his own in fourth place, but Gergis at number 25 running a nice pace out there, but Samir Paul really is starting to close up here in fifth position. Now, as they always say in motorsport, catching up is one thing, getting past can be another. He's got about 2 minutes plus 1 to go. There was a spin a little bit further behind. You might just see on the back of your screen there. Nothing serious. That was the 1-2-4. Thomas Gray spun out of 10th place, but rejoins the field a bit further back. The sparks flying there from Samir Paul as he grabs a bit of curb. So this is the fight now for the final spot into the A final. Top 4 progress to the A final. Finley Jones well clear of the field. He's already gone through and is over 7 seconds ahead. Toby Farthing looks comfortable in second so far. FK just dropping a little bit, but still handily placed in third. And the big fight for fourth as the rest of the top 10 make their way through. Callum Foster, George Phillips, Matthias Jadvami, Lucy Wielden, and Alex Lynn just on the edge of the top 10. There's the number 17 of Amy Peacock going through. And I think that might have just been Thomas Gray going through there.
If I was Alexander Gergis, I'd want to make that car as wide as a truck, because he does not want Samir Paul to get through, especially on the later stage of the race, because it can be it could be just heartbreak for the driver if he loses the spot at this time in the race. It's one of the worst feelings, and Samir Paul, he's about to ruin Gergis' dreams of being in the final today if he can make it past, but he has got a minute left. Closing in just about, but Charlie Fgrave, he's just about holding on. But there's Finley Jones on your screens, leading the way, and he's managed to pull a bit of a gap. 8.9 seconds is the gap from the second place man, which is Toby Farthing, and Toby Farthing's managed to pull a gap from Charlie Fgrave. And Charlie Fgrave's just slowly being closed in. I think he's starting to make a few mistakes, but this is not the time to make mistakes now, because one small mistake and it could be game over, and your weekend can be ruined. So Charlie Fgrave, I don't know if he's taking it gently now, because there's only about 2 or 3 laps left in this race. Oh, this is going to be tight here on the clock. I think we're going to go through and effectively do another lap here. We've got 12 seconds on the clock as the race leader, Finley Jones, goes through. And of course, if he'd have been a little bit further behind on the road, he would have gone straight through into the last lap. So essentially, we've got one more lap, which could be good news here for Samir Paul, because that gives him a little bit more of a chance. So, actually, right on cue, just looking further down the field, I think Samir Paul's gone into 4th place as they've just gone over the line as the race leader Finley Jones goes through comfortably through Derek's corner. So it's Jones leading, Farthing still second, Fgrave third, Samir Paul still in 4th. So that keeps the fight open for Gergis a bit, because we are still going to go through on to the last lap next time round. But Finley Jones nearly 10 seconds ahead now, looking very comfortable at the front of this B final. Well, if he hasn't been able to breathe for the past few minutes, he can definitely breathe now, but he's still got a lap left to hold on to this lead. Junior Rotax B final, it's been an exciting one, and it kind of was all sorted out after a small collision in the Willow section. So Finley Jones holding on, 10-second lead, followed by Toby Farthing. Charlie Fgrave holding on to that final podium spot. Samir Paul, Alexander Gergis has now dropped. So actually, so Samir Paul has actually made it past Gergis. On the previous lap he got through. So Gergis still hanging on in there though. I think Finley Jones looking comfortable, well over 10 seconds now as he makes his way through. There's the fight for 4th. Now there's Samir Paul, who made the move for 4th place on the previous lap, but look at Gergis there, 25. He's certainly not giving this one up, as Finley Jones takes the checkered flag, wins the B final, and of course guarantees his spot in the A final in what will be the penultimate race of the day a little later on this afternoon. It's going to be second for
Toby Farthing. He's pleased with that one. Oh, and look at that.
Wow. Oh, my God, final corner.
That was Charlie Upgrade third, and Alexander Gergwis has made his way through. Samir Paul got it a little bit squirrely out of the final corner. Well, I tell you what, that was dramatic there, because Alexander Gergwis didn't give up and managed to find his way through on the final corner, and the unfortunate Samir Paul will be taking an early drive home there, sadly, because he will finish fifth and just miss out on the A final. Foster, Wielden, Jadvami Lynn and George Phillips rounding out the top 10.
I would love to see a replay of that one. I've no idea what happened there, because it happened so late, we weren't even focused on it. So, I don't know what happened, but Gergis, a last corner move, I think, managed to make it through.
Yeah, he just seemed to get the drive out to the final corner a little bit better. I don't know if there is a replay, we'll see if it crops up, but nonetheless, Gergis, he didn't give up. It looked like Samir Paul had got that fourth place nailed in the final spot. But what a move there from Alexander Gergis, who's had a difficult day so far, but gets himself through to the A final. But full credit there has to go to Finley Jones for a victory of over 11 seconds. Those top four drivers getting through to the A final. And with Drift Limits presenting the London Motor Circuit, we have the Senior Rotax B final. And much like the juniors, top four in the B final will also progress to the A final, which will be our 28th and final race of the day a little later on this afternoon. So we'll have a look at how the Senior Rotax lineup in just a moment. It will be the 129 of George Hart that will lead them away from Noah Osbaldiston. Ronnie Bradley and Adam White making up row number 2. And row number 3 is Jay Pearson from Isaac Reynolds. 7th is the 65 of Jack Rowe from Luca Osman Price. Ennis Allersbu in 9th from Nick Lacasas in 10th. Sav Chapman Lewis and Gemma Hirons rounding out row number 6. And the rest of the field made up of Jacob Bavoriak, Kieran Pugh, Joshua Burnett, Cassius Dieth, who had that trouble earlier on, lining up 16th. Michael Morgan and Pierce Armstrong. So one notable name there, Cassius Dieth, who span out in the previous heat and had the technical disqualification starting quite far back, losing a lot of ground, so we'll be towards the back in this B final, and we'll be looking to try and get one of those all-important top four positions. So not only is there victory at stake here in the B final, but for 4 of these drivers, almost a bit of a repechage here, you might say, the chance to get through into the A final later on this afternoon.
So I think it's a good time we talk about one of our sponsors for the Senior Rotax race, Drift Limits. So in the coming weeks on the HKRC website, you'll be able to book driving experiences with them, 50% off, which is brilliant. So they do all drift car experiences. You can drive supercars. That's cool, isn't it?
That sounds pretty good at the London circuit as well, isn't it?
Yeah, so brilliant. For thank you for all our sponsors for coming on board with us this year and obviously providing us with the action we're seeing on our screens. So thank you to Drift Limits and thank you to all our other sponsors who will hopefully be getting through throughout the race and throughout the year.
So there we go. We see the number 35 of Jacob Oriat making his way into position as the leaders make their way through. George Hart and Noah Osbaldiston, Senior Rotax B final. They cross the line. Looks like the start is good, and into the first corner they go. Oh, a bit of a nudge there in the midfield, and
that's Jake Dukis, I think. That's spun. Oh no, that's Adam White. Adam White has lost it. So number 13 there kind of has some troubles there. I think he collectively won the Project 1 carts. I think that's Luke Bate. But so far, George Hart holding on. Oh, I say that. Never mind. No, George Hart does hold on. Rounding outside, going through the bus stop. There was a driver on the inside, and he kind of held on. But there was Jay Pearson in the third spot. He's got quite a distinct orange livery with an orange helmet. So watch out for him as he's going to look at holding on to his P3 spot, because ultimately that's going to keep him in the A final and keep him in the races to come. George Hart. It looks like he is held on though as they come round to finish the first lap of the race. We'll have to look, and it looks like it is George Hart. So George Hart holds on, followed by Ronnie Bradley, Jay Pearson, Luca Osman Price. Looks like Bradley had a look on the inside of George Hart, couldn't get it done though, so he's gonna have to buy this time. But looking past 7th, we have Nick Laskus, Isaac Reynolds, Gemma Horns, and Jacob Boravak. Round out the top 10 here. But so far, going good for George Hart.
Yeah, George Hart looking good at the front of the field, keeping it nice and smooth, with the 1-1-2 Ronnie Bradley chasing in second, Jay Pearson third, and it was Luke Osborne-Price who very briefly was overtaken by Jack Rowe, had a nice line out to the final corner, but that's going to be a tight battle for fourth place. Oh, and down the inside into the lead, neat little move there from Ronnie Bradley. Now George Hart, couldn't quite get the switch back, so yes indeed, Ronnie Bradley makes the move stick.
Oh, very late on the brakes there. He was a bit misjudged by how early Bradley was going to go on the brakes there, and went down the inside, George Hart, but couldn't get it stopped in time. Bradley went back on the cutback. He's going to have to hold on. So now George Hart's going to go into turn one now. Remember where he's going to brake and try and find a way past him, but he's going to have to hold on because he's starting to drop off here. He's struggling through the second sector here. The second sector very hard here. Very technical section of the circuit. It's very flowing as well. When you get it right, it can feel perfect, and when you get it wrong, it can go very wrong.
Seems to me like George Hart could do with watching Ronnie Bradley for a couple of corners here, because Bradley using some wider, more sweeping lines. You saw Hart was a bit more aggressive on the curbs, which seemed to slow him down a bit there, as the track's still relatively dry, well, as dry as it's been all day, you might say. And there are a few more drops of rain on there, so we're going to watch these karts very closely, because it is starting to rain a bit now down trackside. Not particularly heavily, but there's one or two mistakes creeping in there. Drivers a little bit squirrely as the track gets a little more difficult. It's going to be a very tough Senior Rotax B final for the remaining 5 minutes plus one lap. And that rain was pretty much forecast to come through at 3 o'clock, and well, it's just turning 3 now. And as you can see, just I'll have a look at these lap times. They appear to be dropping to me, and to me the karts look a little bit more skittish out on the track.
So all these drivers really getting put to the test here under changing conditions. It's going to be a lot harder to go through the corners now. They might have to brake a bit earlier. There's a driver off there in the barrier. I couldn't really see who that was.
That's the 65 of Jack Rowe, who was fighting for fourth place earlier on, and that mistake into the barrier pretty much drops him out of contention. So he's about 7th place right now, so he's got a bit of work to do. Yeah, the lap times about half a second, maybe a second slower than they were at the start of the race. And they say it is raining slightly, not enough to really affect the track too much, but it doesn't take too much to make the track greasy here, Charlie.
Really doesn't, and that's why these drivers have to learn how the track will react every lap. These drivers are always learning how the track is going to adapt and change. And Jay Pearson there on your screens getting chased in by Luke Osborne-Price, who's got that final spot in the A final. But all it takes is one silly mistake, and that's your weekend gone. So he's going to have to hold off. He's going to have to hold off Noah Obstalson, who is sitting in that P5 spot, a couple seconds off. But a couple seconds can be made very quickly, as we only got 3.5 minutes left. So drivers can make mistakes very quickly and can be cost wisely. Watch
out here for the 155 then, Luca Osborne-Price, who came under a bit of pressure earlier on from Jack Rowe, briefly lost that 4th position. And to coin an IndyCar phrase, that's the guy who's sitting on the bubble right now, the 155. Noah Osbaldeston, number 124, just closing up slightly on this battle. Now, this could be an important moment here for Luca Osborne-Price, who seems to be closing up on Jay Pearson, number 44. Now, what's he going to do here? He's going to try and make the move, but what he doesn't really want to do now is get into too much of a fight here and risk drawing in the 5th, 6th and 7th. Because there's the 124, and Osbaldeston we just saw briefly there. Nick Lacasas there, number 38, and Michael Morgan, both closing up on 4th place as well. None of that, of course, is bothering that guy there, number 112, Ronnie Bradley, who leads the race by 2.1 seconds now. So he's just got to keep a nice pace out there, keep it flowing, look for lines. Certainly not avoid any mistakes, just keep a nice steady flow out there, as he is doing right now. He's actually set the fastest lap of the race there, 52.09. So it seemed to me like the track was maybe going away from the drivers a bit earlier on in this race, but Ronnie Bradley's finding some pace out there, and the lap times continuing to tumble. Now, of course, you might think that he's leading the race now by 2.1 seconds, whether he ought to slow down a bit here, but that's sometimes the worst thing you can do, Charlie. You just got to keep in that flow as good as anything, really.
Well, you tell a racing driver to slow down and he'll probably go quicker. So that's the last thing that Bradley wants to do, because he also is He'll become a target ever so quickly if he ever thinks about slowing down just by a tenth or two. But the track is it's definitely not changing as these drivers are going quicker, it seems like.
Yeah, certainly Ronnie Bradley's finding some good pace out there. Just driving in that good smooth pace, keeping the pace going a little bit further down there, 70 and 35. A bit further down there, Zav Chapman-Lewis and Jacob Voriak fighting for 14th position. There's the 129 George Hart in second place as they make their way through Kestrel Corner into Kimbolton, and they'll probably get through one more lap before the last lap board goes out. There is the race leader, Ronnie Bradley, just going out of your screen right now. Over the line they go, and Bradley still running very well in the low 52s here, carrying a good pace. But George Hart not giving this one up, very aggressive into the first corner. And like you say, the important thing here is, like I say, the temptation you'd almost think would be to slow down, but it's just as good really to keep that good flowing driving out there, keep the pace going, just drive within that rhythm and that flow, and just keep it going, because you slow down, sometimes that's where the mistakes come in as well. So with those two running quite comfortably at the front here, the pressure on for this guy though in third place, Jay Pearson, who's looking good so far in third place, but he's got a little bit of pressure behind him from Luca Osman-Price. And there we saw the orange helmet of Noah Osbaldeston, who's got every opportunity here to try and get into the A final, with 10 seconds on the clock as the leader just making their way over the line now. So we're going to have 2 more laps to go in this race, and this fight before the place could get a bit tasty.
I've just spotted Jay Pearson has got you can see his nose cone just on your screens there, it's wobbling. So could this be a drop nose cone for Jay Pearson? If it is, that would cause a 5-second penalty. That will drop him out. So Noah Obdalson might not even have to do anything as yet, except for stay 5 seconds behind Jay Pearson. Say in between 5 seconds, because if he can hold off the driver behind, Matthew Morgan, he'll be able to take that final spot.
So just to emphasise there, Charlie, that's a rule basically with the front nose cone, the front fender on these karts. If it gets impacted and damages, it's almost a way of stopping the drivers from nudging each other too heavily.
Well, that's the whole point, because I mean, before the rule, if it comes to the last lap, how it is now, and you're second and the driver in front, and you're second and the driver in front, and you want the win, you can just smash straight into the back of him and you take the win. So it's to stop, those sort of situations happening, and creating some clean racing. But I don't think Bradley's going to have to worry about that one, because he's got no one near him. So Bradley rounded that well and complex. George Hart's holding nicely, but lost the lead a few laps ago near the start of the race. But around the final corner, it's going to be Ronnie Bradley who takes the win in the B final, takes his spot on the A final, followed by George Hart. Jay Pearson will come third, but I was saying about that drop nose, we'll have to watch out for when it comes to the final. Lucas and Price takes the final spot on the top 4 on the road, followed by Noah Obstalson. We'll have to watch out if he's in the final or not, followed by Michael Morgan, Adam White, Nick Laskus, Jack Rowe, Gemma Horns. Cassius Duff makes it to 11th, made up 4 places actually dropped a place on the line, so, and that was from Eris Alaju. So brilliant driving from all our senior Rotax drivers, and it's going to be exciting to see if Jay Pearson actually makes it or not.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that's not necessarily to imply that he was bumping another driver, of course, but maybe just picked up some damage anyway. That drop nose, that'll be looked at by the stewards after the race, and that could be important for the 5th place driver, Noah Osbaldeston, who, looking at the lap charts here, was about 1.3 seconds down on Pearson. So depending on that nose cone, he would certainly be close enough to scrape his way through into the B final, were that to be the case, but we'll certainly find out later on today. So it's our 3rd final of the afternoon here at the 3rd round of the championship here at the Hunts Kart Racing Club at Kimbolton. We're coming up with the Honda 200s. That will be followed by Micromax and the Waterswift Restricted in race 22. Race 23 is the KZ finals, Mini Inters, X30 Seniors and the Rotax 177s is race 25. TKM Extreme, and then of course our junior and senior Rotax A finals respectively. So plenty of action over the next hour and a half or so, and like we said, the big talking point here, look closely just by the tyre barrier. You'll see the rain is really starting to come in pretty much as it was forecast, really, so this could make for a changing track for these Honda 200 drivers. Bo Winslade will lead them away from Riley Blakemore, Kevin Ivanoff in third, Ralphie Branscombe fourth, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer in fifth from Noah Clare. Seventh place is Sawyer Henderson from Theo Hamilton, Elliot Bork number 14, and George Johnston rounding out the top 10. Ollie Knox in 11th from Jackson Heath, and rounding out the rest of the field is the two Dufficy drivers, Jerry Dufficy and Reggie Dufficy rounding out the field. And Reggie, a bit of a newcomer, but got a bit more pace in the previous heat race, so he's picking up as the weekend goes on. But the rain is really starting to come down quite substantially now, I would say, and this could be enough to affect the running of the course here. The Rotax drivers just about scraped through, I would say, on not a dry track, of course, but something approaching a dry track, and I think it might start to move in now for the young Honda 200 drivers. Although, judging by the heat races, you would say that won't affect Bo Winslade too much, because he looked very impressive in the two heat races on a wet track. I'm sure that Blakemore and Ivanoff will be looking to fight back as well. Ralphie Branscombe and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer will also be looking for a good result as they make their way through into the final corner, and the Honda 200 final is about to get underway, and Winslade very early on the gas there, flying over the line. Here they go, and it's going to be, I think it was a very early one there, it's going to be a wave round already. Well, it did seem that Winslade and Blakemore were very quick on the power out of the final corner, and maybe they did seem to string out a bit there. So the driver's going round for another formation lap here, and all the time the track just getting wetter and wetter.
They're a bit too hyped, ready to go. That they got on the power a bit too early, which is fair enough. But yeah, Winslade, I mean, what a day it's been for him so far. He's managed to win both heats from the back of the grid as well, which is something very important to look at, because he's been able to drive through the pack in each race, showing that he is quicker than every other driver. But now all he's got to do is work on himself, and if he can find the air at the start of the race to try and break away from the guys, I can't see why he can't win this race. Yeah,
he's just got to get the start nailed, as he tried to do there. He was very enthusiastic out of the final corner. Riley Blakemore, Kevin Ivanoff, Ralphie Branscombe, those sort of drivers, you can never write those off either. So you would, judging by the form book today, you'd put Bo Winslade as the favourite for this race, but I wouldn't like to predict that as a definite, because there's still a few drivers here who've got every chance of a victory. Here they come over the line. And Winslade didn't get the jump this time. He didn't get away at all. Well, the start's good, and it looks like down the inside goes the number 68. So Riley Blakemore really nailed that start. So Winslade didn't get away at all well, but he's fought back very quickly. Although Kevin Ivanoff getting the elbows out there as well, and loses out to third. But Riley Blakemore's also got away well here also. So yeah, it was the opposite there. Winslade very enthusiastic on that first start, and when the race gets underway now, just seemed to just be a little bit gingerly off the start there, but he's fighting back well. Switches neatly to the inside. Nice little move there on the Dan Weldon corner. Winslade up to second, but Riley Blakemore with a great start.
Winslade definitely try not to do anything silly on that start, because he knows he has the pace. So he kind of gave the first half of the lap just to let the drivers get themselves sorted out, and then he's going to try driving through them. Got past Branscombe very quickly, so through the Dan Weldon complex, a very hard complex to get right. Down into turn one, it's Riley Blakemore that holds the lead. And watch out for Winslade. Will he catch up? We'll have to see. But Branscombe holding on to that final podium spot. He's got Kevin Ivanoff to watch out for, as Ivanoff tries to catch onto the back of the podium spots. Blakemore, he's getting catched every second from Winslade. And that was Riley Blakemore. That got a bit sideways there, going into the Weldon complex.
Looks like Winslade may have made a fight for the lead there, going through the Dan Weldon corner. We'll cut now when they make their way towards the Kestrel corner. I think that Winslade's done it. Yes, he has. So Blakemore still there in second. And look at Winslade very neatly drifting the kart through the Kestrel corner. Now let's see what Blakemore can do here. Be looking for lines here, looking to see what lines Winslade's got. He's very quick out of the final corner there, and it looks like Blakemore might be lining up to have a go as they make their way down into the first corner. You can see the spray starting to come off the tyres now as the rain increases. So Blakemore retakes the lead, but will lose out on the switchback out into the Willows. And Beau Winslade straight back through into the lead. Oh, a little bit squirrely there from Riley Blakemore. Caught the curb a little bit too aggressively there. That's a shame for him, because that's just allowed Winslade to pull away slightly. But Riley Blakemore still right in there in second place. The top two just breaking away slightly from Ralphie Branscombe and Kevin Ivanoff. The rain's still starting to come down, but that's certainly not affecting these lead drivers. There's the 28 of Beau Winslade, looking very neat in these difficult wet conditions. What could potentially be a changing track as the race goes on. We'll keep an eye on the lap times as the race develops, because there is still a bit of rain out there, but maybe not affecting the track too much in these early stage. It does drain well here at Kimbolton, I would say, so at least it won't be affected too much. There's Ivanoff having a look for third place of Branscombe, side by side over the line.
So, side by side into turn one. I wonder if we can have a look and see what happened there. So Ivanoff backed off, and he's going to have to wait another go, because Branscombe is showing strong potential here to hold on to that final podium spot. But Winslade has been on another planet today, and he is on the charge to try and pull away from Riley Blakemore. Blakemore making a few mistakes through the race, and I mean, you can't fault him when there's these tough conditions, and he's only just learning about how the track is going to be acting. So there's Kevin Ivanoff, got the grip and got down the inside of Branscombe. Branscombe got the run coming out, had to tap the back of him, and Ivanoff speculating like, oh, we need to work together, and I think Branscombe's going to follow. And obviously, if Ivanoff thinks he's the quicker driver, and if he thinks he's quick enough to get to Blakemore, I couldn't see why Branscombe would not want to just follow him and have a chance of taking a podium spot.
6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. The rain really starting to come down now, but the lap time's not really reflecting that, because Winslade has just set the fastest lap of the race. 56.67. The gap goes up to 1.3 seconds between him and the second place driver just departing your shot there, Riley Blakemore. Kevin Ivanoff, the driver we're looking at the moment, still in third, opting for the smoke visor today, which doesn't seem to be bothering him too much, you would say. It's there he goes, piling the kart into the Dan Weldon corner, closely followed by the number 96 of Ralphie Branscombe, looking to keep up with the number 50. You can see the spray really coming off those tyres now as they make their way down the TKM straight. Rest of the top 10 made up of Jack Fulbrook Harmer, Elliot Bourke, Sawyer Henderson, George Johnson, Jackson Heath and Ollie Knox, Jerry Duffy, Theo Hamilton and Reggie Duffy rounding out the field, with Noah Clare a non-starter in this final race. The lap time's 56.9 for Beau Winslade last time round, and the gap goes up to 2.1 seconds. There's that battle in the remainder of the top 10, all running very close, but Beau Winslade looking very good on a difficult track.
Winslade just being very smooth. He's not using the curbs unlike the other drivers. So maybe he's found that maybe not using the curbs can get more grip for him. And he's definitely showing that, because he's able to carry more speed through the corner. If you look at him there, he's just letting the kart flow. He's making the back follow the front, and when the back's rotating, he's just letting the front follow. And it's working out well for him, because Winslade is leading by a 2-second gap. There's some drivers near the back of the pack. That looks like the 21. So that's Ollie Knox, and he's battling with Theo Hamilton and Jeffrey Dusfus. But so far it is Beau Winslade who is holding his time. Just under over 4 minutes left, plus that additional lap. So we've got about 5 or 6 laps left, and all the drivers are hanging on pretty well.
The lap time's just starting to drop slightly as the race goes on. Just looking at Beau Winslade, for instance, just seems to have lost maybe half a second or so. Maybe he's driving within himself right now. But just watch the input there of the number 28, the race leader. Like you say, Charlie, not really using much of the curves like everyone else is doing, but looking for just very smooth, wider lines. There's minimal input on the steering. He's making the kart do all the work here, looking very smooth. You can see just how hard the guys behind him are charging. And another fight here with the 21 there.
Oh, Theo Hamilton. He got hit round there. I couldn't see who that was. I think that might be the 21.
That was the fight with Ollie Knox there for the top 10. Bit unfortunate there, but the race goes on. 3:15 plus the 1 lap remaining. Here's the fight for second there with Ivanov having a look on the inside of Blakemore, not close enough for anything doing there. 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in the fight for second. At the moment, Winslade's got the race under control, still lapping just under 57 seconds, so he's continuing to pull away from this fight for second position. But Ivanov, he seems to have left Ralphie Branscombe behind somewhat now. And oh, nice little move down the inside from him there. Has he made the move on Blakemore? Yes, he has. So Kevin Ivanov up to second place. Not really been able to answer to Bo Winslade today, but Ivanov has been one of the informed drivers in this class here at Kimbolton this year and fights his way through to second place. So let's see what Blakemore can do. 2:30 plus the 1 lap remaining. And Kevin Ivanov nice and neatly through into Kimbolton corner. Certainly Blakemore not giving up in third. Race leader over the line, Winslade taking the next lap. The gap goes up now to 3.4 seconds. So the race just settling down here as Blakemore has a peek down the inside of Ivanov. The complete opposite to Winslade, I would say. Winslade's been quite smooth in his line choices, but Ivanov really throwing that kart about an all-action style there from the second place man Ivanov.
Well, it depends on how you like to treat the kart. If you're a driver who likes to push the kart to its limits, you might be more aggressive than someone who likes to let the kart do what it wants to do, because, you know, at the end of the day, you're just sat in something that is going to drive you to the finish line. So Winslade letting the kart take over more than the driver is obviously working out well for him, because he's just pulling out the gap. He's got 3.5 seconds margin from Kevin Ivanov. So he's got time to, you know, make some mistakes and try some new lines out, as that's all the drivers will be doing. These weather conditions, there's some battling going on near the back of the pack.
Ollie Knox, Soy Henderson, and I think it was Jerry Duffsey getting involved in that fight on the edge of the top 10. 1:12 plus the 1 lap remaining, and Bo Winslade 3.1 seconds. But Ivanov's finding a bit of pace here. Actually, Kevin Ivanov on the track, which is getting more wet as the race goes on, has actually set the fastest lap of the race, 56.62, although Winslade's found a bit of pace as well. So it's raining all the time, but there are still lines out there, it would seem. Riley Blakemore left behind a little bit now in third place, but still hanging on in there, trying to stay on the back wheels at the number 50. So 3.1 seconds. It's going to be a tall order for Ivanov now, because we've got 37 on the clock. So Winslade should get through now, and there'll be 2 more laps to go. We'll have a look at the gap when Ivanov comes through in a moment. So Winslade over the line. There's that fight a bit further down with 21. Ollie Knox fighting with a 27 of Soy Henderson. Jerry Duffsey just a bit further behind. There go the leaders over the line. And at the moment, Ivanov not really closing up now on Winslade. And it looks like Blakemore is starting to bring the fight back for second place.
Well, if he's got to try and do everything he can. It's got to try every word in the book, and it's not going to be enough to catch Winslade. But Kevin Ivanov, Riley Blakemore might have a chance to catch. If he puts the laps down, he can have a look. But I think he made a bit of a mistake running out of the bus stop section. Yeah, he's all over the place, Riley Blakemore. So losing a bit of ground to Kevin Ivanov. So he might have to settle for that podium spot. It's better to just, you know, be relaxed and not make the mistakes. But it's Buell Winslade who, with 2 laps left, he's got his work cut out for him. He's just gone past the last lap board, so it's actually 1 lap left, never mind 2. And he's got 1 lap left to carry on pushing. But I mean, what a day it's been for Buell Winslade. He's I don't know what's happened over the winter break, over the past month, but something shined in him. And he's been going to, well, hopefully he's going to win if he can hold on for the last few corners. Going through the second sector, about to meet the final sector. But it's not every day you see a novice driver win a club round. Never mind, you know, they'll get their top novice trophy as well. So he was going to get a trophy anyway. But round the final corner, Buell Winslade, my word, you've definitely put a show on for everyone. And you're going to win in Honda 200, the first final. We're crowning a winner, and it's Buell Winslade, one of our novice drivers who's made it his way through the field in the heats and takes the win in the final. Kevin Ivanov holds on to second place, only 3 seconds behind. So Winslade definitely pulled a bit of a gap there, and Blakemore And Riley Blakemore managed to hold on to that final podium spot. But Björn Winslade, what a drive that was.
Yeah, he drove very well, and you have to give full credit to Bo Winslade with the smoothness he had throughout the day. There's the driver in the inset. Then another one that deserves a bit of a shout out there is the 24 of Reggie Duffy, who will finish at the back of the field in this final. But really has improved his pace as the day goes on. I think he must be one of the youngest drivers in the field. And, of course, won't finish last overall because Noah Clare was a non-starter. So shout out there for one of the newcomers, Reggie Duffy, who's just gone over the line as it goes. But, yeah, very well done there for Bo Winslade in the Honda 200 finals. Very smooth. And just looking out to at the weather conditions now, well, it is a very tough circuit. The rain continuing to fall. There's Reggie Duffy. He'll go back to the paddock, and hopefully we'll see him a little bit later on in the year at the next round, which is scheduled, of course, for April the 14th, round number 4 here at Kimbolton. We move on now to the Micromax and Waterswift restricted finals. Some more of our youngsters, you would say, here, and they'll be up for their final in just a few moments. But as I say, the interesting thing we're going to watch here is the weather conditions, the rain continuing to fall. It was forecast in between about 3.5, 3 to really come back in a new weather front, and it's just starting to make the track a little bit more treacherous, in association, of course, with Torque Racewear, and they'll be having the Torque Driver of the Day a little bit later on today. So tense moments now before the Micromax UK and the Waterswift karts get out onto the course. This is how they line up. It's Lucian Smith from Sebastian Behrman, Austin Oman and Harry Radcliffe in 4th position, Finley Beals and Dion Singh Pahal in 6th place. Moving a little bit further down the field, row number 7 is Alessandro Salas from James Devereux, Logan Rolfe, Soren Gallagher, Adam Galudi and Oliver Dawson on row number 6. Row 7 will be the number 12 of Harris Barber from Ansel Murray, Zach Andrew, Jensen Darlow, Teddy Higgs and Logan Baker even in 18th position. And away we go then. So the drivers making their way around the Waterswift, made up of Mason Hibbert, Reggie Chandler, William Crombie, Louis Williams-Mabs and George Wheeldon. So on what's been a nice weekend so far, you would say, for the Behrman family, is his cousin, of course, making his Formula 1 debut with Ferrari. That sounds good, doesn't it? But Sebastian Behrman will be looking to try and get ahead of Lucian Smith in the final of this Micromax. But I think that could be easier said than done, because Lucian Smith has been on top form in the heat races, and he will be looking, there he is, number 44, he will be looking to try and convert that into a strong final here. Now look out for the number 11 as well, Austin Oman. He's been very strong in the heat races. He never knows when to give up, and he's fought his way through to third. Harry Ratcliffe, Finley Beals and Dion Singh Bahal had a difficult second heat, but he was very strong in the first heat, so look out for Bahal as well in kart number 23 as they make their way out to the final corner. Lucian Smith getting a bit of heat into the tyres. Here we go. Over the line, and the Micromax final crosses the line. Looks like it's a good start. Here they come into the first corner. And Oman with a great start there into second place, but it looks like Smith's going to hold on. Oh, that breaks himself slightly, though. And that will allow Oman down the inside. Not quite. Oh, was the unfortunate number 12. Harris Barber, not really being his day, spins out on the first corner. The Waterswift drivers make their way through. Mason Hibbert leading from Reggie Chandler and William Crombie in third. But after a difficult first corner there, Lucian Smith emerges as the leader.
Looks like Sebastian Behrman has dropped off quite a bit. So, I mean, it was a month ago today we were looking at Lucian Smith and Sebastian Behrman on the front of the grid for the final, and looks like a different outcome's happened where Behrman has actually had a rough start. He's dropped a few places. Austin Oman has taken his spot in second place, and in third position, I think that is Harry Radcliffe. So watch out for Radcliffe as we go further into the further stages of this race. But so far, Lucian Smith, oh, there's two drivers spinning there. That was the number 16. And I think that's the number 16 of Jensen Darlow. And I think that was in 69 as well. Don't count everything I say yet, because that happened all very quickly. But so far, Lucian Smith, number 44, holding his way. And he's pulled a bit of a gap so far. Austin Oman, half a second gap from the front runner. And he's got to watch out because Sebastian Behrman has made his way into third position, and he's going to look at maybe making a move. We'll have to see as they come round to finish the second lap, you may say. That's an exhaust for the number 15.
Yeah, let's have a look here because Lucian Smith looking good at the start of this race, and there's the 28 on the move there.
Oh, it's been pushed wide. That was a very close call to the barrier. I mean, you can call that a Code Brown moment, and down the inside, I think that's Dihan Singh Pahel. Yeah, down the inside of the 28. Oh, no, the 20, I mean, of Finley Beals. So this is a brilliant battle shaking up between the two. But this is all going to help Sebastian Behrman, Austin Omar, and Lucian Smith start to pull a gap here. But Behrman is just closing that bit more.
Look out for this guy at the front here, number 23, Dihan Singh Pahal, who had a difficult second heat, just seemed to drop a few places, but looked very impressive in the first heat on perhaps a bit more of a wet track. And now the track getting more and more treacherous, and Singh Pahal really does seem to have found a bit of drive here in the final. Now he's clear in fourth, and he's got to try and shake these drivers off. Oh, as Beals just drifts a little bit wide there, allowing Devereaux into it, but not quite close enough to go for the pass.
Oh, wow, that was a late move. Finley Beals on Dihan Singh Pahal. He managed to close in on the braking zone, managed to get to the inside. Now the side-by-side, who is that joining the party?
Oh,
that's number
Devereaux.
4. That's number 46. Devereaux on the inside. It's all carts all over the place in Cambridgeshire, and Dihan Singh Pahal managed to get back in on the inside. He managed to do the cut pass decision. There's Sebastian Behrman on the inside of Austin Omar, so that's for second place in the race. So, all over the back of it, all over the back of Sebastian Behrman was Austin Omar, and I saw a few laps ago Behrman slowly closing in on Omar, and he's managed to close the gap, found his way through, and now he's going to start putting a bit of a gap. Whether he can catch Lucian Smith, we'll have to see, because Lucian Smith so far has got a 2.5 second gap, and he's definitely don't want it to close anymore.
Yeah, Lucian Smith, as we saw in the heat races, is really running away with things there. He is number 44. He really has been on top form today in this Micromax category. There's the 37 of Sebastian Behrman, who fights through to second place. Just lost that momentum at the start. So any hope he would have had of getting up there with Lucian Smith appears at the moment to have gone for now, but I'm sure that the likes of Behrman and Oman will not give this one up. The track is always getting more and more treacherous, and there's every chance of a mistake out there. So Lucian Smith is by no means guaranteed the race winner here. He's got a lot of work to do, and certainly Behrman, number 37, in your shot now, is not giving this one up. As you say, I've been told he was the cousin, of course, of Ollie Behrman, who I'm sure we all saw yesterday at the Saudi Grand Prix, and he's chasing hard after this driver here, Lucian Smith, number 44, another number there with very strong Formula One connotations, you might say. Number 44, over the line he goes, and he's looking very smooth, as he has all day really, just keeping it nice and smooth into the first corner, leaving that braking late deep into the corner, looking for the smooth outside line. You can see the trails being thrown up now by these wet weather tyres, and there's a little bit further down the field, there's a warning flag for Soren Gallagher, who's moved up to 6th place from Logan Rolfe, but has picked up a warning flag. And at the moment then, so Smith leads, Behrman second, Oman third, Pahal just about clear in fourth, and trying to get involved in that battle there a bit further back. There's Pahal just going into your shot. He's just pulling away from the battle for fourth place, but at the moment Smith looking strong from Behrman, and Oman chasing in third as this battle for the fifth place now starting to hot up.
So it's Lucian Smith, Sebastian Behrman. There's a couple of contact warnings. I'll have to see who that is. Serene Gallagher and the number 46, so that is James Deverick. So watch out for the driver in the number 4. He's had in driver in fourth. He's had a penalty. He has had a warning, but can slowly turn into a penalty if you aren't wary. And I think the rain is definitely coming down a lot harder now. There's a lot more spray being kicked up, and trying to look out the commentary box, it's quite hard to look out of it actually, because the rain is definitely coming down harder, which will definitely spice up these next finals coming up. But at the moment, it's Lucian Smith holding on here. You just see some of the drivers on your screens there. We try and get some numbers here, and we can have a look what this battle's for.
That's the fifth place. That's James
that was a brilliant save there by the number 28. Oh yeah, number 26. I mean, So,
Harry
Ratcliffe.
closing up on
Oh, he's got to
and
get.
he's lost the back end going out of the Dan Weldon corner. Just looking at the lap times here, that just goes to show that it's the grip is starting to disappear now. Even Lucian Smith's dropped a little bit of pace, although he's dropped the pace to the least of the mix. He's still pulling away from Behrman in second and Omar in third. But one or two of these corners just starting to lose their grip as we look at the number 23, Dion Singh Pahal, who's having a neat final here. Still in fourth place, he's really lost Austin Oman in third. So at the moment, unless anything drastic happens, fourth is as good as he's going to get. But there's every possibility that he can maintain that fourth place. He's having a good comeback here, actually. Dion Singh Pahal, number 23, the driver we're focusing on at the moment. The blue flag's going up as he approaches a back marker. There's the race leader, number 44, Lucian Smith. And look at that shot there, really giving you an idea of how slick and slippery the track is starting to get now as the rain continues to fall. We've had one or two drivers spinning out of contention. There's one of the back markers there. I'm just trying to get the number on that one. It's I think it might be Logan Baker, I think. There's number 44, Lucian Smith, looking a bit further down at some of the Waterswift drivers. Mason Hibbert in 15th place is the leader in that group. Reggie Chandler second. Louis Williams Mabs in third, 17th on the track. Number 44, Lucian Smith, just starting to pick his way through some of the tail enders. There looks like the number 142, Teddy Higgs, who's currently in 21st place. George Wheeldon, one of the Waterswift drivers, just a little bit further ahead. There is Lucian Smith, though, and you can really see a lot more standing water on that Dan Weldon corner. That's where I think it was Finley Beals got caught out earlier on. Here they come. James Devroe as well in 7th as Lucian Smith nips down the inside of another driver. I think that might be
George Weldon.
George Weldon there, yeah, in 20th position. So over the line they go. 1:30 on the clock. Track getting tough, but Lucian Smith still looking smooth out there.
These wet tyres are really coming into play now because their big tread blocks will be able to cut through these heavy puddles. You'll see that where you can easily spot out where the puddles are, and when the drivers drive into them, the tread blocks kind of push away from the tyre, so they drive straight over it, and so the wet tyre is really doing justice in these wet weather conditions. I mean, there are obviously different compounds for different classes, and these cadet drivers are using the most of what they can with this tyre.
There's the number 11 there, Austin Oman, still in third place. They're closing up onto the Kestrel corner now, where we lost just a few moments ago James Devroe. You'll see the marshals on the side of the track there. The unfortunate number 46 of James Devroe was running well in the top 10, spat off the circuit onto the grass, and I think has just about got away with the help of the marshals, but effectively is out of the race. So another driver claimed by these deteriorating conditions. There's the number 37 of Sebastian Behrman in second place. Incredibly, Lucian Smith has set the fastest lap of the race, 49.2. That's got to be a glitch, surely. That's like 9 seconds faster than everyone else there.
Oh, he's on it. He's really on it then.
He must be. That's very quick. So Lucian Smith well clear of the rest of the field now. It's still this man in second place, Sebastian Behrman. And Austin Oman, number 11, in third position, just lapping the number 89 there, a little bit further down there, the machine of George Wheeldon, one of the Waterswift drivers. But Sebastian Behrman looking strong in second place, but there's been a recurring theme here with Austin Oman. He's certainly not giving this one up yet again, and he's still fighting for second as they go on to the last lap.
So Lucian Smith starts the last lap of the race, and he's holding on there. Sebastian Behrman on your screens. Austin Oman just holding on for that final podium spot. It's, if you look back a month ago, you were looking at the same sort of result. So just showing how consistent these three drivers are, and you can definitely see these drivers going to be, actually, just looking at Austin Oman, all over the back of Behrman, just a dummy into the bus stop, takes second place, and this is a brilliant battle for the second spot on the podium. Behrman tries to go around the outside, can't do it just yet. Austin Oman, little tap, and Behrman on the inside, they're side by side. Austin Oman holds around the outside, gets pushed wide, sparks fly, and Behrman just about holds on to his second spot. Austin Oman still got one opportunity though. As they come into the final corner, he's going to have a look. Austin Oman just can't do it quite yet, but it's Lucian Smith that takes the win in Micromax UK, and is across the line. who's going to be it? Sebastian Behrman that holds on to second place. A 7-second gap splitted the top two, and Austin Oman ran out the final podium spot. Dion Singh Pahel and Sarin Gallagher ran at Euro 5, and Finley Beals.
There's Singh Pahel over the line in 4th, Gallagher 5th. So a great drive there from Lucian Smith, ending up winning by 7 seconds. And that must have been a glitch on the timing systems. X was showing a lot slower on the next lap there, but that's immaterial really, because Lucian Smith taking a very strong victory. And judging by the heat races, no real surprises there, but nonetheless he still put together a very good result. There's the number 29 there of Adam Galudi, who's had a mixed day, you would say, but came back well to finish in 12th position in the final there. But Lucian Smith, Sebastian Behrman and Austin Oman fighting to the line there. Great driving there for those two guys. And Dion Singh Pahal finishing 4th from Soren Gallagher. Rest of the top 10 made up of Logan Rolfe, Finley Beals, Harry Radcliffe, Harris Barber and Alessandro Sales rounding out the top 10. Oliver Dawson and Adam Galudi just a little bit further behind. That is race number 22 in our 28 race program. The next race coming up very shortly, it's our shifter karts, the KZ UK in association with Amesbury Plant Hire. Just to recap the rest of the program for you, if you're looking to tune into any particular race groups, KZ UK is then coming up in just a moment. They'll be followed by the Mini Inters, race number 24. Race 25 is the X30 Seniors and the Rotax 177s. Race 26 is the TKM Extreme, and then our final two races, 27 and 28, will be the A final for the Junior and the Senior Rotax respectively. So let's have a look at how the KZ UK karts will line up. Pole position then for Derek Morgan from Daniel Tabula in 2nd place, Hannah Lang in 3rd from Ryan Green, Richard Palmer and Sam Johns. Rest of the field made up of Isaac Smith, Jason Baker and James Harvey rounding out the field. So as the rain continues to fall, the fastest karts of the weekend make their way onto the track. As we say, these KZ UK karts, they're what you might call the shifter karts. They've got the gear change on the steering column there. Bit more braking power, of course. They got the single rotor on the back, but 2 disc brakes on the front as well. And as we say, in the dry conditions at least, these karts can top out on the straights at 100 miles an hour, and they won't get too far short of that on the straights, I wouldn't have thought. It's the cornering where it might be a bit more difficult in the rain. So as you can see, they're just going through. There's the 26 of James Harvey, had a difficult second heat race, so he'll start at the back of the field as they make their way through for, once again, their customary second warm-up lap. As we were saying earlier, Charlie, these karts, a lot more power to them as well. They need, in terms of the safety, to have a bit more time on the track to get some more heat into the brakes and the tyres.
Well, the 2 formation laps, very important for these drivers to get all sorts of temperature, engine temperature, brake temperature, to make sure that when they come to actually racing, they're going to be in a safe environment. Make sure those tyres are warmed up as well. You can see them waving side to side, and soon we will get ready to race. Obviously standing starts as well, so something a bit different to our different classes. And well, we're both standing up off our chairs and we're ready for this final to get going.
So here they go, they're lining up for the final now, headed by the number 7 of Derek Morgan, who's been the driver to beat in the heat races so far. The very impressive Daniel Tabula in 2nd place, and can't write him off either in terms of victory. Hannah Lang's been there or thereabouts at the sharp end as well. She's in kart number 91, 3rd on the grid. Ryan Green, another driver's had some good moments today, he's 4th, and then the rest of the field, Richard Palmer, Sam Johns, Isaac Smith, Jason Baker and James Harvey all rounding out. So the last few drivers on the grid now. Standing start, of course, for the KZ UK. Lights go out and away they go. A lightning start there from Derek Morgan, and another one who's really got away well is Hannah Lang in 2nd place. She really judged that start well, just as good as the leader, and is right on the tail in 2nd place. So it's Morgan leading, looks like Lang in 2nd, and a good start there for the 97 of Ryan Green up to 3rd place.
Ryan Green managed to get through in turn 2, but Richard Palmer all over the back now, trying to see if he can find a way through. But Derek Morgan, a brilliant start to his final. He just drove like how he did in the heats, and he's managed to pull away at the start. So he's going to have to try and hold on, but one simple mistake can cost you wisely here. So he has got 9 minutes 9 minutes left, and we just come through the first lap, and it's Derek Morgan who holds his way into turn 1, followed by Ryan Green, Hannah Lang, Richard Palmer, Daniel Sabula, Sam Johns.
Looks like Ryan Green's gone through to second place on Hannah Lang. Yes, he's made the move stick, so Morgan leading, and it looks like Green second, Lang drops to third. There is the race leader, number 7, Derek Morgan, looking very smooth in these wet conditions. You can see him there deep into the corner, going wide on the apex, and then bringing it back down the TKM straight, heading towards Kestrel Corner. And let's see, he's got that line that he's been using all day. And he's going to try it again, possibly. Again, very slow into the final corner, Kimbolton Corner, taking that tight inside line, which in these more powerful KZ UK karts, with the more torque and power out of the corner, I suppose you can afford to use those slower, tighter lines.
Well, you see when he breaks into the corner, there's a move there by Hannah Lang on inside of Richard Palmer, I think. Brilliant move there, but Richard Palmer comes back on the inside. The cutback manoeuvre being so useful around that section of the track. Like, obviously in the last corner, you saw him breaking into the corner there just to get all the load on the front of the car as possible. Get the kart stopped at the apex, get it turned, and on the power, make sure you're in a straight line, because if you're turning whilst on the throttle in one of these machines, you can definitely start bouncing the car, and all of a sudden you could be in the wall, you never know. So it's definitely a safer option, just to make sure you got the car pointing in a straight line before you get on the power. But I think side by side that was Hannah Lang and Richard Palmer. These guys are really going at it. Hannah Lang back on the inside. Richard Palmer, will he go for the cutback? He tries to go around the outside. Will he hold it? Just about. Sam Johnson's having a look, but he can't do anything just yet. But Derek Morgan, he's managed to pull a bit of a gap now. He's got a 2.5 second lead from Ryan Green, Richard Palmer, and Hannah Lang on your screens there. So Richard Palmer is dropped back off from Hannah Lang. He's struggled through the Weldon complex. So we've got to watch out for Sam Johnson. He's right up on the back of him now. These three drivers really going at it.
Yeah, they're looking good so far. Derek Morgan now well clear of the rest of the field, as you can see from the camera shots here. The rain really starting to fall here at the Kimbolton circuit as they make their way through. So Morgan leading, Green 2.6 seconds down in second. And this battle for third place really starting to develop here. Ryan Green is clear in second. Daniel Chabula was third. Now starting to pull away now from the battle of fourth, which is Hannah Lang, Richard Palmer, and Sam Johns, which we're pretty much focusing on at the moment, as Lang just starts to pull away a bit now. And there's the number 17 of Richard Palmer. A little bit sideways there into the corner for Sam Johns. He hustles that kart through the Dan Weldon corner, just trying to get the advantage on Palmer. Isaac Smith, James Harvey and Jason Baker rounding out the KZ UK field, as there is the 1, 2, 3 of Isaac Smith. And we cut back to our race leader with that Hamilton Senna style helmet there, Derek Morgan. I think you've got to be fast to wear a helmet like that, and he certainly is today. Flying through the willows down the Yamitsu straight, and of course they miss out the Derek's corner section, get a bit more pace down the straight, straight into the Dan Weldon corner. And again, coasting on the outside line, using the momentum. He has a quick glance over the shoulder to check his progress. Here he comes down in towards the Kestrel corner, and looking very strong here. Derek Morgan really has been the driver to beat, and you can see him really fighting with the kart there. He's working hard to get that pace to the final few corners, and setting the fastest lap of the race there, 43.66, with just over 5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Derek Morgan, as we said before in these finals in the afternoon, it's if you're running strongly at the front here, it's just, without taking risks, it's worth just keeping that strong pace going really and building the race at the front. Ryan Green a little bit further behind in second, about 3.7 seconds down, but can't really do too much about the lead at the moment. Daniel Chabula still in third in the number 12, and it's still that fight for fourth with Hannah Lang, Sam Johns and Richard Palmer, as we focus on Ryan Green making his way through Kimbolton corner. Another one utilising that extra power of the car, taking the inside line. As you look at the 1, 2, 3 in the inside, Isaac Smith fighting with the 26 of James Harvey, and Jason Baker rounding out the field just a little bit further behind.
You're talking about Derek Morgan looking behind. Well, he's probably looked behind and gone, am I going to run circuit? I can't see anyone. He's pulled a massive advantage of nearly 4.5 seconds. So brilliant driving by Derek Morgan, who last month was actually leading it in the final until he made a mistake into turn 1, I believe, where he lost the rear. So he's definitely capitalised on his mistakes and he's putting it into good use now. But we're now seeing some new drivers sort of that we haven't seen at the front before, kind of coming out alive when they get into these wet weather conditions. There's Daniel Sabula in the screens. Won last time out. Round 2 of the club championship was won by Daniel Sabula in the KZ category. A very exciting race that was, and this race is nothing more than exciting, as we have many battles through the field. One main battle was Hannah Lang versus Richard Palmer, and that's kind of been separated by Sam Johnson, who managed to make his way through, and Hannah Lang just slowly pulling away from Johnson, and it's got a bit of a gap from Sabula, as you can see on your screens. Sabula really taking it gently, but is also pushing the car to its limits. Knows where the limit is and wants to go just that bit over it, just to keep pushing and to try and close that gap down to Ryan Green. But so far so good for all our KZ drivers. Hannah Lang, she's driving brilliantly here in P4. Sam Johnson, who's I haven't really seen him in the KZ before, so he could be new, could be not, and he's definitely showing up for it. Finishing in the top 5 in the KZ race isn't a bad job, especially with the quality of these drivers. I mean, the sort of quality and understanding of the machinery you need to be able to drive this sort of car, it must be substantial, because you have got, you know, with a normal car, you've only got a 1 gear to think about. With this car, you have 6 gears to think about, so you're having to take one hand of the steering wheel and basically drive one-handed for most of the race, which can definitely cause more mistakes, but these drivers are holding on for all their might. That's the 26 there.
That's James Harvey there towards the back of the field. He's still fighting with Isaac Smith. Jason Baker a little bit further behind as we focus on the number 91 of Hannah Lang as she makes her way through the Stowe corner. And Lang is about 11 seconds down so far on the race leader, but still looking strong in that 4th place. Daniel Tribula pulling away somewhat now in 3rd in car number 12. There he is, just disappearing out of the camera shot briefly there. There's Lang, and this battle just starting to settle down a bit now. There's the 127, Sam Johns, making his way through the Dan Weldon corner. Johns comfortably clear of the number 17 of Richard Palmer, you may have just seen in the back of the camera shot there. And there he is, actually, looking back towards the number 17. In a bit more detail there, Richard Palmer, easily recognisable with the Dayglow wet weather suit there that he's wearing. And now to the final corner he goes, and at the moment still looking strong in that 6th place. This KZ UK final just starting to settle down somewhat. There were some skirmishes in the early part of the race, but at the moment things are looking a little bit more orderly at the moment, but you never know in racing, anything can happen. And as you can see the amount of spray being chucked up by these cars. There's every possibility of a mistake, so these drivers, they certainly can't afford to relax here with 1 minute 13 plus the 1 lap left on the clock as we watch the number 17, still the 6th place driver Richard Palmer, negotiating his way around the Kimbolton circuit. And there is the number 7 race leader Derek Morgan, who has controlled this class all day really, and looking very good in the final. Of course, still a bit of work to be done. He's got about 49 seconds on the clock as we look at the battle a bit further down. There's the number 26 of James Harvey, still fighting with the 123 of Isaac Smith. Those two towards the back of the field, but having a really close battle further down as they go across the line. There's the race leader, number 7, Derek Morgan, who I think may have lapped the number 20, the number 38 of Jason Baker. Here he comes out to the final corner. We've got 26 seconds on the clock coming up now, so there he goes over the line. And Derek Morgan will have 2 more laps to go, including the one that he has just started. So Morgan leading, and 2nd place Ryan Green is 6.8 seconds behind.
So brilliant driving there by Derek Morgan. He's definitely showing what he's made of in these wet weather conditions, and I can see why he's made that Senna livery, because you know, back in the day Senna was the man on the mission in the rain, especially when you look at the very historic race. What it was, Brazil, I think it was 1991 or 1992. 91, that would have been, I think, when his I was too young for that.
His car was stuck in gear, if I remember rightly, which, awkward enough on a Formula 1 car. You wouldn't want it on one of these shifter carts, would you? But he's 1 lap to go now for him.
Oh, I was not round that time. You probably were.
I think I was, yeah. I think I remember watching that one years ago. Yeah, that was one of the races of the ages there. And that's he's certainly got that Senna sort of early Hamilton go with the helmet and with the Union flag on the front there. always think with if you've got any sort of Senna or Hamilton-inspired helmet like that, you've got to be quite quick to justify it almost. So, yeah, he's looking good at the front here. Derek Morgan really has dominated this KZ UK class today. Here he comes into the final corner, number 7. He blitzed the start and has led from the drop of the lights. Here he comes over the line to take the checkered flag. Race win for Derek Morgan, winning the KZ UK final. Looks like it's going to be Ryan Green in second. I think that's the 127 of Sam Johns we're looking at there. There's Hannah Lang, number 91. She will finish in 4th place as Daniel Chabil, I think he was shaking the head there when he went over the line. Might be a little bit disappointed with that one, but nonetheless will get onto the podium. There's the number 17 in your inset there, Richard Palmer. So Hannah Lang in 4th, Sam Johns in 5th, Richard Palmer in 6th, and we wait for the battle between James Harvey and, well, Isaac Smith actually looks like he's retired. Yeah, Mini Inters coming up next. So just to remind you, of course, if you're tuning in for any other race categories, just to remind you as to what's coming. Here we have the Mini Inters in association with iZone Driver Performance. After this race, we will have the X30 Seniors and the Rotax 177s. Race 26 is the TKM Extreme. Race 27 is the Junior Rotax A Final, followed by the final race, Senior A Final, our final race of the day. But this is race 24, Mini Inters. This is how they line up. Edward Haynes from Otis Cleary, Cian Bernard and Finley Lyons in 4th, Jensen Sale and Adam Turek in 6th position, 7th for Luca Holmes Ballack, Leo Livings, Finley Hines and Hayden Fisher rounding out the top 10 from Benjamin Lawn, and Noah Moulton in 12th position. Then we have Nathan Edwards, Blair Smith, number 56, Sebastian Clark, Louis Radcliffe, Harry Bell, Amrit Singh Atwal in 18th position, and the final few rows made up of James Fabricius, 91, Max Wheatley, David Heerons, Drew Davidson, Oliver Barton and Ocean Brett in 24th place, and the final driver on the grid is the number 121 Adam Geodaitis in 25th place, row 13, as the rain just has eased off slightly, but still a very wet track. It's got every possibility to change as the race goes onward. I think these wet weather tyres really do displace some water, so we've got a brief easement to the raining, might say. It's still raining out there, but the track's still quite slick and slippery. There's I would say this could be a fairly wide open final. When you look at the top 5 or 6 drivers, I think all of them have had their moments today, and I think any one of about 6 or 7 drivers could quite feasibly win this race.
Well, it's not always easy to call a winner, and we've got a full start, but it's definitely not easy to call a podium spot. But Edward Haynes, Cian Bernard and Finley Lyons were some of our main drivers to watch out for, making strong drives through the field in both heats. So definitely 3 drivers to watch out for, but I think anyone in the top 10, maybe 15, has a chance of taking this win here. But
and Otis Cleary, actually another one that really has worked hard in the heat races. He's there in 2nd place, and if nothing else, he proved himself to be a very difficult driver to get past as well, a very resilient driver. So perhaps if he can get a good jump on the field and get to the front as well, could be one in with a shout as well. But there's several drivers I think could theoretically or quite feasibly win this race. So the start here is going to be very important indeed, not only to get through the first few corners okay and get a good start to the race, but crucially as well, with the track being rather slippery in the first few corners, making sure that you stay out of trouble, don't get caught up in somebody else's crash and write your race off before it's even got going. Here we go then, round the final corner, and the all-important start is about to get underway. Edward Haynes leads them away from Otis Cleary. Here they come over the line, and the Mini Inter final gets underway. It's a good start, and drivers onto the concrete there as Edward Haynes guards that inside line. Oh, and a bit of a bump there, I think, from Cian Bernard, but he seems to have got away with it.
Finley Lyons straight into 2nd place,
yeah.
So managed to go round the outside. And I thought for a second he was going to go for Edward Haynes, but didn't manage to get the run. And a brilliant start there by Finley Lyons. Edward Haynes holds on to the lead. And Cian Bernard, watch out for him as well. Gets into the final spot on the podium there. Otis Cleary all over the back of these two. But look at Cian Bernard on the inside of Finley Lyons. He's going to push him wide. Finley Lyons just about holds on and has to slot back in behind Otis Cleary. He's going to look on the inside, but watch out. I think that's Luca Holmes Ballack who managed to get the move done on Otis Cleary. As Otis Cleary went to the outside, it was a move on the inside for Luca Holmes Ballack. There's Jensen Sale making a move, and Adam Turek watch out for him as well. He's been good in the heats as well. And he's got some road to make. There's him on the curb. He's going to have a look on Jensen Sale. Couldn't manage to get it done just quite yet, but Edward Haynes still holding on in the lead. And there's many drivers in this pack right now, so any driver has a good opportunity to make it to the podium spots. And there's Kean Bernard. I think he's just made a move on Finley Lines. Actually, no, was there. So it's just defending that line, because the second place, although you're the first loser, it's still a spot on the podium. And any spot on the podium's nice, because that's a pot. That's the podium. That's a podium prize at the end of the day. And looks like Ballock is just holding on quite nicely.
This is the perfect start here, I would say, for Edward Haynes, who's got the jump on the field. And immediately there's a fight developing for second place. So for Haynes here, he's really just got to keep his head down here and put some good smooth laps together, which he's doing now. 55.43, fastest lap of the race. So pulls another half second on this man in second place. Kean Bernard is coming under a lot of pressure here from Finley Lines in third. And so Lines in third place, closely followed by Luca Holmes, Ballock in fourth. And Otis Cleary in fifth. Jensen Sale drops to sixth momentarily. Adam Chirac, Leo Livings, Lou Radcliffe, Noah Moulton rounding out the top 10. Hayden Fisher and Sebastian Clark. James Fabricius a little bit further behind from Nathan Edwards as they make their way through Derek's corner. And there is the number 11, the very tough driver there, Otis Cleary. And again, defending that line well with the 140 on his tail there, Jensen Sale. These two resuming their fight that they had in the heat races. And again, you can see Otis Cleary being very clever to guard those inside lines, but leaves himself open into the final corner. Should get the switch back out of the corner and retakes the position. Edward Haynes, meanwhile, clearing away from the rest of the field. The gap is only 1.6 seconds, though. So Kean Bernard not too far behind, still with 7 minutes on the clock coming up now, plus the 1 lap remaining. So Bernard second, Lines in third. Holmes, Ballock, Cleary, Sale, Chirac, Livings and Noah Moulton up to ninth now past Louis Radcliffe as the race just starts to settle down into some order now. Kean Bernard seems to be holding on to that second place as we focus on the number 11 of Otis Cleary, doing a great job of holding on to that fifth place from Jensen Sale. And up to the top corner he goes. You can see him fighting to get the cart through the corner neatly. Sale again, this is his tactic from earlier on there. The number 140, Sale drifting to the outside lines here, using the momentum.
We just talked about Jensen Sale, and he's using a wide range of lines here. If he's behind and he don't think he can go for a move, he'll use that outside line just to try and get that speed round the corner, and then he'll try and go for the inside line. He's right behind Otis Cleary here. Here's Jensen Sale. He goes to the inside, gets the grip earlier than Otis Cleary, and Otis Cleary straight to the curb. He'll go back through. But will Jensen Sale be able to go on the cutback? I don't think so. So he's going to have to wait until the bus stop. He closes in, but will he have a look to the inside? There's not enough room there, because if he had to go, he'd have to go on the grass, and that would be seem as unfair, and an unfair advantage would have been gained. So it's better to wait and wait for these little opportunities to come. He knows where Otis Cleary is going to be a lot slower than him, and he's going to have to set up. So example for this last sector, he knows he'll go defensive. On the outside, gives it a little tap, actually runs side by side with Jensen Sale. On the outside is Sale, and Cleary holds it on the inside, jacks the cart, but it's too much, and Jensen Sale, oh no! That was a massive crash, and it was two drivers collecting each other. That was Jensen Sale and Otis Cleary. It was sort of, Jensen Sale got the cutback, but didn't realise how much room he actually had, and Otis Cleary kind of turned into them. The second day to tangle, it's you can't do anything after that, and it's not very long until you're going to be end up in the barrier.
Well, that's a shame for those two, because they've both been on top form today. You see the number 46 now, our race leader,
gone out.
Edward Haynes. So the Battenberg flags are out. We'll watch this again. Here they come into the corner. There's number 11 of Cleary, and
Jensen Sale, he gets the cutback done, but just connects the two, and it's straight into the barriers. Yeah, because the second you connect wheels, it's straight into the barrier you go. And unfortunate for the two drivers there who were sitting quite high. There's all the drivers driving past, just having a look at what has happened. So Battenberg flags are out, and basically the Edward Haynes is going to turn into a safety car. And at this point, Edward Haynes must be feeling a bit annoyed, because he thought he had this win in the bag. And Kean Bernard is right behind now, so this is his second opportunity to have a look for this win. So the race isn't over yet.
Let's have a look then. We've got 4 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. So those Battenberg flags are out. The yellow and black flags. You'll see when the marshals see them again in the shape of a Battenberg. As Charlie said, this is effectively what you might say is like a virtual safety car situation like you get in Formula One, where the drivers have to hold station. They are still racing here, but they got to drive at a reduced speed, no overtaking. And certainly if they make a mistake and they go off the track in these situations, then they would be obviously losing position. There's the 2 stricken karts. We saw him very briefly there, the number 39 of Harry Bell, but he's got back into the race. Sadly, Otis Cleary and Jensen Sale are out of the race. Let's hope they're okay. They took quite a hefty whack into the tyre barriers, which certainly did their job. So we are under this neutralised conditions here, you would say, because the marshals got to make sure those barriers are safe. 2 karts absolutely went piling into the tyre barriers. There they are. There's a little bit of superficial damage, I think, to the 140. Certainly there of Jensen Sell. He just locked wheels like we saw in the replay and just speared off into the tyre barriers. Nothing really, one would say. There's the number 39, who looks like he's going to fall back, I think, and the other drivers are going to go through.
So that's a back marker, and I don't really know what he's trying to do here, because he kind of needs to let the rest of this pack go. Finley Lyons just...
Yeah, that was Harry Bell, who span off before, so he actually rejoined the track just in front of Edward Haynes before the safety flag came out. So it's a bit confusing here. He just seems to be dropping a little bit further down the field there, but Edward Haynes now, he's just controlling the field at the front here. We've got 2 minutes 22 on the clock. The marshal's still working hard on the exit of the final corner, Kim Bolton, to get those tyre barriers replaced. So running down the time here, there's a warning flagged in the meantime for number 81, the machine of Finley Lyons, in 3rd place. The sort of like the driver conduct flag, you might say, the black and white flag. So a bit of a warning there for Lyons. Not too sure what that's about, to be honest, but we'll find out later on possibly. But 1:55 on the clock. Here they come.
So this is going to be shaping up to be a brilliant race now. With just under a minute and a half to go when we start racing, we've got about 2 or 3 laps of just pure racing. Edward Haynes trying to waste as much time as he can, just by going as slow as he possibly can. And I can see the checkered flag's actually been drawn. So
yeah, the race is
being called early, and Edward Haynes is going to win here in the mini Intim class. So it's going to be Edward Haynes, followed by Kean Bernard, Finley Lyons, Luca Holmes-Ballot, Leo Livings, Adam Turek, Finley Hines, Noah Moulton, Louis Radcliffe, and James Fabricus, who ran out of the top 10, make up 9 positions. I
don't think the leading drivers... there's a bit of confusion here on the track. So the checkered flag has gone out.
It was a very late call, so...
Yeah, they're still racing here. I think the race, I believe, has... The finish flag has been drawn. It's showing up on our timing charts as well. But the guys at the front still racing here. There's Edward Haynes. So... yeah, well, they have put the checkered flag out, so the race is over, I believe.
Well, I wonder if he wants to do another lap to get his photo finish.
Yeah, let's have a look. So he's still charging nonetheless. I think, well, the checkered flag is out.
We'll re-commentate it, and round the final corner comes Edward Haynes. He's already celebrating.
Yeah, he still thinks the race is on, doesn't he? He doesn't care. Well, never mind, there he goes.
So now, the race is finished, and Edward Haynes does take the flag and wins here in mini.
I think these drivers have gone around an extra lap. I think they still thought the race was on there, so it did finish a lap ago. So it was Haynes from Bernard Lyons, Holmes-Ballock, Livings, Turek, and Finley Hines, Noah Moulton, Lou Radcliffe, and James Fabricius. The race drawn to a halt early, I think, so that damage to the tyre barrier, so I think they're still trying to get that repaired. So a little bit of a confusing finish there for the drivers. I think they got caught out by the late checkered flag, but seems the race just being drawn to a halt early under the interest of safety, one would say.
Well, yeah, the safety for our marshals are always important. The Orange Army do a good job, and something like that, you know, the marshals do come first when it comes to safety. And if they can't get that damage cleared in less than a minute and a half, then it's just better off to call the race there. So quite an abrupt halt to the race there, and I'm quite unfortunate we didn't get to see them race into the flag. But it's now time for the X30 Seniors and the Rotax 177s to get underway.
Yeah, here we go. 4 more races to go. The X30 Seniors and the Rotax 177s getting underway in just a few moments. Race 25 TKM Extreme Race 26, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax in the A final will round out the field. But here is the X30 Senior and the Rotax 177. This is the lineup, so it's Ron Eckberg from Ty Stansfield, Christian Powell, Oliver Harris in 4th, Morgan Hill and Jack Dan going away in 6th position on the grid. Kart number 62, row number 4, made up of Christopher Bingham, Aaron Lask, Rhys Newburn, Katie Ashman, Josh Jones and Aidan Rudge on row number 6. Row 7, looking a little bit further down, is Adam Wright from Matthew Morgan, Alfie Richards, George Mayle, and then the driver who's been the one to beat in the Rotax 177, Scott Clee in 17th place, first to the 177s from Alfie Bray. And the rest of the field in the 177 class made up of Gordon Chenery, Kieran Leonard, Jake Baker, James Butcher, Simon Hilton, Simon Pugh, Nick Aitken and Matthew Lear rounding out the field in the 177s about to get underway. It's just a brief pause here because I think there's the tyre barriers just being the repairs just being completed. We've got the stricken carts of Jensen Sale and Otis Cleary just moving those carts back to the paddock. I believe, well, I haven't seen the drivers, but hopefully they'll be okay. The unfortunate 140 of Jensen Sale's car looking a little bit beaten up after that excursion into the tyre barriers, but nobody seems too concerned. There's the number 11 cart of Otis Cleary, and yeah, I don't think there's any massive concern with the pit crews involved and the parents involved, so one would hope that the drivers then are okay. Nothing injured except their pride, let's hope, and they'll get those cars repaired and back out, I'm sure, in the next round of the championship in April. Don't forget, of course, the next round, fourth round of the series, including the 210 challenge, will be taking place on April the 14th. They'll be here on TNL Sports as the drivers make their way out onto the track, the X30s and the Rotax 177s. And there, I think, is Scott Clee that leads the Rotax 177s, the 116. So these drivers, of course, they carry a little bit more ballast normally, which I suppose on a slippery track it will be potentially an advantage.
Well, yeah, because you've got all that extra weight being used to help stop the cart from sliding off. So we're gonna have to see how this plays a part in the Senior X30 category, because, you know, you saw in the last few races, you had drivers like Scott Clee who were driving through some of the packs here in the Senior X30. But it's Ryan Exberg who lines up on that pole position spot. Ty Stansfield right on the outside of row 1. Tristan Powell's going to try and look through and follow through on Ryan Exberg. Are we racing? We're racing down into turn 1 for Senior X30. Ryan Exberg hard on the brakes. Will he get it stopped for turn 1? He just about. Ty Stansfield's going round the outside. Will he try and make a move? I don't think so. He holds on from Tristan Powell. Very nudging each other. And he holds on just about. Ryan Exberg just about holds on for the lead of the race. Stansfield and Powell running out your top 3. The 177s have got started as well. And I could just see Scott Clee manages to hold on to the lead there in the 177s. There's Morgan Hill there in your Senior X30s and Christopher Bingham. Those two drivers trying to find their ways through to try and get that last podium spot, which is held by Tristan Powell. So after you come around the first lap, it's going to be Ryan Exberg who just about holds on for the Senior X30 lead, followed by Ty Stansfield, Tristan Powell, Oliver Harris. I think Oliver Harris might have it. Yep. Oh no, Morgan Hill. So Morgan Hill has taken 4th position, followed by Oliver Harris, Christopher Bingham, Rhys Newburn, Aaron Lusk, Josh Jones and Kate Ashman around out your top 10. So all the drivers staying together in this first stages of the race and looking down at the 177. So it's Scott Clee that leads the way in the 177s, followed by Kieran Leonard, Alfie Bray, Gordon Chenery, Simon Hilton, Simon Pugh, James Butcher, Matthew Lear and Jake Baker, who are out on track right now trying to make their way through the field. This is a brilliant battle shaking up here. That's Aaron Lusk, Rhys Newburn and Joshua Jones is trying to find his way through on the outside into Cholesterol Corner. Has to back up, thinks better off it. But Christopher Bingham, you're saying on that distinctive livery and helmet, quite a camo-like livery. And Aaron Lusk just trying to find any way round if he can.
Yeah, Aaron Lask up to 7th place in that fight. One to look out for, I would say, possibly, is the 53 of Katie Ashman, who had, there she is actually, she had trouble in the second heat race, so starting a little bit further down the field. She's just starting to put the pressure on the 84, Josh Jones, a little bit squirrely through the willows there. You can see the spray really starting to be thrown up by these carts as the rain continues to fall. Very much a wet track, and there is the number 67 of Reese Newburn. And that battle on the edge of the top 10 just starting to take shape here as we look at the number 84. 48 down the inside there. Aidan Rogers breaking into the top 10, just trying to find a way through. A little bit further down in the Rotax 177. Scott Clee leading from Kieran Leonard, Alfie Bray, Simon Pugh rounding out the top 5. Ekberg leading then with 52.6, fastest lap of the race. Ty Stansfield in 2nd place. Tristan Powell in 3rd. Morgan Hill in 4th position with Oliver Harris running out the top 5. And it's Bingham, Lask, Newburn, Jones, Rochdam, and Katie Ashman just dropping momentarily to 12th. There is the leader of the Rotax 177, Scott Clee, who has been scything through the field quite effectively in the heat races and is doing much the same here. Perhaps that added weight adding a bit of an advantage here for him as well. He starts to close up on some of the X30s, and of course you won't want to get too drawn into their own battles here. Try and stay out of trouble. There is the looks like the 64 of Matthew Morgan and Adam Wright fighting away as Clee drifts to the outside, gets the powder. You can see the advantage there. The drive, he gets out of the corner quite easily, gets past the closing up on the 130 of Adam Wright. And those drivers didn't get in the blue flag there, I believe, so I suppose this is a driver in a different category. There we just saw the number 54, Simon Pugh, who's fighting with Alfie Bray and Kieran Leonard, but Scott Clee, again, looking very good as he starts to make his way through the field.
Scott Clee is on a charge right now, and he's doing a perfect job. He's just there behind one of the Senior X30 drivers. That looks like the 130 of Adam Wright. So he's going to try and find a way through if he can. But so far, so good for Scott Clee in the Rotax 177s. And at the front in Senior X30, it's still Ryan Exberg that holds on from Ty Stansfield, Tristan Power, Morgan Hill, Oliver Harris. Ran out your top 5. And Ryan Exberg starting to pull a bit of a gap there. He's got a 1.5 second gap from Ty Stansfield as Scott Clee makes the move on Adam Wright. Gets through nice and cleanly. And will get on his merry way as he looks to clinch the win here in the Rotax 177. Says Ryan Exberg, leading the way in Senior X30, taking every corner as it comes, and it's just it's Ty Stansfield. Ty Stansfield loses it, so he's running in P2 and has actually lost the rear coming out of turn 2. So whether that was hitting the curb and losing the rear, I don't really know. We'll have to try and work out what happened, but it looks like Ty Stansfield's having to drop down the field, and that's sort of his podium chances over. Tristan Powell's going to renegade and be promoted to 2nd place, and Morgan Hill taking that final podium spot in 3rd. But it's a shame for Ty Stansfield, who was running really well today and had the chance to look at a win. Sadly, it's all gone away, 0-0 in just under a minute, but we have 4.5 minutes on circuit left, followed by that extra lap.
Ty Stansfield then dropping down to 5th place as Ryan Leckberg continues to control this race at the front. The gap 2.6 seconds as we look a little bit further down the top 5. There's the number 29 of Morgan Hill, who's coping very well in the slippery conditions. Back end just stepping out slightly, but he's drifting between the corners, keeping it nice and smooth. Trying to close up here on the number 88 of Tristan Powell, who's still there in 2nd place, just from going through the apex. Hill, meanwhile, number 29. Let's have a look at the gap when they make their way through over the line in just a few moments' time. Oliver Harris and Ty Stansfield then recovering back into 5th place, so Ekberg over the line he goes. Powell 2nd, Hill 3rd. And the gap pretty much as it was, really, I'd say just a shade under 2 seconds between 2nd and 3rd place. Rest of the top 10 going through. Christopher Bingham, Jack Dan, Reese Newburn up to 9th place now. Aidan Rudge, Josh Jones a little bit further behind. Then Scott Clee, the first of the 177s going through. It's Kieran Leonard 2nd for the 177 group, and Alfie Bray in 3rd, Simon Pugh, James Butcher, Gordon Chenery and Jake Baker a little bit further behind. We have had some retirements from this race. The 21 of Nick Aitken out of the race, 25 George Mayle, and 29 of Matthew Lear, all retirement from the race. As we look at the 63 of Oliver Harris here, with the white helmet on the Birrell Art carts there, making his way through in towards the Kimbolton corner. And he's still running strongly in fourth place, trying to close up a Morgan Hill, but Ryland Eckberg 2.73, looking very strong at the front of the field here.
Using that exit curve coming out to turn one to get the rear sliding through the Willows complex, and so far so good for Ryland Eckberg. Hasn't put a foot wrong so far. Tristan Powell just holding on in second. There's some of your drivers. That's Scott Clee. So still leading the way there in the Rotax 177, just getting behind. I think that's Alfie Richards, number 83. So that is for P13. So Scott Clee driving brilliantly so far. He's just got to hold on, and he's having a bit of fun there with the Senior X30s. He's found a way where he can have a bit of a battle, but it's sadly not with not with his fellow class, but he's still managed to find people his pace to have a fun battle with. But so far, that's Tristan Powell on your screens, getting the kart stopped for turn one. Turn one, very hard braking zone, and can be easily mistaken, and that's where mistakes can be shown, but mistakes can be happening everywhere on circuit. I mean, the track is so technical, but also so fast and flowing. So one small mistake can cost you wisely, and so far Tristan Powell, he hasn't made a mistake so far, but he's got a 3.5 second gap from Ryland Eckberg. Morgan Hill, I think, just closing in slightly on Tristan Powell. So if Morgan Hill gets the pedal, gets the gas pedal to the floor, he might have a look at getting Tristan Powell near the end of this race, but we'll have to see. Just under a minute, well, just over a minute left. First that additional lap.
Eckberg leading quite comfortably now. The gap 3.8 seconds from Tristan Powell, who really hasn't put a foot wrong so far. Morgan Hill, Oliver Harris, Ty Stanfield, Aaron Last, Jack Daniel going through there. Christopher Bingham, we just saw a moment ago. Rhys Newburn, Katie Ashburn, and Josh Jones, as we see them squirreling under the braking there. Number 53. Katie Ashburn just trying to close the gap there on Rhys Newburn, who sits in 9th place, but Ashburn herself coming under quite a bit of pressure from the 84 of Josh Jones. There was the 83 of Alfie Richards. We saw Aidan Rudge, and the 177 leader Scott Clee just a little bit further behind in 14th place. And look at Josh Jones there, looking for lines drifting wide. Here's some of the 177 group coming through here, and that looks like the number 87, a little bit further down the field there, of James Butcher, who's currently in 21st place. Jake Baker and Simon Hilton just a little bit further behind as the 177 group make their way through. And cutting back to Katie Ashburn here, who's starting to put the pressure a little bit more on Rhys Newburn as they go through with just a few seconds on the clock now. So it's 2 more laps to go, including the lap they have just started. And there is the number 48. Still looking good there, just outside the top 10, Aidan Rudge, and the leader of the 177s, who's had a brilliant day so far, and that is Scott Clee.
Scott Clee has been on it all day today, and he's definitely showing what he can do against his Senior X30 cars. Never mind the 177s. He's kind of pulled away from them at the start, and he's got all this time. I want to see the gap actually from his second place man. It's about trying to do my calculations, about 9 seconds, so a big margin, and it means he can make a mistake and sort of get away with it. But so far, driving brilliantly, Scott Clee and Ryland Eckberg. Don't forget about Ryland Eckberg, leading here in Senior X30. He's definitely shown what he's capable of doing last month and the month before, and this time his time has come. And Ryland Eckberg is a brilliant driver, and he's definitely showing a bit of that as he comes round the final corner, and it's going to be Ryland Eckberg who's going to take the win in Senior X30. Coming across the line now, Ryland Eckberg wins in Senior X30, slides on the brakes, bit of a show-off moment. Tristan Powell holds off in second place, Morgan Hill third. Looks like Oliver Harris and Ty Stansfield, who had that podium spot but made those silly mistakes, and he lost that podium spot. It's ever so easy. Round the final corner comes Scott Clee, And he's going to win in Rotax 177s. So brilliant drive there by Scott Clee. Managed to pull a massive margin to the drivers behind. There's Alfie Bray, and I think that was Alfie Bray and Kieran Leonard, like side by side for second place on the road in Rotax 177s. That was Alfie Bray, who managed to take it in the end. So Alfie Bray will finish out in second place, followed by Kieran Leonard, Simon Pugh, Gordon Chenry, and James Butcher will round out your top 5. But some brilliant races between the mixed grids there. The Rotax 177s really showing off near the end. And Ryan Etchberg in Senior X30 managed to pull away at the start, and he managed to hold his lead all the way through.
So here we go then, moving on to our next race very shortly. Race number 26 from 28. It's the TKM Extreme, brought to you in association with Clarkson Motorsport. 3 more races to go this afternoon. We've got the TKM Extreme about to get underway. Races 27 and 28 will be the junior and senior Rotax A finals at this, the third round of the championship. Don't forget, of course, to like and subscribe to TNL Sports for all of the Hunts Kart Racing Club races here in 2024. Next race getting underway on April the 14th. We'll to bring it back now to the TKM Extreme. And this is how they will line up. So it's Adam Sparrow from Kai Springfield on row 1, Johan Calichurn and Charlie Whitehouse making up row 2, and the third row Al Patterson and Charlie King. Tom Johnson, Spencer Lane in row 4, Harrison Morrow and Luke Woodward in row number 5, Joseph Booth and Jamie Mead in 12th making up row number 6. A little bit further behind then we've got Liv Jenkins, Leah Robinson, James Whittaker and Thomas Shaw on row number 8, James Morley and Luke Jarman on row number 9. And then moving a little bit further down the field, we've got Sean Abbott, Patrick Lee, Jack Stewart, Elio D'Alessandro, William Bryant and Kian Bennett. And then it's Ashley Ruggles from Harry Higgs, James Monroe, Jack Crisp, Jake Cox, William Boom, Reese Porter, Jen McKinney, Jessica Fitch-Hall and Sam Cope, who I think is there, number 41 at the back of the field, just getting out of the waiting zone. So showing here is 10 minutes plus 1 lap for this TKM Extreme Final. Quite a big race here, big group of drivers, and the sort of the first lap is going to be very tight, very important indeed as they start to assemble on the TKM straight. I'm sure the officials will be looking to get this race underway as quickly as possible, and of course keeping it safe, always the main thing. But big group of drivers here, so we're keen to get this race underway hopefully get it underway at the first time of asking. Here they come, heading towards the tram lines, and the TKM Extreme Final is they're going to go for another run round, I believe. Here we go, and they'll be on through towards the next lap with number 19 Adam Sparrow at the front of the field.
So Adam Sparrow and Kai Springfield taking up your front row here. 2 drivers who were pretty much on it throughout the races, and it was Adam Sparrow who made multiple places up in the heats, and he's booked himself that pole position spot. Kai Springfield is very, very aggressive, as we saw today in the wet weather. In the weather conditions, he was very aggressive on his car, and that's how you really should be in these sort of conditions. There's many drivers through this grid that have a special chance of taking the win here. Just gonna have to see how it plays out though. So, the front row, Adam Sparrow, Kai Springfield. Row 2, looking at Johan Calichurn and Charlie Whitehouse. Watch out for Calichurn on that inside line. He can easily follow Sparrow through. And the revs arise, and we're off and racing in TKM Extreme. Down into turn 1, Adam Sparrow holds on the inside, gets the braking done, and Johan Calichurn is losing it. Oh no!
Trouble on the first corner there.
Johan Calichurn. He sort of lost the rear going into the corner, couldn't get the car stopped, and sadly was put into a spin. So it was Adam Sparrow who took the lead, and I think that is Charlie King, who has made his way into second place. We'll have a little replay of what happened there. So you see Johan Calichurn, you just see on this coloured helmet, he goes in and he just loses the rear, and it's simple as that, and now he's spun round. So it just shows how simple little mistakes can happen, and your whole race is now ruined. So he's got a lot of work to do now if he wants to fight back to where he started But Adam Sparrow just holding his way here in the first place spot. Charlie King made his way into second place. Brilliant start. Charlie Whitehouse, Kai Springfield, Al Patterson. Your top 5. There's a couple drivers slow, and that's Harrison Morrow.
Trouble there. Yep. You can see how gingerly they're approaching the track on these opening laps, getting to grips with the circuit. Just been to have a quick look, and it's really raining hard out there now. You can see just how much the karts are moving. There's the unfortunate number 75, and his race is drawn to a premature conclusion there. Harrison Morrow ending up on the side of the track. So there is a yellow flag just on the exit of the final corner. Kim Bolton, the marshal, making his way over there now. So hopefully they'll be able to get that section of the track clear. Look how much the race leader is having to work right now. Adam Sparrow looking to really get to grips with the track here, trying to break away somewhat from the very impressive Charlie King, who had a fantastic start there, took advantage of the trouble on the first corner to get his way through to second nice and early. And again, just look how much Adam Sparrow's making that kart work. Out to the final corner he goes. The yellow flags have gone in, so they've been able to get that kart of Harrison Morrow off the circuit cleanly. Jamie Mead, also a retirement number 97, but none of that's going to bother this guy here, the race leader. Another driver who's had a good opening start to the race is the 9th place driver, number 9, Liv Jenkins, who had a difficult second heat. But she's starting outside of the top 10 already, establishing in the 9th position now as the race starts to establish itself into some sort of order here. Adam Sparrow desperately trying to pull away from this battle of a second, and if he can do that, then it could work into his advantage here, because Kai Springfield in 3rd place, number 4, getting past Charlie Whitehouse and trying to put the pressure on the 2nd place driver, number 2, Charlie King. And again, you can see the drivers really pitching these karts about into the corner, trying to make them a little bit more responsive, because you can see if you just steer into the corner, of course, with it being so slippery, the tendency is for the understeer to kick in. So again, you can see the race leader, Adam Sparrow, getting the back end out. Just, I suppose, Charlie there pitching the kart into the corner somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, you want to obviously brake as late as you possibly can, and you'll see the kart sliding because they put that much pressure on the rear. The rear brakes lock, and obviously if your wheels lock as well, they're not going to be spinning, not going where you want it to go. So trying to balance that brake pressure is very important when doing some wet weather racing. But everyone's driving really well so far. This is Luke Woodward on your screen. Spencer Lane just behind Joseph Booth there. I think that's Liv Jenkins as well. James Whittaker looked like he was on the inside of someone. We'll have to see who that was. But Luke Woodward, he's just holding on. He's just been overtaken. Oh, well, I say he nearly got overtaken by Spencer Lane. Goes down the inside of Charlie Whitehouse. Brilliant move there. But Charlie Whitehouse on the exit. You can just see Luke Woodward. He went in a bit too hard there. And it meant that he, when he came out of the corner, didn't have the speed to get out. And Charlie Whitehouse, on that cutback, was able to carry the speed through and get the speed out of the corner. But it's very good. I mean, I was speaking about Adam Sparrow. He is a driver who has a mix of both karts and car racing. He currently competes in a Mazda MX-5 championship, and definitely knows how to win in that as well. So it's more of a fact that you put him in anything and he'll go and win it in some way. Yeah,
he's looking good so far, Adam Sparrow. This is actually turning into quite an interesting technical race here, I would say. There's not too much in terms of race action so far. They're not really trading places all that much, but just watch the drivers as they do battle with the circuit as much as anything. It's very treacherous out there, and you can see them really dancing the karts about on the corners, getting as much speed as possible. The lap times in the high 56s now. The pace really dropping compared to the earlier heat races. The track gets more slippery. There's action towards the back of the field there. The number 57, that's Jack Stewart, who's catching up on James Monroe as they pile through the first corner, going through Stowe Corner.
This is a brilliant battle here. I think we've got about 4 drivers here. That's Spencer Lane, Joseph Booth, Charlie Whitehouse. Oh, and there's a driver off there. That's on number 26. So we'll have to see who that was.
That's Jake Cox, who was in 30th place. The wave yellow's out there because the stricken kart just on the edge of the circuit. So Cox a little bit further down the field. There's the abandoned kart there. Hopefully that shouldn't cause too much of a problem. And again, you see just how much the drivers are having to work right now. They're making it look quite easy, but rest assured that it isn't. 4 minutes 30 on the clock of this 10-minute race, plus the one lap remaining. A little bit wide into the corner there for number 45, but shouldn't cause him too much trouble there. Joseph Booth guards that apex and just bunching the drivers up behind a bit there. There's number 42, Thomas Shaw getting involved there. Liv Jenkins a little bit further behind. Tom Johnson as Joseph Booth moving up a position now to 6th place. And notably there on the previous lap, Kai Springfield has now moved into 2nd place. The gap currently 4.1 seconds as the number 49, the 11th place driver we just saw going through there, Tom Johnson, has picked up a technical flag. So looks like Johnson's race will be over. The number 49 currently in 11th place. Didn't see what was wrong with the kart, but quite evidently the steward's determining there's something that's preventing from continuing in the race. And again, we see it's almost like a chess battle here as they make their way through the corners. The drivers, again, just making sure they don't make a mistake. The rain is continual now. It's not particularly heavy rain, I would say, but just constant showers throughout the last 20-30 minutes or so. Was a bit of a nudge there.
That's Spencer Lane. He kind of got into the back of Joseph Booth there. I don't think Joseph Booth started. He kind of gripped up, and when he started turning back, Spencer Lane was there and gave him a little pinch, but thankfully nothing turned into an almighty spin. But so far, Charlie Whitehouse just on the back of Joseph Booth here. Maybe he could look at a move. Couldn't really see what that was, but Charlie King has to watch out here because he's got Al Patterson all behind him. So this is for the battle for the podium spot. So Al Patterson all behind Charlie King here. Will he have a look for a move? We'll have to see, but he's worked his way up behind Charlie King the last few laps. I just saw in the timings he's been a bit quicker than Charlie King in the last couple laps. So he's definitely got the pace to get past him. It's just about getting that move done. And on our small screens there, that was like Elio D'Alessandro, who's that number 23, just holding on there. I think that's from Reese Porter and Luke Jarman. So brilliant battle going on there. That's that bit further down the field. That's for your top 20 spots. There's Joseph Booth. It's just got past Charlie Whitehouse and Thomas Shaw, and there's 42 all over the back of Charlie Whitehouse now. A little tap on the rear, but nothing too major, nothing to cause Whitehouse to spin off or anything. And this is the battle that is going on for the final spot on the podium. And it's Al Patterson versus Charlie King. And he goes down the inside, and Patterson takes that final spot on the podium. But will Charlie King be able to fight back? We'll have to see. The number 2 just holding on. And he's still got he's got a minute and a half left, so he's got multiple chances left. There's another driver in trouble there, just on the exit into the final corner, a bit further back there. We just saw the side of the screen punching their fist in frustration because it's turning into a little bit of a race of attrition further down the field. Adam Sparrow quite comfortably out at the front right now, and Kai Springfield still second, but Al Patterson with a late charge here had to fight his way through earlier on in the heat races. Did very well to get through into the midfield and didn't quite get the best qualifying spot in the final here, but certainly has fought back well into 3rd position. Speaking of fighting back, the driver who spun off on the first corner, Johan Kalichern, was right at the back of the field, but has fought through now to 17th position. You'll see him on your graphic on the left-hand side there, number 28, and he was right at the back, so he has fought back pretty well. Got past about 15 drivers or so. Lost Reese Porter. Jake Cox, you'll have seen the wheel came off the kart there, I think, so he's out of the race. Harrison Morrow retiring on the first lap, and Jamie Mead a non-starter. But here we look at the fight a little bit further down the his number 45, Joseph Booth, who's been there or thereabouts all race in this very close battle with the number 43 of Charlie Whitehouse. Spencer Lane and Liv Jenkins just a little bit further behind. There's Al Patterson really starting to pull away now from Charlie King with 24 seconds on the clock plus the 1 lap remaining. Next time round we will be seeing the 1 lap flag as Adam Sparrow clearing away now, and despite the tough conditions, Sparrow driving really well, actually setting the fastest lap of the race last time round, 55.62. Both Springfield and Patterson pretty much matching the leader's pace right now. They're starting to pull away at the front, and then that close battle developing for the Charlie King, Luke Woodward a bit further down there. 1 or 2 battles towards the back of the field there. That looks like the number 69 Jack Crisp and number 14 Jessica Fitch Hall currently in 24th place. So action throughout the field here as we approach the final lap, and the number 19 going over the line, Adam Sparrow, taking the final lap board, but still action a little bit further down as the top 5 do battle here. Top 5 doing a brilliant job here, and then a bit further behind we've got drivers such as Joseph Booth, Charlie Whitehouse, Spencer Lane, Liv Jenkins and James Whitaker, who's made up 9 places here, as able to just getting to the top 10. Liv Jenkins had quite a tough lap there, dropped about as far as 6 places, so has had some struggles, but so far so good for Adam Sparrow. Oh, nearly got close there with Gemma Kiddie. Nearly lost it. There's a yellow flag there. That's one of our drivers off, just on the second to last corner. But this is the man on the mission right now. It's going to be Adam Sparrow, who comes around the final corner, shakes his head. He's ripping it, and he's going to win in TKM Extreme. He's one happy boy, and I can see that. And it's going to be Kai Springfield who takes second place, and Al Patterson got a bit of a gap from Charlie King and took that final podium spot. So Charlie King dropped to 4th, and it was Luke Woodward, Joseph Booth, Charlie Whitehouse, Spencer Lane, James Whitaker and Leo Robinson ran out the top 10 with some good drives through the field from Ashley Ruggles. He made up 11 places. William Bloom finished 19th, made up 11 places as well. And a strong drive from Johan Kalichern from the back of the grid, made it up back into P16, but it's a day of what could have been for the Kalicherns.
Well, let's have a look. 1 or 2 late drivers hit in trouble there. We saw Sam Cope at the side of the track there. Didn't look happy at all with a late mistake. He was down in 29th and drops out of contention. Something of a race of attrition there. We had 34 starters, only 28 finishing, so quite a few drivers dropping out of contention. But great win there for Adam Sparrow to win the race by just over 4 seconds from Kai Springfield, and the impressive Al Patterson finishing in 3rd place in kart number 29. As we move towards our penultimate race of the day, there is the unfortunate number 41, and that's Sam Cope, who looked a bit dejected as they went through. I think there was some sort of mechanical trouble with the kart possibly, and he dropped out of contention very late on in the race. So there will be a very brief pause here before the next race gets underway in association with Amesbury Plant Hire. The junior Rotax is about to get underway for what will be the penultimate race of the day. 2 more races to go. We've got our A finals for both the junior and the senior Rotax. That Rotax, of course, that famous old Austrian manufacturer on both 2- and 4-wheeled engines powered by Rotax motors over the years, and generations of racing drivers have started out in the Rotax categories. And for the weekend warriors, of course, you can still get hold of one of these old karts, and even if they're not the latest ones, they're still very competitive pieces of kit. So let's have a look at how they line up. This is the junior Rotax, of course, coming up first. We have Harry Bartle from Hugh Moulton, Mikey Walker in 3rd, Aras Majowskis in 4th, Brandon Truman and Oliver Fabricus, Joshua Smith in 7th from Joel Dixon Cohen, Ben Horner in 9th, and Owen Keenan running out the top 10. Armian Banzel in 11th from Harrison Crowther in 12th position. Charlie Cox Riso in 13th and 14th position. Toby Bedford and Emily Cotty on row number 8, and row number 9 is Jack Owen Drawbridge and Tobian Alvarez in 18th position on row 9. Jason Dukis, Didron Bennett on position 20, Sebastian Luch, Logan Hartshorn, Miles Roby and Zach Mackay on row number 12. And moving a little bit further down the field, as the rest of the field will be going out onto the course very soon. We'll have a look at some of the other drivers a bit further down, the likes of Zach Mackay, Fletcher Jameson, Teddy Cooper, Will Archer, Dorian Wallace, Arthur Brownless, Finley Jones, Charlie F. Grave and Samir Paul. I think we're starting towards the back of the field, who had some good moments earlier on in the programme, but either at the back of the field or a non-starter, I'm not too sure. But Samir Paul was a bit unfortunate earlier on. There is a brief pause here before the next race gets underway. There's 1 or 2 karts that were stricken, and at the other end of the track, basically, and there's 1 kart being retrieved from the Dan Weldon corner, which is quite some distance from the paddock. So just adding to the tension here for the junior Rotax drivers, with 2 more races to go, including the one that's about to start. So we'll give a moment to get these stricken karts off the circuit. There is one that is still on the TKM straight, being retrieved from the Dan Weldon corner. For some reason, they've put the trolley on the grass, which might be a little bit awkward. It's a bit boggy out there. So we're just watching the junior Rotax. I think they're going to try and get that stricken cart into the infield. That's why the trolley's on the grass there, but hopefully it can get it through, because it's a bit boggy off the tarmac. And junior Rotax then making their way out onto the circuit now for their formation lap.
So drivers out on circuit, you can just see your final 4 there. That driver spun in there. That's one of the Jack's carts. But you can just see your final four there were Vinnie Jones, Toby Farthing, Charlie Fgrove, and Samir Paul. So looks like all drivers from the B final made their way out on circuit for the A final. So got their carts ready in time. Harry Bartle, he's won here before this year and he knows how to do it, so it's all about making it 2 for 2 or 3 for 3. Hugh Moulton on that outside row, he's going to have to watch out because it is going to be greasy when he goes flying into turn 1. Mikey Walker just on the inside of the row 2. He's going to try and follow Harry Bartle. Are we racing? We're not racing just yet.
It's a wave round called around very. It looked like they're in position, but one or two of the drivers already raising their hands there. I'm wondering they almost wanted to call that start off just to get another lap out onto the track, get some more warmth in the tyres possibly.
Well, it did look good. So yeah. Obviously, if that's what the race directors believe, then it's better to keep the drivers safe and send them around again than set them off. And
it did seem a very early call there to wave them round. So perhaps just another opportunity to get some more heat into the tyres, of course, very important in both the dry and the wet conditions. You can see when you're watching the karts even go around at this reduced speed just how much water is dissipated by those very impressive wet weather tyres. When you look at them in the paddock, they almost look a bit like those winter tyres you get on a road car. They're very, compared to the slick tyres, very agricultural, big tread on them. And when you see how quickly the karts can go around a wet track like this, they really do their job. There's the number 73 then on the inside, Harry Bartle. We're going to go again with number 51, Hugh Moulton, alongside him. They all line up onto the tram lines, and this time they're going to go all the start. Oh, driver in trouble in the midfield, but the race goes on. I think it was possibly 42, Emily Cotty seemed to struggle.
Hugh Moulton! So the driver who was on the front row of the grid sadly got pushed wide there, and I think Brandon Truman's had some troubles because he's had to drop to the back of the grid. That Thule car kind of got spun there. There's a big collision there in the Willow section. There's a few carts off there, so I don't know what.
So we'll see there the remnants of that collision there. The driver's getting back onto the circuit. Looks like there's one or two on the side of the track as well, pulling to one side. The race goes on as we look at the number 36 there in the midfield. They've got Adrian Bennett in there as well. So Harry Bartle, Mikey Walker. So that's Majowskis there we're looking at briefly in the fight for third place, but 73 Harry Bartle.
Mikey Walker
in trouble.
Walker in trouble. So I couldn't really tell that by contact with the driver behind, or if it was just on his own. But Mikey Walker, who was looking strong to battle against Harry Bartle in this race, has now lost it. Here's a replay so we can see what's trying to happen here. So there's Harry Bartle on his way, and Joel Dixon Cohen runs into the side of him. So Joel Dixon Cohen, it must have been understeered, and Joel Dixon straight into the side of Mikey Walker.
Bit unfortunate there for Mikey Walker, because I don't think that was anything. That wasn't anything sort of untoward, you would say, by Dixon Cohen. Just seemed to understeer into Walker, it seemed, on that very slow, treacherous corner. You got a feel really for the number 26. He's been on top form today, but down in 29th position, so he's effectively out of contention this race. Just the way it goes, sadly, sometimes. But Harry Bartle looking strong at the front of the field. There's the number 67. So Dixon Cohen still second place, and Fabricius also in there. Majowskis just checking. I don't think the number 67's picked up any damage, is it? Particularly looking at the front of the car, seems okay.
Well, no, he kind of used his wheel to when he hit the pod. So thankfully, no front nose cone damage, and he can carry on in his merry way. But Oliver Fabricius, brilliant start, has made up 3 places. Harrison Crowther has made up 8 places to get into the P4 spot. So brilliant driving so far, but you just see there, that's Joel Dixon Cohen trying to drive as smooth as possible. I mean, Harry Bartle, he's sort of got this race covered so far. He's got a 3.5 second gap, and he's going to look at trying to increase it, but Fabricius has definitely got to watch out, because Crowther isn't far behind, and Crowther, actually I say that, Joshua Smith right on the inside of Crowther. And there's Hugh Moulton there, who had that rough start. He's got to try and work on getting back to the back of the pack.
Look out on your graphics there on the left-hand side. Number 12, 12th position there, 51 of Hugh Moulton, who was one of the drivers caught up in that melee on the first corner, started pretty much at the back of the field and has recovered to 12th place there. So good comeback for him after that difficult start. Just looking further down, Samir Paul retiring early, Charlie Fgrave out of the race as well. And looking out for the 26, Mikey Walker's recovered to 25th position as we look at the number 15 there, starting to close up on 117. That's Joshua Smith having a peek down the inside. 92 getting involved there. Ben Horner, neat little move there from Horner to move up another position. So looks like he's going to be 7th places.
Rhys Owen made
a mistake there. Yeah, he drifted wide. You see just how treacherous this circuit is getting. The drivers maintaining a good pace out there, but there's certainly quite a few mistakes and errors creeping in, as you might expect with how tough the circuit is this afternoon. And certainly no race, I think, can be taken for granted. But Harry Bartle having the luxury there, 52.33 last time round. 5.6 seconds. Look at the graphic on the left-hand side of your screen there. That's the gap between first and second place. So Bartle having the luxury here of being able to run his own race somewhat as the other drivers go piling over the curbs. There's Joshua Smith, Harrison Crowther, 117 as they fight for position. Oliver Rabicius there, number 90, just a little bit further ahead. And Joel Dixon-Cohen, despite that tussle at the start of the race. Crowther down the inside there, yep.
Very late on the brakes and got past Fabricus, showed him the room and pushed him a bit wide, trying to show that, you know, this is my spot now. But Crowther very, very late on the brakes, just showing how late you can actually be on the brakes. When you know the driver's there, you can kind of use them as a bit of a brake, just to make sure you get the car stopped. And Joshua Smith found his way through as well. So Crowther into that final podium spot so far. Joel Dixon-Cohen driving brilliantly here. He struggled quite a lot in the past couple of rounds, but managed to get his work cut out for him, and he's in second place right now, and he's kind of having the ride of his life at the moment. But Crowther just holding on that final podium spot. But I wouldn't count out Joshua Smith just yet. He's very much closing in. He's got the pace. It's just about getting past him. As you say, it's all good having the pace, but if you can't get past him, then you might as well sack the race off.
A nice little battle there in the midfield, just on the inset. The likes of Tubby and Alvarez, Riso, Army and Banzol, Toby Bedford, all fighting for position just outside of the top 10 as the leaders make their way down towards Stowe Corner, named after the nearby Stowe village, just behind those trees pretty much. Harrison Crowther in third, then Joshua Smith, Rikius and Ben Horner, who's still running strongly there, number 92, and the 29 of Owen Keenan just a little bit further behind, 4:15 on the clock, plus the one lap remaining as a spinner a little bit further behind this guy here, number 67. Still running strong there, Joel Dixon-Cohen, as he makes his way through. There's the 117 of Harrison Crowther. And yeah, just trying to see, there was a driver a bit further back, had a bit of a problem. There's another retirement by the looks of things as well, so just showing how tough the race is so far. I think that's Samir Paul that's out of the race. Here's the race leader though, number 73, Harry Bartle, who's had the luxury in this race of being able to get a good clean start. He's put some good fast laps in at the start of the race and is able to control things at the front quite cleanly. Now with the circuit as tough as it is, Bartle can really afford to run his own race here, look at his own lines, not really worry about anybody else, and just concentrate on getting the car around the track as quickly as possible. Again, very aggressively using those curbs just to get a bit more traction into the corners. But Harry Bartle looking very strong here with 3 minutes 15 plus the 1 lap remaining. Here he comes down in towards the Kestrel corner, heading towards Kimbolt once again. Number 73, your race leader, actually setting a fastest first sector on this lap. Let's have a look at the lap time when he goes through. Let's have a look at the pace of this race, and actually setting the fastest lap of the race there, 52.20. So you can see from your graphic there on the top left, Harry Bartle looking very strong as he again drifts to the outside. And although it's still raining, there is still one or two lines starting to be created out there, I think.
Well, I don't know what Harry Bartle had for breakfast, but it's definitely gave him the energy to go for this win here. On your little screens there, that's Hugh Moulton, who's made his way to 7th position. So, although having nearly dropped down near the back of the pack, he's made his way all the way through the field into 7th place. So he still has a chance to make up those few more spaces. But so brilliant driving by Hugh Moulton so far. I think he's just in a battle right now with Owen Keenan. So maybe those two drivers can work together, get on the back with Ben Horner. But that's Joel Dixon-Cohen on your screen. It's just going into the final corner now. Going late on the brakes. Getting the lock on the steering wheel, then powering out. Harrison Crowther's just holding on from Joshua Smith for that final podium spot. But it's not all done yet, and I think Joshua might be waiting just a bit, waiting for his time to come, because he's still got a minute and a half left. Plus that additional lap, so we've got about 3 or 4 or 5 laps left. So Joel Dixon Cohen there, just been very smooth. He knows he's got the pace to hold on to his position. It's just about making sure he doesn't do anything silly, because silly mistakes can cost big time. Yeah,
looking good here. I think we got 1:26 on the clock, so realistically 2 more laps after this for the race leader. We should be seeing Bartle coming through over the line very shortly as we focus on the battle just behind him here with Harrison Crowther, with the number 15 of Joshua Smith having a peek down the inside, looking a little bit further back on the inset there. That's Reese Owen, number 191.
That's Toby Bedford as well.
Toby Bedford then. I think that's Majowskis just ahead of him. There you go, the top 5 over the line. 1 minute pretty much on the clock now, so they should squeeze through one more time, I think, before the last lap board goes out. Horner there setting his personal best there, 53.28 for the number 92, currently sitting there in 6th position. And Hugh Moulton, very impressive drive actually here from the number 51. We should be seeing him getting involved in this little battle here very soon. Quite a comeback, I would say, from Hugh Moulton, who got caught up in that trouble on the first corner and has really kept a cool head, fought his way through the field, and now starting to really catch up with these 2 drivers here. We've got Joshua Smith keeping that pressure on Harrison Crowther, 4th and 3rd position here for the 117. Oliver Paprikis, number 90, currently in 5th place still. Then there's 92 Horner, and we just saw Hugh Moulton making his way through. So Harry Bartle goes through on what will be the penultimate lap of the race. Joel Dixon Cohen just squeezing through there in 2nd position, looking strong and just about staying ahead of Harrison Crowther. Joshua Smith still in 4th, Paprikis, then Hugh Moulton now to 6th position now, getting past the number 92 of Ben Horner. There you can just see him at the back.
Joshua Smith and Crowther side by side, rubbing pod to pod, and Joshua Smith manages to find a way through. He had to nibble a bit of the grass, but if that's what you got to do to make that final spot for the podium, then you got to do what you got to do. And Harrison Crowther is just sitting in 4th position now. Will he have a look at trying to fight back on Joshua Smith? He knows he's got at that last corner where he can go in very late on the brakes and use the driver in front as a little break. He's going to have a little look. We just coming off our cameras here. There's Harry Bartle. So just come out the final lap. And it's Harry Bartle who's going to lead the race here, and he won here last month, and I think he won it the month before as well. So he's definitely showing that he's a quick driver around this circuit. And I know he's going to be preparing for the national championships coming up soon. So Harry Bartle, he's made it 2 out of 2 in the HKRC Club Championship. Around the final corner where the weather conditions tried to ruin his form. Around the final corner, it hasn't done him any well. And Harry Bartle will win in Junior Rotax for 3 out of 3 final wins here at Kimbolton.
Oh, just look on the inset here. There's a fight here between the 191. Oh, very close there on the edge of the top 10. Majowski say with Reese Owen as we look on our main screen. So Joel Dixon Cohen in 2nd, Joshua Smith ending up in 3rd, Harrison Crowther, Oliver Paprikis, and the very impressive Hugh Moulton there finishing in 6th position. Ben Horner, Fletcher Jameson, Keenan, Majowskis, and Reese Owen should be just a little bit further behind there. Oh, drag race to the line there between those drivers though. Toby Bedford, Reese Owen, and Ariman Banzel in 14th. Mikey Walker recovering back to 15th place. He'll be disappointed with that, but a good comeback nonetheless. Brandon Truman, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Tabian Alvarez, Emily Cotty, 19. She had a bit of trouble at the start of the race. The cart seemed to fail on the grid, but she kept it going, finishing in the top 20, just ahead of Finley Jones.
There's Alpha Brownless just coming in the pits there. Finished near the back of the pack in 30th position, but it was all good. And a brilliant drive so far by all our Junior Rotax drivers, who all managed to come back to the checker flag, except for Sammy Poole, Will Archer, and Charlie Fgrave. So some troubles there, and I think Charlie Fgrave had that trouble in the Willow section on that first lap. Had a collision and sadly couldn't keep going. So
Here we're going to go then in association with Drift Limits, presenting the London Motor Circuit. It's our final race of the day. The senior Rotax are about to get underway. Just a few moments to retrieve some of the karts from the previous race. There's a little bit of trouble on that first lap, so just retrieving those karts from the circuit. And as the rain continues to fall, let's have a look at how they line up. So it's going to be Ryan Ward from Ethan Martin, Tristan Rennie and Lucas Ellingham in fourth, Samuel Cornwell and George Donald in sixth position on row number 3. The fourth row made up of Alexander Adams Acton from Jack Lilly, Pearson Bullock Carter in ninth place from Peter Jurovic in 10th position, Tom Pryor and Ewan Charman in 12th place on row number 6. And we've got the 199 of Rhys Bailey, Charlie Webb, Luke Bates and Ryan Hedge in 16th position, Leo Lacastro and Ralph Youngling in 18th position. Looking a little bit further back down the field, the 25 of Morgan Hudson-Brown from Jonathan Railton, George Allen, Jack Collins on row 11, Aaron Mackay and Joe Fox in 24th place on row 12. And then we've got James Dunbar, Caitlin Seabrook, Oliver Atkinson, Reg Hayward, James Tester, Jack Spencer, and the qualifiers from the B final earlier on, Ronnie Bradley, George Hart, Luca Osman Price, and the final driver on the grid, right on cue, spins off, is the 124 of Noah Osbaldiston. So he did get through into the A final with that nose cone damage earlier on by the looks of things. Finished fifth in the B final, didn't he?
Well, no, that was Jay Pearson.
Yeah, I think so. It looks like Pearson didn't get through in the end with that nose cone by the looks of things. So Noah Osbaldiston finishing fifth in the B final gets through. He had a bit of a spin there at the start, but nonetheless he takes his place in this, the final race of the day. So here they come round in towards the final corner now, and Ryan Ward, he would say, starting as the favourite, but again, he would say 3 or 4 drivers could be in with the possibility. Tristan Rennie, number 37, remember him in the previous heat having his moments, so looking like he could be a driver to beat as well, as they make their way out to the final corner, lining up onto the tram lines they go. Will it be a clean start? Over the line they go, and the flag stays in. Looks good. Here they come into the first corner.
Ryan Ward, no,
Ryan Ward
no.
outbreaks himself, and I think has gone into the tyre barriers. Bit of trouble, bit of trading paint there further down. Another spinner as well. Bit of a troublesome first corner there. So Ryan Ward, one of the favourites there, pretty much outbreaking himself off the circuit. I didn't see him come back on there. And it looks to me like the driver who was in form in the second heat race, Tristan Rennie, number 37, has got away quite cleanly here and is already trying to get to work and get away at the front of the field.
I know Ryan Ward would have definitely been annoyed about that one. He kind of got on the brake and just couldn't get it stopped in time. But Samuel Cornwell has managed to make himself managed to get himself into second place. So brilliant start by Cornwell on that MLC kart. There's the 2 Jack's Motorsport karts, Pearson Bullock Carter, Alex Adams Acton, Lucas Ellingham just following closely behind in the top 5. But Ryan Ward has got a lot of work to do. He's just gone past on your screens, and he's actually sitting down in P19, so down 18 positions after that first lap. He's got his work cut out for him. But if he can put the laps in, I'm not surprised if we can see him back up there in a few laps' time. But Tristan Rennie, I mean, what a start it's been so far. He's showed potential in the heats, but sadly, just little incidents here and there has lost his chance of being on the front row. But Tristan Rennie,
well, he's certainly been presented with this opportunity at the start of the race. He's grabbed that and looking to take advantage here as he puts a couple of good, strong, steady laps in, leading Samuel Cornwell by just over 1 second. There's Cornwell in second, 168. Bullock Carter number 9 as the rest of the field go charging through in the rest of the top 10. So Rennie, another fastest lap of the race there, 52.1. The gap goes up to 1.7 seconds as he tries desperately to break away from this driver, number 168, Samuel Cornwell in second position, drifting cleanly through the willows, that switchback section, and the driver who got into trouble on the first corner, actually, is recovering okay so far. Ryan Ward was in 17th when he crossed the line, so keeping a cool head despite that trouble on the first corner and trying to fight back as best he can. There's Cornwell in second place. There you see the graphic on your screen showing the gap, 1.7 seconds between first and second place. Lucas Ellingham just a little bit further behind in third. You can see it's getting a bit closer from behind there, but just 0.08 of a second between Ellingham and Bullock Carter. Alexander Adams Acton also well placed, number 18. You just saw him going through there, closely followed by Jack Lee George Donald, Ethan Martin. Didn't quite see Ryan Ward coming through there, but he's not too far behind that little group that we just focused on a moment ago. There is the 199, of course, Rhys Bailey in there. Lucas Ellingham, number 99, is making his way through the Willows. And Ryan Ward up to 16th, getting past Joe Fox. And Tristan Rennie, the gap goes up to 2.23 seconds at the front, and another fastest lap of the race. There you see the last lap, 52.04. So Tristan Rennie getting a little bit of luck at the start of the race to take the lead, but certainly taking advantage of that great opportunity.
Oh, I just saw Ethan Martin. I think he just went off. Go on your screens there. Yeah, he has. So the number 55, Ethan Martin, went into the Dan Weldon complex a bit too deep. On your screens, there's Jack Lilly, who made a late move there on Alex Adams Acton. And that sort of move is really well. You can go late on the brakes and get the car stopped by using the driver to, you know, make the gap for you. Make the gap for you. Otherwise, they're going to ram straight into you. George Donald on the inside of his teammate's Acton, and he makes it through. So far, so good for some of our drivers here. Lucas Ellingham in that final podium spot, all over the back of Samuel Cornwell here. Will he have a look for P2 on the road? We'll have to see in the next few minutes. But there's George Donald. He's just got past his teammate. He's going to look at Jack Lilly if he can get the power down. But so far, so good for our senior Rotax drivers.
Yeah, so they come through. So Tristan Rennie, I would say ignore the graphic on the top there with the timing chart showing Jonathan Railton is going through. I think it's a erroneous trip on the timing charts there. So you'll see the race order still as it was there, with Tristan Rennie leading from Samuel Cornwell in second, Lucas Ellingham third, Jack Lilly, Pearson, Bullock, Carter, George Donald, Adams Acton, Webb, Bailey, Charman, Luke Bate in 11th. Ryan Ward up to 12th place now after that trouble at the start. As we look at the number 9 there of Pearson, Bullock, Carter, who are just approaching half distance in this race. 5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining as we look at the number 33, Jack Lilly, climbing up the curbs there as he goes through Derek's corner. Just trying to pivot that cart round the corner, get as much grip as he can through there as much as possible. There's number 16, George Donald, still in 6th place. They make their way down the TKM straight. This is the group making up the remainder of the top 10, you would say, as they all jostle for position. Tristan Rennie now well clear. The gap going up. We'll have a look when he goes through once again.
I was just spotting on the screens. Lucas Ellingham's has got past Samuel Cornwell. So I think that was into the last corner. Lucas Ellingham, on that MS chassis, managed to get past Sam Cornwell for P2 on the road. There's Tristan Rennie on your screens. You can just see in the back of the shot, Lucas Ellingham, the 99, made it through on the 168 there. But here's Tristan Rennie on your screens. He's had the clear road, and he's definitely used full advantage of it because he's managed to pull a gap of around 4 seconds. So in such little time, you can pull massive margins if you just get your head down and get working. But so far, so good for Tristan Rennie. She's got 4 minutes left of continuous driving in circles, and he can get his get this race completed, the final race of the day. And it's glad to see that the evening hasn't started to dawn down on us. I mean, still got some bright racing. Yeah, it's been quite a dark day, I would say, with the cloud cover, but should be hopefully getting this wrapped up very soon so that the daylight won't really be an issue for these drivers in the final race of the day. Tristan Rennie increasing the gap to 4 seconds and 51.93. Lucas Ellingham lapping at a similar pace right now, number 99, the driver we're looking at now in second position, within a few hundredths he would say is matching the lead up a pace. Samuel Cornwell in third, Jack Lilly, George Donald rounding out the top 5. So the race just started to settle down in terms of an order. Alexander Adams Acton still in 7th place from Charlie Webb, Rhys Bailey and Ewan Charman in 10th place. And look at your screen on the left hand side there, 11th place, number 17, Ryan Ward coming through very well, as you saw the number 40 there of George Allen having a bit of a fight there with Leo Lecastro and Peter Durovic as the leaders make their way down into the first corner. There's number 168 of Samuel Cornwell, has had a good steady race in 3rd place, making his way through the Willows as the marshals look on. Closing stage of the race now, as we saw in the background there, little bit of contact between, I think it was number 18 going off the course there, Alexander Adams Acton, as they exited the Willows. And you should just see on the back of the screen there, looks like Adams Acton getting back onto the course as we go back to Cornwell, making a nice smooth line through the Dan Weldon corner. 2:20 on the clock
And Samuel Cornwell trying to close up here on Lucas Ellingham. Let's have a look as he makes his way through the final Kimbolton corner, closest to the village, you would say. And over the line they go with just over 2 minutes on the clock. It's still Tristan Rennie well clear. And at the moment, Cornwell is at least matching Ellingham for pace in second position.
So will Cornwell be able to try and close down the gap, or will he just have to stay where he is? I think for the meantime, he's going to have to stay where he is. But I'd watch out for Jack Lilly as Ethan Martin gets a contact warning. I don't know what that was before, but Jack Lilly on the 33 car is slowly closing in on Samuel Cornwell. So whether that will mix anything up in the next minute and a half, we'll have to see. The two Jacks carts in order. George Donald and Pearson Bullet Carter. But there on your screens, that number 17 of Ryan Ward, who has drove perfectly in this race, but had that struggle at the start of the final, which meant that he had to drop off the pack. Nice move there by Alexander Adams-Acton. Sadly loses it on the exit. He just couldn't get the power down. And that was Rhys Bailey who managed to get it back in. The Scottish driver, you can see on the top of his helmet, he's got the Scottish Jacks, and Adams-Acton all over the back of him, giving a bit of front bumper to rear bumper contact, but it was all good because both drivers are still going.
Recovering well there, actually, Alexander Adams-Acton. He went off the course on the previous lap, fighting back in with Rhys Bailey. As we move on, there is a technical flag going out a bit further down the field for the 171. That's Jonathan Railton, who's out of contention down in 29, so unfortunately will be out of the race. As we look at the number 12 there of Jack Collins, coming under a bit of pressure there from the 21 of Tom Pryor. These drivers are battling for 13th position as the leaders go through just with about 18 seconds on the clock. So we're going to go for another lap. Oh, nice little neat move there, just on the edge of the top 20.
That was a late move by Thomas Pryor. He tried to go down the inside of Jack Collins. Oh, it's actually a rear. I think that's a chain guard or a rear bumper.
Got a.
That might be a rear bumper because Thomas Pryor is actually missing. So there's like a block that attaches to the rear bumper, and it seems that he's missing.
It's the chain guard. Oh, and somebody absolutely clobbered it there. 112. It's a chain guard, I think, that's come off. The 112 absolutely clobbered it there of Ronnie Bradley in 26th place, just out of your camera shot, but I think he's okay. Well, the flag's still out, but fortunately that part has been knocked off to the edge of the track, so I'm assuming that might be the technical flag for Jonathan Railton.
And whilst that's all going on, Tristan Rennie has taken a last lap board. So Tristan Rennie, who we didn't really think, we knew he had the pace to be at the front, but we didn't think he had the chance of actually winning this final. So I mean, 4.5 seconds is a brilliant gap as well. There's Ryan Ward on your screens. It's a day off what could have been for Ryan Ward if he hadn't made that mistake at the start of the race. Here's Tristan Rennie though. He absolutely mastered one of the heats. He drove through the field, had some problems in another heat, but still had the chance to drive through the field. Got a good starting position. He started third in the final, and all he had to do was watch Ryan Ward make that big mistake into turn one. And it's just been a brilliant race by then. And Tristan Rennie and Senior Rotax will take the win in the final here at Kimbolton. Round 3 is Tristan Rennie's, and Lucas Ellingham, 4.5 seconds later, will take the flag and come second place. Samuel Cornwell takes the final podium spot. But there's a brilliant battle here.
Quite a bit further down here with number 64. That's Jack Spencer, James Tenster, Ralph Youngling, I think, also just behind that little group there. Looking at the rest of the top 10 going through, we got George Donald, Pearson, Bullock Carter, Charlie Webb, Ryan Ward, an impressive comeback to 8th position. Ewan Charman and Alexander Adams-Acton, despite going off the course, will finish in 10th position. And there they go, charging over the line. So you've got Luke Bates, Jack Collins, Tom Pryor, Peter Jurich, Ethan Martin just going through there, just ahead of James Tenster, Ralph Youngling, Jack Spencer, George Allen and Aaron Mackay down in 22nd position. So action right the way down through the field. The last few drivers making their way off the course. Then we've got George Hart, Ronnie Bradley, despite the rather close encounter with one of the some parts of the kart there. He finishes in 26th place. Luca Osman Price, Noah Osbaldeston, the last chance qualifier, getting through into 28th, and the final finisher will be 29th position, Caitlin Seabrook. So the senior Rotax drawing to a conclusion, and racing drawing to a close here at round number 3 of the Hunts Kart Racing Club Championships here at Kimbolton. Tough conditions today, but relatively low incidents, which is always good to see. Thanks, of course, to the Marshals, Medics, and all of the Hunts Kart Racing Club team for all of their support. And we had a good day today, Charlie. You think it's been some good racing?
Well, I mean, when is there not good racing here at Kimbolton? These the past 3 rounds here have always provided brilliant racing through the fields, and the Rotax classes are definitely showing out to be some of the best racing we've seen so far. TKM Extreme always showing brilliant racing because they're so close and so compact, and I think the weather has definitely made a big impact on how today's racing has gone. Yeah, definitely some good conditions there for the drivers contend with. Tough conditions, but masterful driving throughout the race categories. So an enjoyable day's racing to hear. Thanks, of course, to the sponsors for 2024, to the likes of Stu Stretton Photography. Eansby Plant High will be out on the track collecting those marbles very soon to get it ready for the next round. iZone Driver Performance, Class of Motorsport, Easy and Elegant Weddings and Events, and of course Talk Racewear, where we'll be hosting the Driver of the Day award after this event. So this pretty much draws to a conclusion round number 3 of the championship. Round number 4 is on the 14th of April. I think, Charlie, you'll be away on Fiesta duty, won't you? So we got racing. We've got first round of the championship at Brands Hatch, so I'll be watching in the nice space of a nice awning. So yeah, I'll be back here on the 14th of April. And next round, of course, is the final club championship before the Ultimate Karting Championship in May. So incorporates the 210 challenge, and a lot of drivers I think will be coming up here in April to get their final preparations ahead of the championships in May. So it looks set to be a big race meeting, April the 14th. Don't miss it right here on TNL. I've been Chris Sora with Charlie Ellis, wishing you a very good evening, and we'll see you in April. See ya.